In a classroom, the teacher is standing at the lectern and says, "Are you students ready? We are about to get the genetic enhancement shots. So believe in yourselves. 3 years of effort to improve my physical ability and train in martial arts is all for today. And those who never take this seriously." At this point, the young man leans on his hand and chuckles to himself, thinking, is this a joke? Is being a poor student really my fault? I just time-traveled into this body. So why should I feel ashamed? But thinking it over, I am in the original owner's body now. So I have to help him make a name for himself. This is Thanyai Trung, the genetic injection room. Inside this box is the genetic awakening serum, which contains the primordial genes of all the magical beasts that human warriors have collected. After the injection, the body will absorb one of them to awaken. Generally, the stronger the physical ability, the stronger the awakened magical beast gene. The teacher picks up the serum and advises, students, do not worry. After you get the awakening serum, calmly accept this power. Then, students like Tranbang Phi and Miao Donak are called up one by one. After their injections, they all scream in pain as their bodies undergo changes. Diaho watches this scene in confusion. After they get injected, they all become very strange, even in pain. It seems like this is not something easy to obtain. You decide to push everything aside and inject the serum into your own neck, determined to take a risk. As the serum enters your body, your eyes turn green. But something feels off. The teacher focused intently, face to face, tried it out, then spoke up. You seem to have not changed at all. You looked dumbfounded and replied, "Sir, is the medicine I was injected with a fake?" Just then, a girl in a pink shirt stepped out teasingly. "Ha. Look everyone. It seems like you are still not awake. An unawakened martial artist is like a bird without wings. Isn't this the end for you?" Suddenly, a chill ran through your body, your heart racing, a strange feeling creeping in. The system displayed a notification. Sample of the infinite monster received. Host unawakened. Composite physical quality. The 9th level martial arts training is for Lan Sun S students. The girl in the pink shirt continued to stand there, hands on her hips, making remarks. What are you doing? If you are not awakened, then why pretend? At this moment, you were shaking and your voice changed. You warned. You all need to leave. The girl still resisted, asking, why should we go? Based on what? You gritted your teeth and replied, if you do not leave, it will be too late. The moment you finished speaking, you shouted fiercely. A tremendous surge of power erupted, throwing her and the nearby students away. Everyone was in a frenzy. The force of the impact was too strong. Who woke up? I can handle this pressure. What did you do? Some people exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, is there someone stronger than me? The system displays a level a monster model, a legendary demon lap. Bloodline ability, soil gas infection, thermal node surge, energy absorption node, and an evolution form of the radiant red demon lap, which can only be activated when compatibility is 100%. Currently at 3% compatibility. The whole body of Daiho trembled, and he muttered, what does the infinite level a demon lap model mean? Daiho looked at his palm, which was shining brightly from the spiritual energy pouring out of every cell. The energy was so abundant that it glowed. He exclaimed in shock. Could this be the golden hand that the system has given me? The classmates who had looked down on him before were now witnessing this peak scene, and could not believe their eyes. Was that just the trash guy? The one next to him also widened his eyes, and in an instant, he used his aura to push everyone back. The two of them glanced at the girl in pink, the one who specialized in bullying Daiho, lying motionless on the floor. Her eyes rolled back. They whispered, Wong Dong Dong. Still stunned, she awakened the second-tier fire element. And what kind of monster model has Daiho finally awakened? The chatter was incessant. After witnessing Daiho's terrifying innate power, those who had often mocked him could only bow down to the ground, trembling in fear. Daiho, with an innocent expression, scratched his head in confusion. Sorry about that. It got a bit loud. I told everyone to stay back. Did not. Who told them not to listen to me? Just then, the school's loudspeaker announced that the awakening injection time was over. All students who had awakened were required to move immediately to the testing building to determine their beast gene and martial arts level. Transition to the examination building. It is equipped with many advanced genetic testing devices, capable of accurately determining the type of beast gene and martial arts level of each individual. The students enter the testing area one by one, and the results are quickly displayed on the large screen. Liham Guyan from class 12/8 awakens the beast bloodline of the 3-stage phantom beast. The crowd immediately buzzes with excitement. What luck, he used to be average. Now he is the top student of the class. A powerful bloodline is truly no joke. The next result announced belongs to another male student, Sochavo Dukuan, who awakens the peak 3-stage ice phantom dragon bloodline. The discussions among everyone continue to heat up, so Cha truly lives up to being the top of the grade. Voodoo Kuwan has also awakened the peak 3-stage Ice Phantom Dragon. This year's valedictorian must be him. Another beautiful female student also draws considerable attention when her results are announced. Liu Wudong from Voodoo Kuduan awakens the rare 4-stage Yu Mine Taish Bloodline. The crowd erupts in excitement again. Look, Miss Liu is also a Kuduan awakener. Oh my. It's he. A rare 4-stage. The true valedictorian. A 4-stage beast. If it reveals its true form, could destroy half the city. Ordinary martial artists are like ants in front of them. Only masters can contend. Daiho has not had her turn yet. Standing below looking up at the results board. Resting her chin on her hand. Deep in thought. Their monster models are divided into 3 stages and 4 stages. Why is my rank in a? The announcement suddenly blares your name with an unusual emphasis. Next up is class 7 per 3. Daiho. Diho jumped. Her face slightly flushed with embarrassment. Do we really need to call out the name? Emphasizing each syllable like that. It was so quick. And with that earth-shattering performance. Diho became the center of everyone's attention and expectations. Admiring and awestruck gazes from all sides focused on her. The crowd automatically parted into 2 lines to let her pass. The whispers of admiration were nonstop. With such strong impact. She will definitely become a big figure later. I need to befriend her right away. I must get close to this big shot. My idol. My idol. It is Daiho's turn now, with the momentum from earlier. Her level is definitely not low. Truly top-notch. The more praise she received, the more pressure Daiho felt. Only she knows that her talent is rated a completely different classification system. She muttered, "This world really does worship the strong so blatantly." Daiho walked through the crowd cheering her name, heading straight into the testing room with a calm demeanor, showing no expression. Meanwhile, the cheers and chatter outside continued unabated. This time, Daiho would definitely make the whole class look up. It is her turn now. Her abilities are definitely not ordinary. So cool. What level of bloodline does she have to emit such a strong presence? And Than's group is really about to have a big player. However, in a distant corner, someone stands quietly watching. Their gaze cold and far from pleased to see Daiho being showcased. This person thinks to themselves. So his name is Daiho. Ah. Quite something to look forward to. Moments later, Daiho's profile appears on the big screen. Only basic information is shown. While other important data remains marked as unspecified, the crowd shifts from surprise to shock. Then bursts into discussions filled with skepticism and mockery. 3-segment martial artist. Bloodline of an unidentified beast. 3-segment martial artist. Ha. My younger brother in middle school could beat this type. How embarrassing. I must have had the wrong expectations. The crowd quickly changes their attitude once again. Laughter rings out. An unidentified bloodline. It must be nothing special then. That is right. How could a 3-segment martial artist have a good bloodline? So it turns out he just let out a big fart earlier. Daiho is still just a dry clump of mud against the wall, while everyone is laughing. Daiho quietly walks out of the testing room looking very dejected. The young man mutters. Damn it. I was not detected by the scanner. But the infinite monster model system has been activated. The virtual system panel reappears in his mind, guiding him to upgrade the infinite monster model, which can complete tasks. Increase reputation to earn more draws for monster models. Currently, there are no draws available. The young man thinks to himself. Even though my model is of a different tier. What does that mean? Daiho chuckled softly, a smile full of meaning and unpredictability. Then his eyes sparkled with intense determination, mixed with a bit of overwhelming excitement as he looked at his hands. As long as he meets the requirements, he can draw an unlimited number of monster models. He continued to murmur. So does not that mean I will become the king of monsters? The next morning at Anthan High School, no. It was a beautiful sunny day. In the teacher's office, a rather strict-looking teacher was sipping a large cup of coffee, turning to look at the student standing in front of him with a scrutinizing gaze. What, you want to take a leave of absence to study at home until the university entrance exam? Right. Daiho stood tall, legs apart, fists clenched, clearly excited and determined. Sir, I really want to improve. I know I still lack a lot of knowledge, and without a special training plan, keeping up with everyone else is nearly impossible. The teacher looked at Daiho with a serious expression, his tone practical and somewhat warning. Daiho, you have to understand, if you want to become a true martial artist, the only path right now is to enter the martial arts university. I know you just awakened your bloodline, but your foundation is too weak. Almost non-existent. Getting into university this year is unrealistic. My sincere advice is to prepare yourself for retaking the exam next year. Do not rush things. Daiho stood there facing the teacher's skepticism and somewhat contradictory advice. Unable to suppress the determination inside him, he immediately employed his best sincere pleading technique, his eyes sparkling, filled with earnestness and fierce hope. Sir, the harder it gets, the more I need to improve quickly. Maybe you do not fully understand my potential yet. I have awakened a very powerful bloodline. Just give me a chance to train hard, and I will definitely succeed. Please look at my sincere eyes. I'm absolutely not lying. My somewhat exaggerated but sincere reaction made the teacher soften. The eyes really are very sincere. I can't bear to make it harder for you, all right? But remember, you have to come back next year to register for the exam prep with me. Daeho wandered alone on the bustling wide street of the city center, deep in thought as he walked. The house my parents left has been mortgaged, borrowing $600,000, plus over $1 million from the accident compensation. Now I have a decent amount of capital. To quickly strengthen my power, there are two main paths. One is to upgrade my martial artist level. The other is to increase compatibility for the Demon King Lapis. Remembering the information that just flashed on the system board, Daeho sank into thought, completely detached from the world around him. According to data from countless monster models, each initial sample only has a 1% basic compatibility. My Demon King Lapis starts at 3%. Where does that 2% difference come from? He wondered. There is only one reasonable explanation. The Demon King Lapis absorbed residual medicinal power from the Awakening Potion, adding an extra 2% compatibility. This discovery made Daeho awaken. This proves that the conventional gene drugs in this world can enhance the capabilities of our monster model. He thought to himself. Compared to training in martial arts step by step, the path of investing to upgrade compatibility seemed much more suitable for him. Finding a shortcut to quickly increase strength, Daeho could not help but feel excited. He needed to quickly buy new gene enhancement drugs. Entering the martial artist center, Daeho scanned his student Ed at the control gate. At that moment, a strange sensation washed over him. His eyes widened in shock. In his special line of sight, Daeho noticed that everyone around him was surrounded by a distinct aura of energy, clearly reflecting their awakened abilities. And most people here possessed a strong aura, a clear sign that they were martial artists with superior abilities. Unable to suppress his surprise, Daeho exclaimed, "Is this place full of martial artists who have awakened their bloodlines?" After awakening the Demon Slaughter model, Daeho discovered he had a special sensing ability. The life field of Demon Slaughter could greatly enhance the ability to sense the life signals of surrounding creatures. He could clearly feel the blood and energy surging within their bodies, even hearing the primal growls of the beasts lurking in the bloodlines of these martial artists. Immediately, a surge of intense excitement welled up in Daeho's chest. His eyes sparkled with a vibrant light. Warrior. Beast. I can't suppress this burning desire to fight. He chuckled softly, his voice a mix of confidence and madness. After all, the Mad Emperor Malap is the king of monsters in this world, a ruler born to conquer all beings on the planet. Unable to contain his emotions, Daeho almost wanted to shout. Unfortunately, I am still too weak right now. I can only temporarily let the Emperor Malap hold back a little. Wait until I grow up. I will show the whole world what a true monster king really is. Lost in ambitious plans for the future. A gentle hand suddenly patted Daeho's shoulder from behind. Hey kid. Do not sneak a peek at others like that. The little one. Daeho jumped and turned around. Realizing the misunderstanding, the young man awkwardly explained. Miss, I did not mean to. The older sister seemed quite relaxed, waving her hand. It is. You must have just awakened your beast bloodline and can't control your powers yet. Right. What brings you to the warrior center? Daeho replied immediately. I am here to buy jealousy medicine. But this place is too big. I can't find the counter. Hey beautiful. Can you help me with directions? The older sister seemed very enthusiastic. Buying jealousy medicine. You need it at this stage already. Daeho asked. Confused. Is there something special to note? It is nothing serious. It is just that the red earth gene medicine can easily cause drug resistance, and its effectiveness will decrease after each use. To achieve optimal results, warriors usually wait until their bloodline reaches its natural limit before starting to use the medicine. Aunt Ho still looked a bit confused and asked, How much does a bottle of jealousy medicine cost? The stylish girl held up 4 slender fingers and enthusiastically replied, At my current stage, I can only use the basic booster, which costs about 400,000. Hearing that amount, Aunt Ho felt like she wanted to die right there, her face suddenly looking incredibly wilted. All her savings would not even cover a year's worth. You shyly ask, Do you know anyone who could help me get a discount? After a moment of thought, the girl gently leaned down, pulled out a business card from her bag, and handed it to you. Although the gesture was very gentle, it made her chest jiggle. All right, take my business card. Hong Lo Losi pretended to be formal. Being referred by someone will get you a slight discount. Hearing this, Daether Hong felt overjoyed and immediately took the card, his eyes sparkling with happiness. You happily waved goodbye. Thank you so much. The older sister smiled back. No problem. See you later. Right after the conversation ended, Hong got straight to work. You were preparing to dive into a money-burning battle at the specialty shops for martial artists. At the checkout, the Jin pharmacy charged 1,050,000 ven. Then at the weapon store, another 250,000 ven was spent. Just like that, Hong was spending wildly without holding back. In no time, the sky had darkened. The scene shifted to Hong's apartment, where the young man was focused, putting all his energy into his work. Although the pain and discomfort spread throughout him, Ho gritted his teeth and endured, absorbing power from the expensive gene drugs. The notification system continuously reported the monster model's rampage compatibility from 3% to 4%, 4% to 7%, and physical synthesis from 8 to 10 to 15. After a long time suffering from the torment of the absorption process, Ho was almost exhausted. He stretched out his hand, drenched in sweat, murmuring softly, "The feeling of leveling up is amazing." Although the first few vials only helped increase physical stats by 2 points, the last vial only increased by 1 point. As time goes on, enhancing strength on this foundation will become increasingly difficult. The enhancement is tough, but it is fine. Just a few dozen minutes of training with the drugs is equivalent to 3 years of hard training. This is just ordinary physical strength. If I activate the bloodline further, I will have a chance to win the top spot in this year's college entrance exam. The young man, filled with determination, shouted loudly, starting his entry into the secret realm. The opening of the secret realm is divided into ranks from S, the highest and most dangerous, to E, the lowest and safest. The higher the level, the more powerful and ferocious the monsters inside. The monsters in this level secret realm are beings that humans currently cannot control. Once they invade the real world, it will be a disastrous extinction. Transitioning to secret realm number 3 and then level E, fully equipped with weapons and armor, Diacha steps into the entrance area of the level E secret realm. He observes his surroundings for a moment and mutters, "There are fewer people here than I expected." Perhaps it is because this secret realm has been explored for a long time. Most treasures have been taken, leaving only weak monsters for newbies like me to train on. The young man walks along the path and comes across a small registration booth. "Hello. I have reserved a ticket for secret realm number 3. The woman in charge of this job does not seem very interested, lazily handing over the paperwork to Dia. "Sign this death waiver. Here's your ticket." The spatial gate leading into the secret realm appears before Dia. A swirling energy vortex radiating an ancient and dangerous aura. Is this really the secret realm? This is my starting point to become the Monster King. Without hesitation, he takes a run up and dives straight into the spatial vortex, his mood full of anticipation and excitement. Here I come. As soon as he jumps into the crack of the secret realm, the familiar three-dimensional world instantly disappears. It feels like he just passed through another layer of space into a completely new world. Very quickly, Diva lands safely on the ground. As a natural reflex, he places his hands on the ground and kneels on one knee, the movement extremely practiced. From his current position in the secret realm, he can clearly see other celestial bodies hovering in the sky full of strange colors. The Thungland star, the V star, the Thai Kim star, all create a scene completely different from the sky of Earth. Dihao hurriedly adjusted his gear. He looked around in amazement. Although he had learned from books, nothing could compare to witnessing this scene firsthand. It was truly spectacular, and he could even see the starry sky. The young man remained oblivious, unaware that something was lurking behind him. It was a first-tier magical beast, the spider monster. The moment it bared its fangs, it charged violently toward Daiho. He immediately turned and grabbed it by the throat, putting an end to its sneaky behavior. "How foolish to think that I could not sense you." With that, he crushed it completely. In Diho's hand, there was only a small, sparkling crystal left. He examined the core, the magical nucleus of the spider monster, and found it to be of ordinary quality. Its market value was around 1,000 dong. He had earned 1,000 right at the start, showing that the efficiency was not bad. Common folks worked a whole year just to earn 3,000 to 4,000. Diho's mood became quite relaxed at this point. He held the crystal high to admire it, but collecting too many first-tier magical beast cores was pointless. It was best to focus on hunting second-tier or higher magical beasts. But just then, an unusual movement from underground startled him, and he turned around. A gigantic, soft-bodied monster emerged. It writhed like a mutated earthworm, its slimy body hundreds of times larger than Daiho. It was a second-tier magical beast, the love bug. The more he encounters new and powerful oddities, the more excited he feels. He quickly draws the dagger from his waist, a challenging smile creeping onto his lips. It is true that you get what you want, and it belongs to him. At a level secret realm, and then number 3, where Daiho is starting his journey to conquer it. Faced with the appearance of the second family's beloved beast, he remains unfazed. With one strong and precise slash, He creates a deep wound on the monster's body. The creature screams in pain, its greenish blood splattering like rain. In a defensive stance, Diho glances at the monster. Silently analyzing, he recalls what he had seen in the beast library. Compared to the sturdy armor on its back, the soft belly of this creature is obviously its most vulnerable spot. The monster, hit hard, begins to curl up like a giant wheel, then charges forward at a terrifying speed, aiming to crush Diho. In the face of this fierce counterattack, Diho remains calm. He raises both hands in front, channeling his energy, murmuring the martial arts incantation. Immediately, a powerful aura shoots from Diho's palms directly at the rushing second family's beloved beast. It opens its grotesque mouth, shooting out a series of large, sharp teeth, continuously spinning like flying saw blades. They rush towards Diho at breakneck speed, like a mobile guillotine. If caught by this attack, it is guaranteed to be sliced in half. The young man appears quite surprised. Can it even launch its teeth as an attack? After a twisted move that was nothing less than cumbersome, the freak tore his damn shirt. The guy was so mad he almost went crazy, roaring and cursing that damn mutant monster. Do you know how much this shirt costs? The freak kept a safe distance, quickly analyzing the situation. Facing the sea monster directly right now is quite a challenge. After all, without the support of the bloodline, no matter how strong your martial arts energy is, it will be hard for you to unleash your full power. It is also because the original host was so lazy that the martial arts foundation is too weak. Now I can only be a laughingstock. After that decision, the freak's eyes widened, and all the strength in his body was pushed to the limit, a powerful energy bursting forth. You shouted loudly. Frenzied surge. Demon bloodline activate. Immediately, your right arm transformed, covered by a tough layer of scales and sharp claws of the demon god. A second later, you charged with incredible speed, delivering multiple terrifying slashes across the monster's body. The green liquid from it splattered everywhere like rain. Indeed, you swiftly dealt with this second-tier monster. You turned around, wiped the sweat, and thought to yourself, after your physical stats skyrocketed to 21 points, you indeed had enough strength to handle this second-tier monster. You began to dispel the transformation state, needing to disperse the accumulated nuclear energy within your body. This feeling made you feel like a jet engine. Looking back at your weapon, the Thandone sword was quite damaged. You picked it up, annoyed, and said, "This new short sword has already been corroded by the monster's poison, costing 2.5 million. And the quality is so poor that it can't effectively deal with a second-tier beast. I have to go report the new store." My empty stomach keeps growling. I rub my belly and mumble. It is my first time hunting for beasts, and it is really exhausting. I am so hungry. I forgot to bring snacks. Suddenly, in the middle of my hunger, a strange, delicious smell wafts into my nose. I am drooling, sniffing with my big nose, trying to figure out where that delicious smell is coming from. At this moment, I realize the smell is coming from the magic core that just fell from the body of the second-tier beast. I pick up the magic core and hold it in front of me, mumbling that it is a magic core. The magic core of the beast seems to have a very enticing flavor. After thinking for a moment, I open my mouth wide and throw the green magic core straight into my mouth. Whatever. Let us give it a try. I swallow it down. As soon as the magic core hits my stomach, it immediately releases a brilliant energy, spreading throughout my body and having an effect. The system interface pops up with a notification, showing the compatibility of the monster model with the magic core at 7%, then 7.3%. Accordingly, a stronger aura radiates from me. I shine as if I have just swallowed a flashlight. I am stunned and say, "Increased. Did it increase the compatibility too?" A delighted expression immediately appears on my face. I grit my teeth, my eyes shining bright with excitement. Awesome. Spending hundreds of thousands on a gene serum only increases compatibility by 1%. But now, just by eating this green magic core, I have increased it by 0.3%. I only need 3 or 4 of these to equal 1 serum. This means the white magic core from the rabbit beast must have at least 1% compatibility as well. Thinking about this, Diho felt like crying out of emotion, tears streaming down his cheeks for the money lost. Oh, money. Sweet money. You quickly regained your composure, pointed at your forehead, and said, "Turn pain into motivation." Diho proclaimed boldly, "Diho, tonight we will hunt like crazy." In just a few minutes, an invisible yet powerful shockwave radiated from you, sweeping across a vast forest. Like a radar wave, you shouted to activate the life force field. By noon the next day, Diho finally left the E-level secret realm. His system reported the results for the mad energy crystal sample. 9% compatibility. Synthetic physique 15.8. Casually stepping out of the space gate, Diho reflected that after the compatibility increased to 9%, no matter how many white energy crystals he ate, he could not increase the compatibility further. Now he could only sell them for money. A little later, at the exchange counter before the secret realm gate, D-Ho poured out a pile of sparkling energy crystals, totaling 20 white energy crystals and 4 green energy crystals. The staff at the exchange counter was stunned by the amount. Are you serious? Clearly just a high school student. And you managed to collect this many energy crystals. Others in line behind were also impressed and a bit intimidated by Dai-Ho's haul. Dai-Ho stood at the counter and told the staff, according to government regulations, fighters must report a portion of their harvest. I received 1 green energy crystal and submitted 5 white energy crystals. He calculated in his head. So that is 200,000 yuan in hand now. The scene shifted to Inthan, at the D-level secret realm number 4, which was a desolate and ruined area. The center is an old building that has collapsed halfway. Right next to it is a crack in space much larger than an E-level secret realm, forming a terrifying blue energy vortex. The entrance to the secret realm is ahead. It is a beautiful sunny day, and nearby a shiny new convertible sports car is parked. A man in a blue shirt wearing sunglasses sat in the driver's seat and called out, Captain Lam. This time we have to complete the bounty mission to find the blood gem flower. Right. Lam ha. The second-tier martial artist replied. Last time when we went in to search, we also determined the basic location of the blood gem flower. But unfortunately, Old Tren got seriously injured by a beast, so he can't enter the secret realm with us this time. A woman in the team crossed her arms, looking concerned, and asked, so our team only has 5 people left. Following that, another man with a buzz cut spoke up. That is right. But according to the rules, a team must have at least 6 people to enter a D-level secret realm. Lama turned around and confidently replied, it is. I have already contacted the intermediary. They introduced a new expert to us. He pointed towards a figure slowly approaching, dressed somewhat sloppily, looking nothing like a master. No one. This young man was the freak fire. Everyone in the team seemed skeptical. One person spoke up and asked, you must be Dizia, the 9th Dan. Right. Dai-Ho, looking a bit awkward, was picking his nose and chuckling as he replied, that is right, but deep down, I think, since I am just a student and do not have the official qualifications to enter the level secret realm, I had to go to the black market, spend 100,000 to fake my identity and join the team. That is quite a cost. Bad luck follows me here too. Lama frowned slightly, looking a bit concerned at the alias Dai-Ho had chosen. Dizia. That name does not sound too good, Lana thought to himself. But Dai-Ho just shrugged, appearing helpless. Nothing can be done. Captain. Just read it as it is. With that, Dai-Ho seemed not to care much about the name anymore. Lana cleared his throat and spoke clearly. All right then. It is just a nickname anyway. With your current 9th level martial artist skills, you are not really qualified to enter this level secret realm. But our team has decided to give you a chance to observe and learn from experience. In return, you absolutely must not get in our way. Got it, Dai-Ho replied curtly. Indifferent. Whatever. He thought to himself. The responsibility of a team leader is to explain everything clearly and thoroughly before starting a mission. He seems quite reliable. Not like those who just panic when something happens. Everything has been arranged properly. Dai-Ho and the other team members quickly got into the all-terrain vehicle. Alright, this time we must find the blood jade flower. Shortly after, the whole team passed through the space gate and set foot on a strange planet. The ground appeared desolate and dry, with no green trees in sight. Captain Lam looked at the positioning device and announced, blood jade flower is located at the Oasis ahead. Be careful. There is a second-tier blood beast guarding it. Dai-Ho sat in the vehicle with his chin resting on his hand, staring dreamily out the window. Last time it was a tropical rainforest. Now it is a desert. These secret realms really connect to very different worlds. Just as the vehicle moved deeper in, a pack of hungry, wolf-like beasts with earthy fur suddenly charged out from both sides and chased after the vehicle. A team member sitting in the back was highly alert and immediately reported. Captain. It is a pack of earth rats. They are coming at us fast. Lamha remained calm and gave a decisive order. Hoduk, deal with them. Hoduk immediately sprang into action. He raised both hands to his chest. And in the blink of an eye, sharp short blades appeared on the back of his hands. Hoduk swung his hand powerfully backward. The energy-infused daggers flew like lightning, piercing straight into the heads of the earth rats, causing them to explode instantly. The energy erupted upon impact, shattering the heads of the rats, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Their painful screams echoed across the desolate desert. But the vehicle carrying the team continued to speed forward without slowing down. Hoduk sat back, retracting his hands, with no change in expression. The brief report was concluded. Dai-Ho glanced at his teammate, silently assessing channeling his energy into the darts, turning them into mini bombs upon impact. Quick. Precise. This skill is indeed formidable. The vehicle continued its journey, traveling a bit further, when signs of a lush green forest began to appear in the distance. Completely different from the desert they had just passed. The sky on this planet was strange, with many other planets clearly visible floating in the sky. Unlike the sky on Earth, when they determined they were close to the target, the whole team decided to stop the vehicle. Everyone quickly got out, weapons at the ready to step into the danger zone. Daiho trailed behind, still looking a bit indifferent. Feeling tired from the journey, you curiously asked the team leader, "Why do not we just drive in?" Lamha led the way, explaining as he walked. "There is still a bit further to the Oasis. Because the monsters in the Oasis are extremely sensitive to sound. The engine noise of the vehicle would easily attract their attention. We will walk while assigning specific tasks. Xiaoha. Later you will use the scent bomb to lure the monster out of its hiding spot. Xiaovu and Hoduk set up traps. Old Liu X would be in charge of keeping it pinned down, while I would handle the main assault. And you? Just observe from the outside. The task was too easy. Daiho opened its beak and responded aimlessly. Okay. After the battle plan was clearly assigned, the Daiho group fired a special signal flare into the sky. Boom. 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 The sound echoed throughout the area, followed by a rapidly spreading white smoke, carrying a special active ingredient. It was a bomb containing a pheromone of a high-level monster engineered to stimulate other monsters, making them think their territory was being invaded and to chase after the aggressor. The effect was almost instantaneous as the ground trembled slightly, and a second-tier earth dragon beast appeared. Its body resembled that of a dinosaur but was covered in scales capable of storing electricity. It sprang up, a massive and powerful figure, its mouth wide open and dripping with saliva, roaring as if to tear apart any creature daring to come close. It is. Everyone be careful, Little Ha warned. Meanwhile, at another location, where the anomaly team had just exterminated a group of earth rats, several throwing knives remained embedded in the sandy ground. From a distance, a tall figure in a black cloak that covered its face quietly approached. On the arm of this stranger were two long scars crossing each other. Looking quite menacing, he bent down to pick up a bloody dagger belonging to Hoduk. As the strange figure gradually emerged from the cloud of dust, an old man with a bald head and sunglasses appeared. Looking quite cool but exuding an unusual demeanor, the old man extended his long tongue to lick the dagger he had just picked up in a twisted manner, his eyes filled with murderous intent and a frenzied thirst for blood. Laughing savagely, back to the battle. The earth dragon that had just appeared sensed the danger. The giant beast was demonstrating its frenzied power when Lamha struck before it could do anything else. He charged like an arrow, the sword in his hand arsing coldly. With just one strike, the beast's head flew off its neck and plopped down on the ground. The corpse of the giant monster crashed down, blue blood gushing out. Immediately, Little Ha, the only girl in the quick response team, ran over to report, "Captain Lam, the back has been handled, and we finally succeeded." In front of the massive fallen body, Lana Oifeng slung his sword over his shoulder, a confident smirk on his face. "Great. Now let us go find the blood jade fruit." But just then, Dinko suddenly charged in. From behind him, a sharp claw rushed through the air like a ghost. A horrifying scream echoed, and Lama turned around instinctively, just in time for a shadow to dash towards him like lightning. Daiho appeared out of nowhere, right above the captain. Before anyone could understand what he was planning, boom, a thunderous punch fell down, accompanied by a terrifying surge of spiritual energy like rolling thunder, shaking the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Lama stood there unharmed, but his face had turned pale from shock. He looked back at Daiho, unable to believe his eyes. Wasn't he just a low-level martial artist? Yet he had the strength to knock back a second-tier beast. Xiaoho was also wide-eyed in astonishment. That punch was incredibly powerful. Immediately, Daiho became the center of attention, with teammates murmuring non-stop, their eyes filled with disbelief. "That punch of yours, Chu Lance, was really something. It took down a second-tier beast." At this moment, Daiho simply brushed his hands off and replied coolly, "No big deal." Captain Lamha approached, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. "Thank you for saving me. From this moment on, you are officially a member of our team." A moment later, Lamha found what they had been waiting for, a small dark red fruit shaped like a heart. He raised it up and cheered. "Found it. It is the blood jade fruit." Tu Vu curiously poked at it. "This time, we even got the essence of the earth dragon. The haul is quite good." Tiuha looked at the bright red fruit and quietly wondered, is this round red thing really that valuable? Daiho stepped back, thinking to himself that it seemed to be the prized name of the saintess fruit. Lamha explained clearly, "Of course. This can greatly increase compatibility with the martial arts template." Although this time was a bit surprising, we still successfully defeated the earth dragon and obtained the blood jade fruit. Just as Lama finished speaking, a dry crackling sound echoed that Hoduck, who always stayed silent and followed Lam hat, suddenly pulled out a knife and delivered a fatal stab from behind. He wore a smug smile, his voice brimming with satisfaction. Hee. It is not that simple. Captain Lam. The unexpected scene left the whole team stunned for a few seconds. Captain Lam. What is going on? Immediately, Lana turned his head back and used his hands to resist. Hoduck. What the hell are you doing? Hoduck had prepared in advance, quickly dodging and stepping back a few paces. Just then, a strange figure stepped out from behind. It was the old man who had picked up the dagger earlier. He grinned sinisterly. What am I doing? Can't you see? Of course. I am doing something that can earn a lot of money. As soon as they saw the newcomer, they were shocked. Hu Bang. What are you doing here? Xiao Wu clenched his fists, his face flushed with anger, his eyes burning with rage at the two traitors. Di Ho tilted his head and asked softly, do you all know this bald guy? Xiao Wu spat out each word, his gaze intense. Hu Bang. He is a notorious thief, known for lurking around and stealing the spoils that other martial artists worked hard to find in the secret realm. Damn it. So he had already targeted us. Captain Lama could barely stand, holding his bleeding wound, shouting while gasping for breath, the blade is poisoned. Hoduck. You traitor. How did you know we would come here? The precise location of the blood jade was only confirmed after we entered the secret realm. Daiho quietly observed the whole situation, piecing together the clues in his mind. The image from when they first entered the secret realm suddenly flooded back when Hoduck dealt with the ground rats using throwing darts. Suddenly understanding, he murmured to himself. He must have deliberately thrown the darts far away to signal his accomplices. At this point, Hoduck did not even need to pretend anymore. He completely changed his face, gripping the dagger tightly, his expression fierce like a demon. Haha. You are actually quite smart. Aren't you just a regular student? You must be about to take college entrance exams. Right, instead of studying at home. You want to sneak in here to meet the black and white impermanents. Ani Hong tilted her head, speaking calmly. That is right. The college entrance exams are coming up, and I am waiting to claim the top spot. Hearing this, Hoduck shouted angrily like a madman, throwing the dagger fiercely towards Daiho. Daiho gently raised two fingers, tightly pinching the blade in midair, the motion so quick and precise that no one had time to blink, his eyes sharp like a sword. The one barking nonsense in front of me is the delusional fool, not wanting to miss the opportunity. Daiho clenched his fist tightly, his energy surging like a furious flame enveloping his arm, his face growing cold and eerie. It is disgusting. Time to clean up the trash. Seeing this, the bald guy, Hao Qi Bing, could not sit still. He ground his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, and roared in anger. You are quite interesting. If Edie's aches, I want his head. Receiving the order, Zieke wasted no time, pouring all his energy into unleashing his most vicious technique. Countless daggers shot out like a rain of metal, dense and fast, making it seem impossible to escape. The entire area around Daiho was covered by sharp blades. In the face of the thick rain of daggers pouring down from the traitor, Daiho merely bent down slightly. Immediately, an invisible energy shield appeared, enveloping him. Each dagger that struck was shattered upon contact with the barrier. Daiho strained himself and shouted loudly. When the rain ended, the protective barrier around him also vanished. Avache had disappeared, and someone shouted a warning from above to be careful. Right then, Daiho raised two fingers and pointed directly at his forehead. A strong wave of energy radiated out, and his eyes suddenly shone with an odd brightness. He murmured, just in time to test the skill he had just grasped. Just a moment later, Daiho raised his hand high and pointed it straight at the chest of Hoduck, who was charging forward, activating the Earth Heart energy. Hoduck took the fatal blow. Lama stood watching, frozen in shock. One move, and he had already eliminated Hoduck. Is he really just a high school martial arts student? Daiho lightly blew on his fingertips after striking, mimicking a shooting motion. Behind him, Hoduck fell heavily to the sandy ground, face down, with no signs of life. In the distance, Hoke Bang stood frozen, his expression filled with bewilderment and fear, though he still tried to maintain a tough demeanor. Gen Thuit, you are a descendant of this great clan. Daiho stood tall, hands in his pockets, exuding an undeniable coolness. Clan. I am a member of the Demalap clan. Do you want to kneel and beg for mercy? Right behind him, a hazy illusion of a giant beast appeared majestically and then vanished. Hearing that sarcastic remark, Hoke Bang's face turned purple with rage, and he screamed in fury, unleashing all his strength. Good. Even if you have the Gen technique, it can't make up for the gap in our martial realms. Immediately, Hoke Bang's body began to transform, a roar echoing like thunder. His muscles bulged and rippled, fur sprouting everywhere, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a gigantic, fierce black bear. Behind him was the true form of the bear, its mouth wide open full of sharp teeth, no holding back. Hu Bang, in his giant bear form, charged straight at the freak, activating the mountain climbing technique. The freak remained relaxed, first launching an attack at the old man's lower body. Right after that, he unleashed a familiar finger-pointing move, shooting a stream of spiritual energy from below, aimed straight at the legs. My leg! Hu Bang screamed in pain. Realizing he could not defeat the freak that way, he changed tactics. Crouching low to the ground, using his giant bare hands to swipe horizontally, trying to catch his opponent. But the freak quickly jumped up into the air. Dodging neatly, not to be outdone, Hu Bang jumped up after him, determined not to let his prey escape. Truly, a second-tier martial artist is something else. Even though the strange fire launched a powerful attack with atomic breath, you still have to admit that it was not enough to completely melt that giant ankle. Those huge hands lunged towards you. Just inches away, the murderous intent in Hawk Bang's eyes surged, clearly showing his intention to crush his opponent without mercy. A loud bang echoed as his bear-like hands slammed together, creating a shockwave that sent debris flying. But he missed. At that moment, the strange fire had vanished from its previous position. You did not just dodge. You also took that moment to shift behind Hawk Bang, your hands charged with spiritual energy, ready to strike. Are you done? Now it is my turn. The strange fire tightened its fist, its whole body radiating with momentum, the spiritual energy blazing like fire enveloping it. As the energy peaked, the strange fire no longer hesitated and immediately attacked. Hawk Bang's massive form, after being hit, had reverted back to a human shape, covered in burn marks and bruises. The hands of the strange fire were still gently steaming. Those who once looked down on you could only stare in shock now. No one expected that the weak high school student they once thought possessed such terrifying power. Too strong. Yet Hawk Bang still did not know fear. Battered and bruised, his body full of injuries, he stubbornly got back up, his voice filled with resentment. You dare to bring poison into the jealousy technique. Truly despicable. A vile martial artist like you will definitely be punished. Curse you. Clearly, he misunderstood the nature of the strange fire's power, and that curse was the last straw. His eyes widened, the bright red light flashing in his pupils. He clenched his fists, his low voice chilling to the bone. There are many who want to curse me. What do you amount to? At the Inthan Central Sports Stadium, where the largest university admission festival of the year is taking place. To welcome this event, the government has mobilized an entire fleet of aircraft to display banners everywhere, flags fluttering in the sky. A passionate voice comes from the loudspeakers. Welcome everyone to the annual high-level fighter selection. I just want to say one thing. Wishing you all great success in martial arts. The one holding the mic is a handsome male mess, looking sharp in front of the live camera. Behind him, the stands are packed with people, the enthusiastic atmosphere spreading throughout the stadium. This year, the competition will use a direct combat format in the ring. Contestants will be randomly paired, competing in knockout rounds. Win and move on. Lose and be eliminated. The competition will last for 3 days. The first 2 days are the preliminary rounds. Each contestant must pass 3 tough matches. Those who remain will enter the decisive 3rd day, competing for the sole top position. You carry the future of humanity on your shoulders, for yourselves and for mankind. Showcase your strength to the best of your ability. I declare the university competition of Inthan officially begins. As the powerful declaration ended, the entire stadium erupted. The 4 rings echoed with the sounds of clash and roar. In the front rings, the female contestants are not at all inferior to their male counterparts, making the atmosphere even more intense. However, an unexpected turn of events caused thousands of eyes to focus on arena number 6. Arena number 6. It seems something happened. The host looked at the screen in confusion. Quickly checking. Let me take a look. The contestants V Ang Vang and Dia, both from Inthan High School number 1. But currently only V Kazung Vang is on stage. On the stage, Vinghu Vang proudly looked on, and upon seeing Dia Xiao not appearing, she immediately broke into a disdainful smile. To make me lose face at such a major recruitment event that really destroys all dignity. Below the stands, murmurs began to rise more and more sharply. She is probably too scared and is hiding at home, too afraid to show her face. Ha! If she is that cowardly, why even bother going to school and wasting food? Someone like her is not even worthy of going to high school. She should just go clean up the streets instead. The waiting time was running out. And finally, the referee blew the whistle loud and clear to announce Contestant Duvia, Inthan High School number 1. Before finishing the sentence, everyone looked up at the sky, as a blinding light tore through the space, followed by swirling black smoke, crashing down into arena number 6 like a meteor. What is that? Is it a thing? Or perhaps a person? Only when the light got closer did they realize it was the strange fire. After a loud boom, A massive surge of spiritual energy slammed down right in front of Vong Dong Dong, causing her to stagger, straining to stay grounded. As the dust from the terrifying landing began to clear, Vong Dong Dong raised her head, her eyes blurry and unable to clearly see what was in front of her. She mumbled, her voice trembling. What the hell is Lamb doing? But before she could collect herself, a shadow rushed towards her at a terrifying speed, and in just a thousandth of a second, the foot of the strange fire slammed down close to the ground, sending her flying backward like a puppet with its strings cut, crashing onto the arena floor. He raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sun, squinting at the opponent he had just kicked away, breathing a sigh of relief and muttering, "Phew, that was close. Almost had to wait until next year." Meanwhile, for Vong Dong Dong, just a minute ago feeling triumphant, now lay collapsed on the arena floor, her entire body in pain, unable to move even a finger. The referee's voice echoed through the loudspeaker, hesitating as if unable to believe the result. The contestant with the strange fire wins. Daiho clicked her tongue, showing slight disappointment. Is that it? I have not even warmed up yet. Was it that easy? The audience's reaction erupted, cheering and applauding endlessly. Oh my. This strange fire contestant is incredibly strong. One kick took down the opponent right away. That is so badass. The way he landed in the ring is so cool. Could this be the legendary kick technique that fell from the sky? Right at this moment, the familiar system appeared in the mind of the strange fire. Announcing, host of the strange fire, overall physique 255, model of the Mad Beast Malap, compatibility 20%. His expression became mischievous, smirking, thinking, Captain Lamb, consider this a thank you for the bloodstone fruit. Thanks to it, my physique has significantly improved, even though it took some time to absorb. Alright, next, there will be a great show for you all to see. A moment later, the rankings for the next matches were announced. The next opponent of the strange fire is someone named Long Theo. The announcement echoed again. The next match. Anthan High School number 4. Long Theo faces Anthan High School number 1. The strange fire. The result was as expected. With just one powerful kick, the strange fire caused Long Theo, who was much taller and stronger, to spit blood on the spot and collapse onto the ring. The announcement echoed again in the familiar tone. The strange fire wins. Each time the strange fire won, the audience below erupted in excitement. The cheers of Vu echoed throughout the stadium. Strange fire. Strange fire. Just one kick each match. Extremely decisive and powerful. This is simply the super kick champion. So awesome. Daiho clenched his fists, feeling the strength surging within his body. The announcement finally rang out with the official proclamation. Congratulations to the students of Anthan High School No. Daiho. They won all 3 qualifying matches excellently and officially move on to the next round. After 3 consecutive fast-paced rounds, Daiho entered the resting area and was immediately surrounded by a crowd of enthusiastic fans. His top-notch fighting style attracted a lot of attention, and a flurry of invitations rang out. Duh. Are you interested in learning a bit about our Dongsun University? We have many great offers. Daiho. Add me on Facebook. Okay. Even though we are just a private university, we have plenty of scholarships and grants available. Take a look at this. Daiho. Our university really needs strong talents like you. Daiho. Have you thought about which university you want to apply to? Even though there are many enticing offers waiting, Daiho seems to have made his own decision. He glanced around, his determined gaze stopping amidst the crowd. His voice rang out clearly. This is going to be interesting. Your favorite university. Sorry, but my goal is to get into Hodu University. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere shifted immediately. Those who were previously warm now turned 180 degrees. Their gazes becoming cold. They began to throw out sarcastic remarks. You are already boasting like this just by reaching the regional finals. When you get eliminated and your dreams shatter, do not come begging us. Daiho. If you fail the Hodu exam, remember to reach out to me. There will always be a spot for you. The sudden shift surprised Daiho, leaving him a bit taken aback. You muttered. No way. You guys do not trust me that much. But Daiho could not blame them. Hodu University, the prestigious martial arts school of a country, was truly a holy place for all young martial artists. Yet, at this moment, a strange smile appeared on Daiho's face. He thought to himself, in a second-tier city like Anthan, only those at the top of the exam would be qualified to dream of getting into Hodu. But anyway, in this world of martial artists, strength is the truth. Just wait. Once I win first place, then you will see what you have to say. Just as he broke free from the crowd of admissions, Daiho encountered 2 serious-looking men in black suits blocking his way. One of them presented an official badge, his tone both formal and pressuring. Classmate Daiho, please cooperate with us. We need to verify your martial artist level. Daiho shrugged, not overly concerned. and handed his student id to the bald man for inspection. The man looked at the information on the ed and exclaimed in shock. Martial artist level 9. How is that possible? Classmate Aho. Your record says just half a month ago, you were still a level 3 martial artist. Diho leaned on the bald man's shoulder, squinting, looking displeased. Can I progress that quickly in just a few months? Are you implying that I am cheating? The bald guy continued to ask without hesitation. After checking the schedule, we found out that you often go to the level secret realm. Why would you go to such a dangerous place right before this important exam? Faced with such a difficult question, Diho unexpectedly took on the role of a top Hollywood actor. He displayed a pained expression, distant eyes, and a somber yet resilient voice. Gentlemen, please let me gather my emotions for a moment. Before my father passed away, he told me that to surpass human limits, one must stop being human. Therefore, I have never stopped fighting, and training myself in the most brutal secret realms. During a life and death battle, I unexpectedly broke the seal of jealousy hidden within my body. It sounds hard to believe, but it is the truth. Hearing Diho express it that way, the two inspectors stood dumbfounded, pale, cold sweat pouring out, stuttering in disbelief. What? You said you broke the jealousy seal? The two of them immediately retracted their serious demeanor, hurriedly turning to leave, murmuring, no way. This is too ridiculous. We need to report this to our superiors. Diho stood there, watching their retreating figures, gritting his teeth, feeling a surge of discomfort rising within. I never expected that I would inadvertently become the target of everyone's attention. It is truly annoying. I opened my phone, aimlessly scrolling through social media. But all the news was filled with clips of families sending their wishes to their children participating in the exam. Come on, daughter. Just do your best. Old Ving. Wait for you to return from the top tier, and we will throw a grand party. Dithavo leaned back in the chair in the lounge, feeling a bit moved and envious. You mumbled to yourself. And there were even direct interviews with the parents, relatives, and friends of the contestants. Your gaze lingered for a moment, and your expression showed a hint of loneliness. Dithro pressed his lips together, feeling like no one was cheering for him. He saw himself as a poor orphan caught in the chaos of life. However, he was unaware that in a hidden corner, someone was quietly watching him from afar, their eyes filled with hope and silent encouragement. Keep going. Dithaha. Keep going. It was the homeroom teacher who had agreed to let a Diahache study at home. After a brief pause, the announcement speaker rang out again, signaling that it was Dithaha's turn to continue his journey of conquest. In the first round of the knockout competition, please welcome the contestant from Anthun High School No. Dithahata. This time, he had to face a famous student from Lahaivan High School No. 3. As soon as Lahaivan appeared, he immediately drew all eyes and whispers from the audience. That is Lahaivan. I heard he is the top student from school number 3. Lahaivan is a peak level 8th grade martial artist. No joke, I heard he even awakened a very rare 2nd level beast bloodline. Both of his parents are famous martial artists. His opponent is definitely in for some bad luck. Amid the crowd's cheers and his opponent's arrogant expression, Difaha remained indifferent. He casually scratched his neck, and then said something that left Lahoyan stunned. You go first. This challenge is filled with disdain, like a hard slap to Lahoyan's face, leaving him feeling deeply humiliated. Lahoyan clenches his teeth, his voice low, a killing intent radiating around him. You do not know who I am. Faced with that furious atmosphere, Daiho just shrugged, responding with a calmness that was almost provocative. Whether you know or not does not affect the outcome of the match. Lahoyan completely lost control, roaring in anger, his energy erupting violently as if it would explode, causing the arena to shake under the tremendous pressure. Ha! You are not wrong, but in the end, I am the one who will win. As soon as he finished speaking, he concentrated all his strength into his right arm, his fist tightening, emitting a fierce energy light like a raging beast. Lahoyan screamed and charged straight ahead. Hope your luck is decent. At least not dying right here. In that moment, he activated his rare bloodline ability. His right arm transformed completely, becoming a massive black beast's arm, covered in scales as hard as steel and sharp claws. In an instant, that terrifying arm lunged straight at Daiho's face. An attack meant to end the match immediately. But Daiho showed no fear. Not even a hint of hesitation. You gently raised your hand, using your own hand to grasp the attacking beast's hand. Daiho growled. Just enough for the two of you to hear. The momentum is not bad, but it is still far from that old man Hawk Bang. With just a simple handshake, you made Lahoyan's face go pale with pain. Cold sweat poured out. He trembled as if facing a real monster. My hand. He could only stutter out in horror. His voice trembling, Daiho seized the opportunity, raised his other arm high, took a run up, and struck down like a hammer. A tremendous force accompanied by a bright surge of energy crashed down, slamming Lahoyan hard onto the arena floor, causing the ground around him to crack like a spider's web. Daiho stood there with a cold, sinister, and arrogant smile, showing no sign of being a contestant at all. Just like that, the referee announced, and then number 1. Daiho. The buzz grew louder, and the spotlight was entirely on Daiho. With just one move, he had defeated the seed player Lahoyan. Lahoyan's momentum was quite strong, yet now he is lying on the ground. The strength is on a different level from the other contestants. The gap is truly immense. Daiho remains nonchalantly picking his ear as if nothing happened. The girls were all flustered. So handsome. Oh my, I want to have your baby. The stands erupted with excitement. Even though he used his hands this time, it still only took one move. Too strong. He truly lives up to being extraordinary. Daiho. I am starting to like you. Daiho can definitely make it to the finals. One after another, the injured contestants were taken off the arena in a state of disarray. If not unconscious, in a secluded corner of the competition arena, a student quietly observes, his gaze focused, as if he has realized something. He murmurs with doubt, but also a hint of respect. Is it Daiho? No wonder I value him. I am sure I will beat him in the finals. Right in the special monitoring room of the Great Flower Capital Admissions Committee, the emergence of Daiho immediately caught the attention of many important figures. A powerful man points to the large screen, his sharp voice ringing out, in half an hour, I want his entire file. Immediately, the subordinates respond in unison, acting without hesitation. At the same time, in another arena, the atmosphere heats up by the minute. The MC excitedly shouts into the microphone. The second match of the promotion round is about to begin. The center of attention in the stands is two beautiful girls who stand out so much that the entire arena buzzes. Damn. The battle between two genius beauties. I have to keep my eyes wide open to watch carefully. One of them is a girl with long wavy hair and a trendy short skirt. The queen of high school number 2. Her ruby red lips curve disdainfully as she points directly at her opponent. Miss Liu. I really hate your robot-like expression. Opposite her is the aloof flower. Liu Than Truck from high school number 1. Contrary to the provocation, she remains coldly silent. Her eyes as still as a frozen lake. The crowd below the stands is buzzing with excitement. I love watching beautiful women fight. It makes me drool. The perverts quiet down as the referee's whistle blows decisively, signaling the start of the match. It is Than Truck's silence that only fuels Thigolein's rage. Without hesitating for another second, she immediately rushed in and delivered a kick like a storm. All right. Let us see if you can keep that look on your face when I pin you to the ground. Than Truck did not let herself be pressured. She calmly raised her hand, channeling energy into a shimmering circle of power that appeared before her. She shouted the secret technique of the family, invoking the mystical force. The circle of energy swirled, shooting out to counter the legs of the attacking girl, the blinding light completely suppressing the force of the attack, even though the girl continued to jump high, attacking with both hands and feet. Than Truck calmly countered. As the battle reached its peak in the air, the attacking girl's eyes flared with killing intent, roaring in anger, urging herself to be serious. However, it was clear that the attacking girl's strikes were not as effective as usual. As soon as her hand made contact with Than Truck's chest, her entire arm was immediately trapped in the circle of energy, suddenly being controlled. The girl panicked, her face turning pale. Internally screaming, I am caught in a trap. I can't pull my hand out of this wave of energy. She completely lost her initiative. This was the golden opportunity to finish her off. Than Truck did not say another word, focusing all her energy into a punch that erupted with brilliant light. The fight between the two young women not only left the audience breathless but also made the host unable to contain their excitement. Hohen Hongvo, a university entrance exam contestant, is well versed in Hohen Hongvokai. With such talent, there is no need to prove it through exams anymore. They could directly qualify for Ho-Do, but Theolin would not let herself be overshadowed. She immediately summoned her beast form, and behind her appeared the true form of a ferocious tiger. Roaring wildly, her body completely transformed, with sharp fangs and claws, her aura fierce like a wild beast preparing to hunt. This girl has tamed a royal-level bloodline, the third-grade Kinnin tiger. Before he finished speaking, the surroundings began to buzz. A royal-level bloodline is already hard to control, especially one as wild as the Kinnin tiger. This made the strength of that girl suddenly a big question mark that no one dared to underestimate. In the arena, while still having the upper hand, Theolin did not hesitate to provoke her opponent. Show me your Sa bloodline. But instead of responding assertively, Than Truck only let out a light response. This is enough. That response was like the last drop that caused Theolin to explode with anger. Is this enough? Dare to speak to me like that? Do you think there is anyone under the martial artists who can rival me? The arena suddenly turned into a fierce battlefield. Theolin threw a punch at her opponent's face, but Than Truck easily dodged it. Before stopping, Tithigolin used both her back legs to charge, her sharp claws empowered by spiritual energy sweeping straight into her opponent's lower body. But at that moment, Lu Thentrek raised her hand to her forehead, her eyes shining brightly as she shouted loudly. Anenga Nekisach pointed with a finger, and a circle of spiritual energy surrounded Teet Thigu Lin's sharp claws. The MC shouted into the microphone with excitement mixed with tension. The martial energy of Lu Thentrek and Tebet Thigu Lin clashed violently, and the arena was engulfed in a cloud of dust. Who will ultimately stand firm here? The audience below sat restlessly, all tense, their eyes glued to the thick smoke. As the dust cleared, the first figure to appear was Ta Thigu Lin. She stood there, her hair blowing wildly, her face looking tough but somewhat wary. The MC excitedly shouted, "It is Tucker Thigu Lin. She is still standing in the arena." But right after that, his voice lowered. "Wait." Thigu Lin shows signs of distress. Her eyes rolled back, her complexion pale, and she collapsed like a broken doll onto the floor. The only one still standing tall was Lu Thentrek. The MC was stunned as Tafa Thigu Lin fell exhausted. Lu Thentrek stood firm, and with just her martial skills, she could defeat Tep Thigu Lin, both being 9th-level practitioners but with awakened royal bloodlines. Truly too strong. No wonder she is a once-in-a-millennium genius. The loudspeaker announced clearly, "Lu Thentrek wins." On the online forum below, a flurry of comments erupted. "The goddess Liu is so strong. What an idol. I declare her the champion of Anthun. Who opposes her being the champion? Do they even know what her bloodline is? The 4th rank. Min. Is that the 4th rank? Bloodline. What kind of monster is this? Even ordinary martial artists can't defeat her." Next, the draw for the quarterfinals will take place. The speaker echoes, "Dai Ho, representing Chang'an, is called." He steps forward, calm and unhurried, places his hand on the box, and pulls out a ball with a letter engraved on it. He holds the ball up to his eyes, raises an eyebrow, and says, just as he finishes, another student approaches with a friendly smile. "Looks like we will be facing each other." The tall guy smiles and introduces himself, seeming natural as if they have known each other for a long time. "I am Then Quan. Changfeng Private School." Di Ho replies briefly, "Dai Ho." "And Chang." Then Quan points to the arena and speaks excitedly, "We are the second match. Let us watch them go first." The speaker announces the start of the quarterfinals. Lak Tuk from Changfeng Private School faces So Chu from Inchang. On the big screen is Lak Tuk, exuding a fierce aura, with spiritual energy swirling like flowing water, gripping his sword tightly. Then Quan watches and says, "Lak Tuk is very strong. He is a repeat student, focusing on the Hodu tournament this year, mastering the Bloodline Awakening. But against So Chu, he is still helpless." Di Ho listened, unable to hide his surprise. "So Chiu." His gaze turns to the screen, examining that familiar face, and then Quan glances over and smiles. "Yeah. How could you not know about trying?" Just then, Lo announced the results of Anthun High School No. 1. In the coach's area, the principal of Thanfeng Private School grit his teeth in anger. His hands clenched as if he wanted to smash the arm of the chair. "Damn. Losing right from the start." Aunt Ho turned to ask her new friend, "How does he compare to you?" Thin Quan was not in a hurry to answer. He chuckled, scratching his head, then said with a bit of shyness but full of confidence, "Compared to me? Haha. I am the president of the martial arts club in 12th grade at Thanfeng. In terms of combat power, those two teammates can't beat me combined." He glanced lightly at Di Tha Ho. "I think you are the strongest opponent in this competition. Since I was little, I have had a sharp intuition. I can feel Di Ho like a dormant volcano, hiding great power within." Right after that, Thin Quan smiled comfortably. "It is our turn now," Lo announced. The 8 strongest contestants in the second round of the tournament. Thin Quan from Thanfeng Private School facing Diaf Ho from Anthun 1. At this moment, the speaker system of the arena echoed, announcing that the quarterfinals of the Anthun University exam were entering a thrilling phase. The battle between the two outstanding candidates, Thin Quan and Di Ho, each clash between the two released a terrifying energy field that made the audience below raise their hands to shield themselves against the pressure from the fighting energy spilling out. The MC could not hide his excitement. This is clearly a battle between two evenly matched opponents. In the eye of the energy storm, Thin Quan tightened his fists, his cold gaze following every movement of his opponent. Just a moment glancing at the blood droplets flying in the air, he immediately noticed the nosebleed. A characteristic expression of bloodline ability. He is activating something very dangerous. Quan let out a hiss, his dark face radiating murderous intent. Staring intently at Dai Ho and said, "It is really strange. You can directly attack the core." As for Dio, he maintained a defensive posture. Calmly observing, he silently thought about the opponent. The martial energy could create a barrier, capable of blocking even radiation. This martial art is truly miraculous. Despite facing an overwhelming force, Dio still smiled enthusiastically, his eyes shining brightly, not giving the opponent any time to calculate. Quan unleashed his aura, the power radiating so strongly that the ground trembled from his sturdy hands. A stream of energy erupted, taking the form of a massive fire snake, its mouth spewing out a fierce toxic gas. Let me show you the ancestral martial arts of the Shen family. With that, he shouted the technique of shape and intent, launching 2 punches that blazed like shooting stars. Charging straight at Daiho, Daiho could not hide his surprise. Was too fast. This was beyond last year's calculations. In that moment, he could not dodge and took the hit. The loudspeaker immediately blared amidst the chaos. Powerful indeed. Daiho, the superhuman, was hit for the first time. Now he took a punch and coughed up blood on the spot, his face pale, coughing up blood. That shows how formidable Shen Quan's shape and intent boxing is. Although he had just taken a heavy hit, Daiho still did not fall. He braced himself on the floor, struggling to stand up, his legs slipping on the ground to maintain his stance. Shen Quan had no intention of stopping. He continued to charge like a beast, his eyes blazing with light and fists filled with spiritual power. Where do you think you are running? The shout echoed through the arena. Behind Shen Quan was the image of a giant black bear, radiating fierce killing intent. His body was stronger than ever. Each step he took cracked the floor. Daiho is once again forced into a defensive position. In that moment, he has to muster all his strength to hold on, buying time to find an opportunity to counterattack. Not only is he strong physically, but his body also merges with martial energy, causing double damage. The opponents before were all mediocre. None were strong enough to this extent, and could even absorb the blows. Just as that thought crossed his mind, the opponent closed in from behind. He guessed half right. I did not just inject martial energy into my body, but also locked away your martial energy, preventing you from using your skills. With that, a powerful punch struck Daiho's chest, sending him crashing against the wall. The battle was slowly turning into a nightmare for him. Each blow from the opponent carried destructive power, as if a pack of wild beasts was attacking him at once. Before Daiho could even touch the ground, the opponent transformed once again into a brutal whirlwind, roaring with the might of a tiger, a move like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. The opponent dashed forward, delivering a knockout punch aimed to end everything. Blood sprayed like a mist in the air. The heavy attack caused Daiho to cough up blood on the spot. But the opponent did not stop. A frenzied satisfaction ignited in his eyes. From above, he spread his arms wide like an eagle spreading its wings, his whole body radiating a dangerous aura. Daiho, you can't defeat me. He barely had time to raise his hands to block the blow. The space shook as a massive pillar of spiritual energy crashed down like thunder. As the dust settled, the figure of the opponent emerged, arms crossed over his chest, smiling as if victory was already in his grasp. Huh. Too good. The loudspeaker blared, and the opponent unleashed a series of blows that Daiho could not withstand. The medical staff is ready to enter the field, but a deep, dull sound emerges from the opening smoke. The observer's eyes widen as something is detected. Something is moving, and then he stepped back. Mouth agape, dark energy surging, a massive wave of power erupting from where the monster lay. Intense, a gloomy, and threatening. From the mist, a monstrous foot emerged, sharp and solid as metal. Daiho, you have completely transformed. Armor like scales covering your body, eyes shining brightly like a true beast. You stare directly at the observer. Calm yet overwhelming pressure. You are very strong. The observer, this is your reward. The first one to see this form of mine. The speaker continues to echo. High school students who transform into monster beasts are exempt from the exam for the flower program. Unexpectedly. Besides Liu Than and Than also has a bloodline genius. The entire hall is stunned. Daiho steps closer to the trembling observer. The pressure from you crashes like waves, causing the observer to break out in a cold sweat. Is it the true form of a monster beast? Your awakened bloodline can actually meet such high standards. Daiho says nothing, just steps forward, causing the observer to retreat step by step. Truly frightened, the speaker announces urgently. Each judge has an earpiece for monitoring. An instructor, annoyed by the unusual noise, suddenly stands up, eyes wide in shock as he looks at the screen. What is going on? Is the radiation off the charts? The display shows 9,999,999, right after the anomaly unleashed the true form of its beast. The judge immediately sensed the danger and wasted no time enveloping the arena with martial energy to prevent the leakage of the extremely dangerous nuclear energy emanating from the boy's body. In the stands, the atmosphere became explosive, with a series of murmurs erupting everywhere. Is this the bloodline awakening of the anomaly? So cool. Does anyone know what bloodline he awakened? I study at first middle school, and I heard it is an unknown bloodline. How can someone this strong have an unknown bloodline? Seeing this, the anomaly just glanced with proud eyes, smirking to himself. It seems Lamtine has no demon-level creatures. It is hard to blame them for not knowing. At this moment, the opposing side was in complete panic. He looked at the blood streaming from his nose. gasping and mumbling in fear. Nosebleed again. My martial energy can't withstand his power. It seems I can't prolong the fight. Cornered. The man no longer held back. He immediately unleashed all his strength. His rage manifesting fully. Behind him appeared the image of the dog-headed monkey's true form with a ferocious red nose. Mouth wide open howling, creating a terrifying pressure. The man's body tensed up, maximizing his strength to prepare to resist the anomaly's fire. The loudspeaker echoed throughout the stands as if declaring a monumental battle was about to begin. Yet another third-tier royal bloodline. This exam was full of experts. The man showed no hesitation, combining the strength of the dog-headed monkey and the fire punch of the python, pointing directly at the anomaly and delivering the strongest blow of the match so far. But in the face of that madness, Daiho remained eerily calm. He did not rush to dodge but instead amplified his own power, the spiritual energy surging to counter the incoming strike. As they were about to collide, Daiho shouted, "Martial skill. Charge forward," hoping to end the match with a decisive blow. Just as the strike ended, the opponent halted. "If I had not dispelled the force in time, my arm would have been crushed. You were so arrogant before. Now you are so embarrassed." At this moment, Daiho took slow but powerful steps. He was impressive. But unfortunately, he could not change the outcome. The loudspeaker echoed across the stands, drawing everyone's attention. This match from the university entrance exam featured a third-level royal bloodline, while the opponent had a beast bloodline so powerful it was unidentifiable, a truly rare sight. On the stage, the opponent furrowed his brow, intensely focused on observing his adversary. Silently calculating. After awakening his bloodline, Daiho was unpredictably strong. I can't suppress his weapon any longer. The only option left is to temporarily withdraw. But just as he was thinking, Daiho acted, his steps thundering, an overwhelming aura closing in. He charged forward, claws sharp and cold, a confident smile on his face. "Hey big guy, do not get too dreamy." Without giving his opponent a chance to react, Daiho unleashed a series of explosive strikes. The punches rained down like thunder on the huge body of the opponent. However, the opponent was not easily defeated. In an instant, he seized the opportunity to counter, launching a twisting punch with immense energy wrapped around it. The flexibility of the attack caught Daiho off guard, locking his arm tightly, and immediately he jumped into the air. Just a second later, a gigantic foot came crashing down from above, the force so great that it shattered the arena floor. However, right in front of him, Daiho stood tall, completely unscathed. His eyes shone brightly, arms crossed in a commanding stance. Then he calmly lifted his foot out of the sunken ground, coldly saying, "Now it is my turn." Immediately after that, energy gathered around him like a storm. Just as he was about to strike, the opponent fell to his knees, trembling in surrender right there. The unexpected action made Daiho pause, his expression bewildered. Before him, the opponent was bowing repeatedly, speaking without lifting his face. "Big brother. Big brother. I am ready now." A series of question marks appeared in Daiho's mind, completely unable to understand what just happened, unable to contain his emotions. He shouted loudly like a child upset over a toy. "Do you know that sneak attacks like that annoy me? I have not even gotten to hit yet. It is driving me crazy." Though frustrated, seeing that the opponent had bowed in defeat, Daiho refrained from striking further. He let his hands drop, and the energy immediately dissipated as he sighed in disappointment. Forget it. Right after, he opened his mouth and released a bunch of compressed core energy, breathing heavily while murmuring, "Compressing energy is so annoying." Daiho's body gradually returned to normal. "You are holding your head and mumbling like you are reminding yourself. According to the rules, when one side surrenders, the other side cannot attack anymore." The loudspeaker announced the match results. "The match is over, and Than High School number 1 has won." The stands erupted. The crowd went wild, cheering loudly. "Dika is so cool. Dika is legendary. Dika is the champion." On the forums, livestream viewers could not stop discussing. Mocking comments about Then Quan flooded in. Then Quan said before the match that we would win in 6 matches. He did not even make Daiho use all his strength. This is really embarrassing. A series of highlight videos of Daiho started to spread all over social media. Your top-notch moves were compiled into a highlight reel with explosive effects and captions. The compilation of Daiho's matches. Remember to follow me. Okay. The Daiho fan club was established immediately. The first coup group quickly filled up. The second and third groups were also full within just a few hours. In the eyes of netizens, you are the valedictorian of this year's exam. Some even boldly claimed that Liu Then Truck from Sochao is not a match for you. Meanwhile, in the leadership area of Thanfeng Private School, the principal was so angry that his face turned purple. He slammed the table and gritted his teeth. "Has lost? I bet everything on you. How could Then Quan lose like that?" When Then Quan quietly returned backstage, The principal immediately unleashed his anger on him. How dare you surrender? Do you know how much money we invested in you, you ungrateful bastard? Not paying back the full amount. Do not even think about college. Then Quan said nothing. Just gently placed his large, sturdy hand on the teacher's shoulder. The principal stepped back in fright. Stammering. What do you want to do? Then Quan looked down calmly and replied. I could not take that punch. So as not to harm my foundation, I chose to surrender. If you won't give up, then go ahead and take that punch. As for the nurturing grace of your esteemed school, I will repay it slowly later, but remember well, you cannot threaten a martial artist stronger than you. Those cold words made the teacher tremble, lips pressed tight, voice shaking. Okay, you have a point. Meanwhile, the match updates continued. The announcement blared in the heated atmosphere. After the intense matches, the 4 strongest candidates had emerged, and Than High School No. 1 became the big winner, taking 3 out of 4 spots in the quarterfinals. In the area of leadership at Socha High School No. The principal was ecstatic. Feeling like he had won the lottery, he waved his hands excitedly, smiling broadly. It seemed that old Lu had worked long enough at the school. It was time for a promotion. At home, the homeroom teacher was as happy as if he had struck gold. Diaho is so talented. The announcement rang out again. This time it was for the semifinal draw. Diaho stepped up to the podium to draw lots with an indifferent expression. Seemingly uninterested, he raised an eyebrow and muttered, "It is again the same." Another contestant laughed in response. "I am the same too." Before him was a familiar face. The elegant flower Than Truck. Immediately, social media buzzed. On the forums, a slew of comments erupted like fireworks. Damn it. I have been looking forward to this match for a long time. The most classic battle in the history of the Inthan University entrance exam. Goat. Goddess Liu, the most anticipated match of the exam so far. D-Ho will definitely beat you up there. Some people are analyzing quite thoroughly. I see Goddess Liu has the advantage. She has already mastered 2 martial arts disciplines, which is completely overwhelming. The bloodline of the 4th rank Uma Natix still has not shown up. The bodyguard has a 3rd rank royal bloodline. While Daiho has been forced to awaken their bloodline, it may be 4th rank. But compared to Liu, who has profound martial arts knowledge and controls a high-level bloodline, it is still unpredictable. The atmosphere in the arena has reached a peak, and the audience is cheering wildly. It feels like the place is about to explode. The referee steps out to the center, his voice ringing clear. Liu Thruk, High School and Than number 1. Daiho, High School and Than number 1. The match begins. The moment the referee finishes speaking, Diho's body erupts with power as if unleashing all limits. A fierce wave of energy radiates from him, shaking the space around him, and dust flies everywhere. Than Truck has to raise her hands to shield her face. Her eyes narrow as she sees a dark figure before her, surrounded by a fiery aura. Above his head, there are 2 flickering flames. Right from the start, Daiho shows his dominance. Than Truck instinctively steps back, her expression slightly hesitant under this immense pressure. Than Truck stares at him without blinking, whispering to herself, Daiho, I hope you are strong enough. As soon as the match begins, Diho immediately releases a massive amount of steam, enveloping the entire arena. This opening scene is meant to create an aura of authority before the girls, causing everyone below to be surprised and scream, "What is going on? I can't see anything at all." The male host up high is equally excited, clapping on the table and speaking loudly into the mic. Liu Thruk, the talented girl with the Liu surname. How will she handle the dark horse Daiho in this year's competition? Let us wait and see. Back on the stage, the atmosphere is extremely tense. Daiho looks at her opponent, a girl with a perfect figure appearing amidst the dust. Liu Than Truck possesses superior martial arts skills with mysterious abilities. No matter how much strength she has, it would be hard to cause damage. But I can't underestimate this opponent. You bite your lip, analyzing your opponent in your head. She is not just a martial arts genius but also has an extremely high combat index. The longer the match goes on, the more unfavorable it is for me. I have to exert all my strength from the start. Without hesitation, Diho flies up, gathering a large amount of energy in her palm and attacking directly at her opponent. He laughs loudly. The light from the strike flashes, revealing a decisive expression. But Than Truck is no pushover. She immediately raises her hands to defend, twisting her arms to create a solid layer of protection. Her gaze is sharp, thinking. Active attack. Then I will defend and counterattack. Suddenly, Daiho changes her strategy, not throwing a punch as expected but moving at an extremely fast speed. Your figure becomes blurry, and then suddenly appears with a tail whipping strongly at Liu Than Truck's waist. The force whips powerfully, curling like a wave. Than Truck silently cursed. That guy is really cunning, daring to trick me. She immediately stepped back, dodging and angrily said, while swinging her steel tail. Daeho was not humble at all, opening her big mouth to roar, unleashing harmful nuclear energy. Gathering strength, he jumped up, hands clenched, curling like a shrimp, preparing to charge at Than Truck. The match was live-streamed directly on the forum. Many people were watching and commenting. Poor goddess. A life and death battlefield. All is fair in war. This is bad. This move will throw the goddess off her rhythm. Daeho pressed in too fiercely, leaving Liu Than Truck no chance to escape. She struggled against the domineering force of Daeho. The two were almost evenly matched. Daeho landed a strong blow to the face. Than Truck dodged. Under the forum, viewers commented on Daeho's weapon to push Liu Than Truck back. This time she could escape, but immediately, Daeho aimed straight at her stomach, throwing a punch that made her curl up in defense. Daeho did not stop, continuing to create a shockwave of energy. Liu Than Truck was knocked away. Even though the opponent was a woman, Daeho did not hesitate to go all out. Under the forum, someone commented that she would not escape the claws of his weapon. Daeho's continuous attacks aimed directly at her. He raised his sharp claws high. His eyes gleamed dangerously, and he did not hesitate to provoke his opponent. It was not going to be that easy. The young man continued to spin and delivered a powerful blow, spiraling energy to attack Than Truck. She had to keep moving back to avoid damage. The strange fire's hands clenched tightly, laughing maniacally. Than Truck, having just entered the match, had to endure a series of attacks. Her eyes widened in fear. Were those claws infused with weapons? Just as she thought of a sentence in her head, a powerful strike from the strange fire came rushing at her like a storm. Than Truck could not react in time. She had to gather momentum and jump to avoid the strong blow that zipped through the air. But just as she looked up, the strange fire appeared in front of her. Grinning bizarrely, with a pitch-black face, both hands clenched, forming two bright energy orbs, he said, "Don't run away. Classmate Liu." Without hesitation, the strange fire, like a monster devoid of emotion, relentlessly struck at Than Truck's chest, his hands wide. Only the brilliant light from the powerful punches was visible. Than Truck still had not had a chance to counterattack, struggling to defend herself, her eyes glancing furtively at the unrelenting assault from the strange fire, feeling deep fear. With this kind of high-intensity attack, is not he tired? His stamina is incredible, she thought to herself. She held two mysterious martial arts techniques, one being the Logu family's secret technique of illusory floral defense, and the other was the primordial Jade Sky attack. If she could execute one of them, she could escape the encirclement. But unfortunately, the strange fire did not give her any opportunity. If she could not hold her ground, she would be pushed out of the arena. Than Truck was putting all her strength into resisting the terrifying blows from the strange fire. Suddenly, a feather appeared on his fist. This feather carried a strange magical aura. Daeho tried to clench his fists tightly to avoid being affected, but this made him feel a bit anxious. Looking at it, he did not understand what was happening. Than Truck could no longer be overwhelmed. She decided to harness the power from her eyes. Her eyes gradually transformed into the dark gaze of a beast. "I have to use my last card," she thought. Suddenly, feathers began to appear. Then two, carrying a powerful source of spiritual energy that Daeho could sense. Clearly, they were not something easy to touch. Then Than Truck appeared before him. But she was no longer the fragile girl. She transformed into a fierce beast form, with large wings extending behind her, soaring high like a giant bird. Daeho looked up, unable to believe this transformation. Than Truck, with the bloodline of Umind Vice, spread her left and right wings, her body radiating a powerful energy. The announcement blared, declaring that for the first time, Liu Than Truck had awakened the Umanatidish bloodline. All this time she had just been trying to hold back. But now was the time she could truly show her strength. Than Truck looked up, her tense gaze fixed on Daeho, her fists clenched, and her power exploded. She whispered, with a serious face, "Daeho, be careful. In this state I can't control the force of my attack." Standing before the strong aura of the girl, Daeho remained unfazed. He looked at Than Truck with a sneer and replied, "You say that so well, because so far I have only used 50% of my strength." Before Daeho could finish, Than Truck immediately used her Umantik ability to envelop his body, draining his energy. Daeho was caught off guard, forced to pause for a moment. Than Truck seized the opportunity, circling behind him, raising her hand, and focusing a massive amount of energy, preparing for a decisive blow. But the truth was that everything had been anticipated by Daeho. He did not dodge. Instead, he suddenly turned around, clenched his fist tightly, and poured all his strength into a counterattack. His expression twisted in a horrifying way. The battle between the two contestants became intense at that moment. They charged at each other as if it were a life-and-death fight. Two hands, two strengths, facing each other head-on. The force of their punches was incredibly powerful, shaking the entire arena violently. Both wanted to be the victor. The aftermath of the fierce collision between these two powers affected the audience below as well. Shouts rang out. It is terrifying. Just terrifying. The shock was so strong that I could not open my eyes. When everything gradually stabilized, Van Truck dared to open her eyes. She saw before her a horrifying scene. Daiho had transformed after that clash. He stood there, his body changing, limbs morphing into a strange beast, radiating a powerful nuclear energy with thunder cracking everywhere. The epidermis on your body has transformed into an iron armor. Daiho looked at Van Truck, his eyes shining bright, his lips radiating a brilliant energy like a monster with no feelings at all. From Daiho's position, a massive surge of energy suddenly erupted, powerful like thunder, causing the announcement system to blare continuously. This is the dramatic semifinal, where all eyes are focused on the beautiful opponent in front of him. The energy emanating from Daiho made the surrounding air suffocating, with dangerous waves of energy rising. The announcement system continued to call out, "What is happening?" It seems that the true form of Daiho's beast is gathering strength. Daiho suddenly transformed, shifting into a striking new form. Hard scales sprouted from his back, releasing powerful energy that shattered the arena floor beneath him. The Memsi could not take his eyes off Daiho's back. The large scales were containing nuclear energy, while his spine protruded, absorbing a massive amount of energy directed towards his mouth. He bent down and opened his mouth, unleashing a spiraling column of power straight at Van Truck. Around him, shockwaves blazed brightly. That column of energy shot forward, leaving Van Truck unable to move in time. She had to use her large wings to protect herself, curling up in fear. Her eyes, filled with spiritual power, clearly showed her tension. The massive energy column from Daiho continued to advance, showing no signs of stopping, and just as it made contact with Van Truck's wings, a violent explosion occurred, scattering waves of radiation. Van Truck used her bloodline awakening. Vivun countered, but her feathers fell heavily under the pressure. The scene turned chaotic. The announcement loud. Not good. The breath of the strange fire was messing up Van Truck's feathers. Daiho was not holding back, but Van Truck was no easy opponent to defeat. The spectators in the stands looked pale, affected by the whirlwind from the match. Suddenly, bright yellow spots appeared before them, resembling glowing beehives. These shields stood firm, effectively blocking the energy of the strange fire. His power hit the shield, causing horrific explosions. The shield was created by Hong Kin, the mayor of Anthan. He stood tall, elegantly, using his internal strength to protect the match. His gaze was directed toward the competition as he calmly said, "Watch. The strongest champion in the history of Anthan will be born today." From the high stands, cheers and applause echoed like a roaring sea. The MC, with slick back hair and excited voice into the mic, was fortunate to have the mayor protecting the audience. Back on the battlefield, bright red droplets of blood scattered on the ground. These droplets of blood were from Van Truck, who had endured the terrifying power of the strange fire. The girl looked battered, her wings torn, with only a piece of her outfit fortunately still intact. Van Truck was exhausted. Her lips trembled as she spoke each word with difficulty. "He shattered my Umain Tifash's defense with just one blow. Can I really defeat him?" Whispers echoed in her mind. Since she was young, Liu Van Truck had to bear the heavy responsibility of many generations from her clan. She was the hope for the revival of the Liu family, and could not afford to lose. The ancestors of the Liu family had been watching over her all along. "Don't let us down. Always show strength." But inside, Van Truck is just a weak girl. Her mother's words still echo in her heart. "Van Truck, your mother has poured everything into ensuring you can revive the family. You must not be stubborn." She has never been able to decide for herself. The girl always feels weak. "I can't breathe anymore." Her helpless gaze turned toward her opponent as she whispered, "I am so." Daiho stood in front of her, strong and confident, his eyes like a winner. Van Truck looked at him, telling herself, Daiho is really too strong. Facing such an opponent, losing is no surprise. She was determined to fight to the end, pouring all her remaining strength into this battle, even though her body was full of wounds. "I intentionally exposed a weakness. Daiho would notice and finish me off. Losing this match, I could not face my family anymore. Maybe dying here would not be so bad." Van Truck charged at Daiho, intending to deliver a light blow to his chest, so he could end the fight quickly. But Daiho did not move. Van Truck looked up in surprise and asked, "Why are not you dodging?" Daiho looked at her with a cold gaze, his voice emotionless. "Classmate Van Truck, why has your fighting spirit faded?" Feeling exposed, Van Truck was startled, her eyes wide open as Daiho's expression became tense and extremely angry, his face darkening. "Do you really see me as your opponent? I do not want to win this title in such a cowardly way." Van Truck could not help but be stunned by Daiho's strength. Her eyes filled with mixed emotions and fear about what was happening in front of her. Daiho showed no mercy, rushing in to throw a powerful punch at Than Truck's face. She helplessly raised her hands to cover her face and endure the blows. Diho did not stop, continuing to deliver powerful kicks that made Than Truck fall, and unable to endure any longer. She yelled, "You villain. No one has dared to hit me like this since I was a child. Even though I am getting beaten badly." Than Truck still tried to shout out, "I wanted to let you win. So why are you still insisting on chasing after me?" At this point, Than Truck's endurance had exceeded its limits. The latent power within her erupted, and the energy field around her surged fiercely. Than Truck screamed, "Don't hit a girl in the face. You bastard." Finally, Diho stopped. His eyes brightened, looking at her with a smirk. "That is right. If you do not want to get hit in the face, then wake up." It seemed that Diho had helped Than Truck unleash her highest power. Her current form was stronger than ever before, her wings fully restored, even larger than before, radiating a powerful and deadly aura. She sighed, with sharp eyes and determination. "As you wish. I will use my strongest state to defeat you. Now." Than Truck had reached her peak form. Her wings spread wide, emitting a brilliant and commanding light. Diho stood by, unable to help but marvel at the power contained within her. He smirked, his eyes filled with delight, finally revealing her true beast form. Now it is getting interesting. Diho quickly activated his demon lord form. His body tensed up. Every cell seemed to turn into a layer of hard scales. Flames of green emitted all over, creating a source of intense energy. The young man smiled contentedly, feeling like he was preparing for an incredibly exciting battle. "You open your mouth wide, like a monster. Take a deep breath and shout. Then I can't hold back either." Diho leaps up. The power from his feet erupts, shaking the ground beneath him. Than Truck does not sit still. She quickly senses the impending attack from the strange fire. Her gaze sharpens. She can't just wait to be attacked without resisting. Immediately, from Than Truck's position, a violent energy vortex appears. It quickly sucks in, forming a massive whirlwind, the aura shining brilliantly. Diho charges forward with unstoppable force. A cloud of dust swirling around. She does not hesitate, takes a breath, and opens her mouth, releasing a powerful energy field. The shockwave bursts forth, as strong as his power. Than Truck puts all her strength into this battle. When their powers collide, the whole area shakes. At this moment, sound waves from Than Truck's mouth sweep forward. Diho reacts extremely quickly. He stares at her, his voice serious. "You think you are the only one who can scream?" Than Truck is used to this tactic and is not afraid. She raises her hands, ready to take the hit, and says, "It is the same old trick. This time I won't back down. I will face you head on." The original Earth Pulse is activated, and at that moment, Than Truck channels all her strength into her hands, forming an energy sphere. The sphere lights up, immediately transforming into countless arrows shot straight at the strange fire. The battle between the two is becoming extremely intense, and no one can predict the outcome. In the stands, everyone can't sit still. The announcement blares. The atomic shockwave Diho and the bloodline of Umin from Than Truck created two intense shockwaves. The audience clenched their hands in worry and excitement. Standing up, this is not good. The force of the collision is not something two fighters can control. To protect the audience, Mayor Hong Kin had to use his powers to erect 3 large barriers. The wall was created for protection, but when it collided with the power of both fighters, it shattered in an instant. After the 2 energy columns made contact, the arena fell silent due to the horrifying shockwave. That wall was created by the mayor. Everyone looked at the remaining rubble, astonished by the power they had just witnessed. Mayor Hong Kun saw the barrier he created break in an instant, and he could not help but feel worried. Without his intervention, everyone might have been affected. He thought to himself. The 3 layers of divine earth barriers were prepared too hastily this time, not as reliable as usual, allowing the attack from Diho and Than Truck to clash directly. Who would have thought this year's competition would feature 2 contestants far beyond expectations? Back on the arena, Than Truck, in a tattered state, her slender and weak hands bleeding profusely. Her breath was ragged, and she had the face of Xiao Tui with her right arm completely shattered. She had returned to human form, her body full of wounds and weak, but her gaze remained determined. Than Truck struggled to say each word. The power of the beast's true form is also running low. She raised her head, her determined eyes fixed on Diho. Even knowing the situation is beyond saving, she still does not give up. "We can still fight." Diho stomped 1 foot down on the floor and appeared in front of her. "You have returned to normal. No signs of injury at all." As for Than Truck, her outfit was barely enough to cover her body, and her right arm had been severely injured. Than Truck looked at Diho with a questioning gaze. "My blow clearly hit you, so why are you completely unharmed?" Diho looked at her gently, speaking emotionlessly. "If the radiation on you is not removed in time, you will be crippled later." These words showed that Diho had struck, but still left her a way out. Then Truck bit her lip, trembling, then raised her face, her eyes wide open, tears streaming down like a river. I did not want to fight to this extent. So why do you keep pushing me? Diho sat down, gently looking at the girl from top to bottom, not speaking immediately. After a moment, he spoke calmly, no longer joking, but seriously said, do you really not want to fight? Or are you stubbornly refusing to admit your desire for victory while you were risking your life? I sense your longing for victory. Then Truck stared at him in confusion, unable to speak. Her small mouth only moved, thinking to herself, yep. Earlier I really wanted to defeat him. So I dropped my guard and went all out. But why did I do that? I clearly hate fighting and just want to lose quickly. Yet in that moment of confrontation, I truly felt the exhilaration of fighting for myself, not for anyone else. Just then, Diho's warm hand gently rested on her shoulder. Then Trekkie blushed and looked up, strange thoughts about him swirling in her mind. Did you really beat me up that badly? Is this what a gentleman is like? You beat me up badly and now you are treating me. Diho channeled energy into her arm, speaking as he worked. In battle, you have too many distractions. Then Trekkie stared at her hand in confusion. The wounds and radiation on her arm had vanished without a trace. Diho was not arrogant like others. He looked at her with acknowledgement and gently said, but you are still the strongest opponent I have ever faced. Then he turned back with a slight smile. Next time, if there is a chance, I would love to have a pure duel with you. Lu Thanthang. Her heart suddenly fluttered. She blushed like a tomato, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Diho. As if she could not take her eyes off him, Diho stood in the center of the arena, winning perfectly, making everyone truly respect him. As the dust settled, the announcement echoed. The first semifinal had ended. Diho and then High School's #1. Victorious. On the big screen, the image of Diho's next opponent appeared clearly. The announcement sounded excitingly. After Diho defeated Lu Thantruksh, Sachu also unsurprisingly claimed victory. The audience was heating up. And now the high school finals were approaching. This showdown between Diho and Sachu, two students from Anthanno, one high school, was starting to attract a massive viewership. The number of live viewers skyrocketed to over 496 million, creating a huge wave of excitement and anticipation. After meticulous preparation, Sachu stood tall, hands gripping the sword radiating energy. His sharp gaze swept over Diho. Without a hint of hesitation, please teach me. Diho responded with a dangerously full smile. His face lit up, eyes excited and full of energy. Not wanting to keep Diho waiting, Socha charged in to attack first. He swung his sword, executing energy-gathering techniques, his body soaring high, hands striking powerfully, delivering a fierce attack. But Diho stood still, completely unfazed. He crossed his arms, feeling no strength from Socha's attack. He shouted at him, and immediately, a powerful column of energy shot out, shattering all of Socha's attacks. The strong shockwave pushed everyone back, easily overwhelming the opponent. Socha could not stand firm, having to use his hands to shield himself to continue seeing clearly. Holding the bright blade, he spoke with deep meaning. Too lazy to find my clones. Just using a simple brute force to knock them all away. Socha realized his opponent was too strong and immediately felt the clear gap in power. My defense simply can't withstand Diho's flames. Among those my age, who can match him in a fair fight, truly a monster. Socha did not lose heart, focusing his spirit and determined to change his strategy. His eyes changing color, showing resolve as he shifted to a new tactic. If we can't fight up close, then let us fight you from a distance. He shouted loudly, his blood awakening. And just a moment later, his body transformed into a gigantic, powerful, and ferocious dragon. His body distorted. His hands and head changed, creating an imposing figure. He focused his energy into his hands and unleashed a fierce attack, shouting him along. This stunning sight left the audience in awe, chatting excitedly in the livestream. Suzo can create a massive ice mountain. Truly the ice demon dragon has returned. Suzo hovered in mid-air, facing the strange fire, his entire body radiating powerful ice energy. The audience cheered him on to defeat the strange fire demon lord. Come on, big brother. You can create ice. The enormous ice mountain that Suzo created covered the entire arena, completely sealing off the strange fire. The crowd in the stands seemed to shake with Suzo's strength. But just when Suzo felt his body heavily affected by the power of the ice, he could only think silently to himself. Suddenly, the outburst of ice caused his body to be significantly impacted. Meanwhile, the announcement speaker blared, increasing everyone's tension. The ice mountain was gradually melting. Indeed, the strange fire with its terrifying power began to melt the ice mountain. A powerful atomic energy beam shot out from his mouth, completely destroying Suzo's ice mountain. Suzo could not help but be stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. How could it be so easily shattered? Immediately, Socha reacted quickly, creating another mound of ice to absorb the blow. But the energy storm kept rushing towards him. A large explosion occurred, all covered by energy and dust. After everything settled down, the anomaly stomped hard on the floor and coldly said, "Hem along. Your power has no effect on me. It seems I have completely restrained you." Socha sighed, realizing the gap in strength was too great. "Anomaly. This is my final move. An ultimate martial technique I originally intended for Liu Than Truck. But now I will use it to defeat you." Socha braced himself. The large sword glowed. Energy concentrated into the sword. He shouted, and the powerful sword strike came down, intent to kill. A loud noise erupted, shaking the entire arena. Moments later, drops of red blood began to fall onto the arena floor, signaling that the tension showed no signs of ending. The anomaly raised his spiky, strong hand in front of him, blood dripping from his hand. But his voice showed no fear. "Wait until you get a better sword. Then there might be a chance." But the biggest surprise did not come from his words, but from Socha's face, which had turned a pale purple, unable to believe that his sword had been completely destroyed. "My sword. Is it really broken? What kind of chance?" The anomaly replied with a familiar taunting smile, while looking at his opponent, who was almost in despair. "Well, the chance is just slightly better than those begging for mercy." He understood his own power well, and when he saw Socha realizing the situation, with just a slight change, he raised his hand high and declared, "I admit defeat." The battle ended unexpectedly, and gently like that, the announcement blares. The entrance exam at Anthan. The victory of D-Ho. You stand there scratching your head in embarrassment amidst the dust and the wreckage of the arena. The viewers of the livestream have never been this excited. I really did not misjudge. That guy is amazing. Sachu is strong. But in front of Daiho, he is nothing. Praises flooding all over social media. And the images of Daiho's victory are spreading quickly. The number of likes keeps increasing. Daiho, this dark horse is truly shining. Everyone joyfully shares about this victory, especially the students of Anthan. Those who witnessed this historic moment. With this victory, Daiho becomes the strongest valedictorian in Anthan's history. His name is engraved on all the billboards in the city, and now, as the forums are buzzing, congratulations are ringing out non-stop. In the stands, people are cheering endlessly, unable to contain their emotions. And at this moment, the host along with Hong Kang takes the stage, pointing proudly at Daiho and says, "After 3 days of intense competition, the Anthan exam class 24 has found our valedictorian. That person is Daiho from Anthan not Trung." Daiho, with an embarrassed smile, stands there scratching his head. The host continues, "Daiho's classmates say that your strength comes from long-term development and accumulation. Do you have anything you want to share?" You are a bit tense, thinking to yourself, what a cultured person. Even someone as clueless as me can talk like this. After a moment, Daiho calms down and smiles. First I have to thank my teacher. You never gave up on me, even when I was at my lowest. It was you who helped me regain my will." The scene shifts to the homeroom teacher, who is tightly hugging the TV, tears streaming down his face. Sob. "Honestly, I do not deserve your words. Daiho, as a teacher, I have not done well. I did not pay attention to your potential. I am truly sorry." Before he could finish speaking, Daiho heard the principal waving and calling. The principal. You panic and think. The principal signals and whispers, 200 million, Daiho. Announcing a bit of our Anthan nat. I award you a scholarship of 2 million. Daiho's eyes light up when he sees the amount and immediately responds into the mic, "Oh wow. Thank you, my beloved school. Thank you, dear principal. Without your wise leadership, how could I be here today?" Then Daiho raises his hand high, excitedly continuing, "Finally, I want to thank myself. Without my own effort and intellect, Daiho would not have this glory." Just then, a system notification pops up. "Congratulations, host. You have achieved the title of valedictorian. A random ability draw reward." Daiho is surprised, his eyes shining, thinking, valedictorian. So there is a system of achievements. In the sports field corridor, after winning the title of valedictorian in the exam, Daiho runs as if being chased by a dog. Behind, the group of reporters is buzzing around like bees chasing after honey. Questions are being thrown at him from all sides. "Daiho, do you feel pressure being the top student? How could you improve so quickly in just half a year? Are you planning to go to Hodu University?" The reporters do not stop, constantly pressing for more questions. Daiho, despite trying his hardest to escape the crowd, can't avoid the sharp questions. "Stop chasing me. I really have to pee." He mumbles, almost about to wet his pants but still bravely keeps running. The reporters won't let up. One of them catches up, shoving a mic in his face and continuing to ask, "Daiho, do you think Luthan Truck or they Thielin is prettier? Or do you prefer than Quan or Socha?" Even while hurriedly trying to escape, Diho shows no reaction. His face tightens, clearly showing exhaustion. But he whispers that he does not have time to waste on these reporters. He speeds up, leaving the reporters behind. Their calls of regret echo behind him. Diho. Wait. Just one last question. Stepping into the basketball arena, Diho finally escapes the reporters. He stands there catching his breath, clenching his fists, and grinning to himself. Finally got away from them. It turns out the sample card is not unique. It can also be drawn from the system's rewards. Just as he was immersed in the feeling of victory, suddenly a dark figure appeared before him. Aunt Ho. Congratulations on being the top student. Diho turned around in shock, thinking, is there a reporter too? But no. In front of him was not a reporter as he had imagined. The man politely took off his hat, holding a mysterious briefcase, smiled friendly, and said, don't get me wrong, I am not a reporter. I came from Hodu. His serious gaze fixed directly on Diho as he continued, now let us talk about your gene lock issue. Diho felt a bit confused and did not respond immediately. Gene lock. You thought to yourself, I do not have any gene lock. My ability comes from a monster template. He knows my ability. Is he? You began to doubt this mysterious man. The man was not in a hurry, calmly putting his hat back on. Then continued. You heard about the gene lock from your father. Right. Dahong immediately replied. Yep. You recall the original owner's memories. You can't deny that statement. The man pulled out a stack of papers from the briefcase and said, Diho, are not you curious? How does an ordinary taxi driver like your father know terms unrelated to his profession? That question made Diho ponder. Could it be that his father was a hidden master? The man continued to present the sealed documents in front of Diho. Due to your special case, Hodu can declassify a document. Diho quickly opened the document and, before he could read it all, hurriedly checked. He saw information about Prominus, a research institute that once led the field of genetics in Lamtine, but had been sealed off after a major event. June lock technology was their key project. Diho now realizes why this man has come to her. You all think my father is a senior researcher at Prometheus, and I am their secret product. The man approached Diho and added, don't worry. The country won't make things difficult for you. I am here just to help you understand the situation. You are involved, so I have to let you know. Diho responded calmly. Big brother. I am calmer than you think. The man continued. You are a key target for the country, and we will protect you. Diho smiled, her gaze slightly satisfied. Then I take my leave. He felt a bit cocky, thinking he is starting to make a name for himself. But it also comes with its troubles. Ha. This society is really pragmatic. He laughed loudly in the gym and looked at the man from Hodu, softly saying, then I will take my leave. Diho clasped his hands together. You have achieved the top rank in this exam. And not only that, you have also received a scholarship of 2 million and an 800,000 bonus. But what excites you the most is the chance to draw additional samples of the new version. That feeling made him unable to contain himself. So excited he felt like he could explode. Thrilled to the core, Diho thought. Unable to wait any longer, he quickly summoned the system. Immediately, a swirling energy circle appeared before him. Like a mysterious door opening, he stood there, eyes glued to the strange glowing circle swirling before him. Feeling hypnotized, he unconsciously blurted out, I can't wait any longer. In front of Diho, the energy circle spun, radiating a magical light that enveloped the entire space. He stood there, eyes wide open, overwhelmed by the appearance of a supergiant transformation, its shape bizarre like a human skeleton. Emitting a thick mist, the system continued to display parameters. D-level ability sample, supergiant transformation, ability to enlarge to 60, high heat, evolutionary form, original personality transformation, compatibility 1%. Diho stared intently at the thing in front of him, wondering how to transform it into a supergiant. Suddenly, he remembered something, his eyes widening as he thought to himself. If combined with the Mad Demon Lord model, the abilities of the models could overlap. What would happen if the supergiant Titan combined with the Mad War Demon Lord? Immediately, an image of a colossal Titan appeared before Diho, featuring the combination of the Demon Lord model. A muscular, fierce body with a long tail sweeping through the space. He realized he was standing in front of a true monster king. Transitioning to a dark room where a large man sat talking on the phone. Brother Hack Long. Do you mean you won't take any more missions from now on? The voice from the phone echoed, and the man calmly replied. Yep. Cancel all schedules. The response from the other side was respectful. Yep. I understand. There are signs of physical impact on the table. It seems someone caused an incident. The man then pressed his large index finger down hard, his rough face showing clear anger. his mood extremely irritable. As if he was trying to suppress his rage. A voice from outside announced, We could not find your brother's body in the hidden realm. But at the last signal location where he disappeared, we detected traces of radiation. The man fell silent for a moment before murmuring, Little brother. I told you not to get involved with the underworld. Why did not you listen? Mom told me to take care of you. On the TV screen. The results of the competition were announced in the Inthan finals. Daiho. The man looked at the screen with clear interest. He stepped closer to the TV as if he wanted to pat Daiho's head. Daiho is indeed a rare genius of Inthan. Hodu will definitely compete. But he also admits to feeling regret. But unfortunately, they won't wait for him to enroll. Back at Daiho's residence. A package has been delivered. He was practicing martial arts and hurried out to receive the package. Who would send me something right when I am about to enter the secret realm to test the new sample? Daiho pulled out the letter, which had his name on it. The letter read, According to the investigation by Hodu Trung Ho, a new secret realm will open this afternoon at the Hongangoi Owen Mat village. Estimated levels. I am planning to explore it. Do you want to join? Signed. So Cha. After reading the letter, Daiho made a shivering gesture, his face wrinkling in disbelief. No way. Are handwritten letters still used in this day and age, or is he also someone who time traveled? The scene shifts to the Hongthu Mountain in Inthan, which is beautiful and majestic in its own way. A lot of people have gathered here. Not just many but very many. Everyone is preparing themselves to fight at full strength. Daiho looked at the scene before him, pale-faced due to the overwhelming number of people. At least 1,000. The new secret realm is indeed very enticing. As soon as he appeared, So Cha noticed and approached Daiho. Daiho politely responded. So Cha saw Daiho smile brightly. You are stronger now. Daiho, while forcing a friendly smile, thought to himself, I did not expect this guy to be so sensitive. I used my scholarship money to buy some gene enhancers to raise compatibility to 35%. Even low-grade samples have their advantages. Quick effectiveness. After looking around, Daiho casually asked, Which school are you planning to take the exam for? So Cha did not look at him, closing his eyes and giving a brief reply. This answer from Hodu made Daiho smile and say, So we will still be classmates. But he quickly realized something was off with So Cha's mood, just as Daiho was lost in thought. A crack suddenly appeared in the sky. A strange spatial door opened, attracting the attention of everyone around. The secret realm is about to open. And the sound of shouting erupted as a shockwave suddenly hit when a monster crawled through the spatial tier. It was a three-headed vulture with large wings, launching an attack on the crowd below. An excited martial artist below pointed at the sky and shouted, The secret realm is opening. Brothers, let us take out this beast and merge into the secret realm. The group of martial artists immediately gathered, channeling their energy, ready to fight. Their techniques were unleashed all at once. The momentum was like a powerful army. Although the three-headed vulture was strong, it seemed unable to withstand the power of the group of martial artists. In just a moment, it was beaten to a pulp. The scene showed the vulture reduced to a few feathers, overwhelmed by the fierce attacks of the fighting martial artists. At this moment, Daiho stepped into the secret realm, entering a wild, unfamiliar forest. The trees here were different, and the smell of blood in the air made him mumble. The smell of blood is so strong. Suddenly, he realized that the beast tied. This monster had been waiting for us here for a long time. He quickly ordered all the warriors under the law of the nation to prioritize killing the beasts and fight against the beast tide. In an instant, the mutated monsters with skulls but fleshy bodies began to leap in to attack. The newly arrived warriors in the secret realm were not afraid at all. Each of them was ready to fight, channeling all their energy to deal with the fierce onslaught. So Chu was not standing by either. He dove into the fight with his sword, raising his hand high and shouting, Bloodline power, atomic destruction fist. His powerful attack, combined with the strength of his sword, struck straight into two monsters rushing at him, creating a massive ice mountain that blocked them. At that moment, a monster wanted to attack So Chu from behind. Seeing that, Daiho quickly used his energy, shooting a powerful beam of light through the monster, causing it to explode in mid-air. So Chu quickly turned around, grateful, and said, Thank you so much. With Daiho's help, the monsters were quickly eliminated. The ground was now left with only bones and their red remnants scattered around. Daiho turned to So Chu and calmly said, The beasts in this secret realm do not know how to fight. So Chu looked at the monsters that Daiho had destroyed and could not help but feel terrified. Daiho, you have taken down so many beasts without losing. How is that possible? He exclaimed, feeling as if you were a destructive storm, pushing back all creatures and destroying everything. You kept moving. the nuclear energy light radiating from you completely cleansing the space around you. Everyone watching could not help but be amazed by Dai Ho's overwhelming power. Goodness. How can you strike so fast? Could there be a high-level fighter among them helping? Another fighter said. There is a top student from Anthan University among them. A university top student with such beast-killing abilities. Everyone realized that Dai Ho is not just an ordinary beginner fighter. The people around quickly gathered in front of Dai Ho, cheering and calling to lead the beasts toward the top student. After a while, the shout rang out. The leader of the beast tide has been defeated. We have won. The beast tide finally began to retreat, so Chu let out a sigh of relief, sweat soaking his forehead. At least the first wave of the beast tide had been overcome. Initially, over 1,000 fighters had gathered, but now only about 800 remained, not counting the casualties. At this point, Dai Ho was struggling to carry the huge stone bags left by the monsters, tiredly walking closer to Sochi. Sochiu, tell me, how can I collect all of this? Sochiu could not help but be surprised by Dai Ho's greed, asking, how did you gather so many beast cores? Then, Sochigu took out a ring. This is my space ring. You can put your stuff in here. Dai Ho saw the ring, laughed joyfully. A space ring, worth tens of thousands of gold. Sochiu, I did not expect you to be such a rich big shot. At that moment, someone announced that the powerful leader had arrived, and both looked towards the direction of the voice. The people around spoke to the newcomer about the monster. Good thing he eliminated the leading monsters, or we would have been exhausted and died in the beast tide. Everyone looked at the new character with admiration. This person was tall, had many tattoos on his body, and upon arrival, he said, hello. You are the top student from the university entrance exam at Anthan. Right. I am the captain of the Wugen Lang team in Anthan. He stepped closer to the newcomer and extended his hand for a handshake. I just heard the team members recount your heroic deeds. Would you like to join our martial arts team? If you join, it won't affect your college studies. On the contrary, you will receive many other benefits. Wu Sam, I am ready to accept you as a member of our S-level team. Everyone gasped in excitement. This was a great opportunity because without the support of a strong martial arts team, a martial artist's career would be very difficult to maintain, especially in a Kwuk, where the wandering groups are also very powerful. Moreover, this level of the Bachlang team is something that students from Hodu University can hardly achieve. Just then, a girl riding a black tiger approached. She wore a seductive outfit, and her powerful appearance astonished everyone. She spoke up. Wu Sam, how did you get here so fast? Are you here to kidnap someone first? She then turned to Dai Ha and said seriously, Dai Ha, join our successful martial arts team. Although the Thine Fight martial arts team is smaller than Befi Lang, I assure you that if you join, you will receive 15% of our monthly training resources. Her invitation stirred the crowd. Even though V Simem and the girl were enthusiastically inviting him, Dai Ha remained cold. He turned away and said softly, sorry, but I do not intend to join a martial arts team right now. The young man shook hands with V Sem. V Sem felt a bit regretful but politely replied, it is Dai Ha. The invitation is to make friends. If you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to contact the Bifalong team. The girl also chimed in. Thundrate martial arts team is always ready to help. Dai Ha responded frankly. Even though I am not joining, having more friends is good. However, V Sem could not help but wonder. Did you just use that hand to clean your ear? Right. Dai Ha just smiled and replied, don't mind that. At this moment, Asachu approached Dai Ha confidently and said, the beast tide has been pushed back. Now we can explore on our own. This is a giant forest. First, let us climb the trees to get a view of the whole area. Then we can discuss our plan. Dai Ha simply replied, okay. As soon as he finished speaking, both jumped up, moving as fast as the wind. Chu could not help but be amazed at the speed of Dai Ha. He could not keep up. Too fast. A moment later, both of them stopped on the red-leaved treetops. Chu widened his eyes, looking ahead in shock. What the hell is that? From a distance, huge trees appeared. But what terrified Chu were the gigantic monster shapes, dozens of times bigger than the trees, slowly approaching them through the fog. But contrary to Chiu's anxiety, Ditha seemed excited. With an eager expression, the more he faced difficulties, the more thrilled he became. Grinning widely, Zia said, it is not too hard to imagine. We are still young. In a few years, who knows? We might be able to conquer the beasts in this secret realm. We might even uncover the truth of this secret realm. Looking at Ditha's confident expression, Chu could not help but acknowledge that, indeed, Dai Ha was something else. On the other hand, feel scared of the powerful things I do not understand. While you are confident that you can defeat them, Chu compared himself to Diasa. only daring to think this to himself. It seems I am not only behind in martial arts but also in willpower. You are the true martial artist. At this moment, Dithar turned back with a serious attitude. Using his aura to sweep around to check, his expression changed completely. He was no longer the usual Diahaya, but a battle-hungry and victory-thirsty Diahaya. Their cores will be mine sooner or later. Then he switched to a serious attitude. Using his abilities to examine the distribution of life in the secret realm, there is something strange. In the southeast there is a lake, like a vacuum area. All white. There must be something unusual there. The stronger the waves, the rarer the fish. You point ahead, paying close attention. Asafachu. There is a lake to the southeast. Hurry up and check it out. Dithava and Sachu were strolling through the dense forest when suddenly a familiar voice rang out. In front of them was the girl who had helped Diaha during his early days when he bought jealousy medicine. As soon as she saw Difa, she smiled brightly and greeted him warmly. Isn't this our top scholar Dua? I did not expect you to be this strong. VLOV's teammate beside her also spoke up with a friendly expression. Vile. Do you know Scholar and Thun? Another girl from below looked up and said with a smile. Yeah. Introduce us quickly. Earlier Diho defeated a pack of wild beasts impressively. Dieter quickly approached Vielaju's team and asked her, how long have you all been here? Vieli smiled and came closer, replying enthusiastically. Just arrived. We have 2 great swimmers going down to explore the lake. Right near the lake, a man popped his head out of the water, panting heavily, holding onto the grass, joyfully shouting, we are going to strike it rich. Hearing this, Vieli asked back, how so? This man was Vieluzi's teammate. Happily announcing, there are ruins under the lake. We are going to be rich. VLO was thrilled to hear this and immediately said, really awesome. We are going to be rich. At this point, Dieter curiously turned to Sufchu and asked what the ruins were. Why are they so excited? Asufachu, having some understanding, replied, in the secret realm, there are ancient structures, perhaps remnants of a previous civilization. I have heard that modern martial arts and genetic technology both originated from there. Suddenly, Vuli's teammate widened his eyes, turned around cautiously, and asked, is there someone else? He thought it was someone with bad intentions towards their group, so he intended to draw his sword and charge at both of them. Not wanting his teammate to act, Vuli quickly pulled his hand back, stopping the action. Hold on. Wudong. Diaho and Sochao are the champions and runners-up of the Inthan competition. Their strength far exceeds that of ordinary martial artists. Let them join us, Diho posed coolly, putting his arm around Sochao's shoulder and said, that is right. Do not rot. We can help explore the ruins. Wudong quickly asked about the money first. So how do we split the loot? Diho waved his hand dismissively. We are just outsiders. We will take what we earn. Wudong had to swallow his frustration and turn back. Fine. I will let you guys join for now, but do not pull any other tricks. In his heart, he reassured himself that future talents like Trang Guyan and them Ho would become great figures. He should not create enmity. After a while, the whole team dived down into the river. Leading the way was Wudong. As he knew where the ruins were located, they continued into a dark cave. Wudong said, going through this cave leads to the ruins. As they walked, Wudong observed and wondered, that is strange. Where's Lai? Didn't we say he was supposed to be here? The bald young man in Vuli's team guessed in response. Perhaps he discovered a treasure and went ahead. Previously, they had entrusted Lai Vi to guard this cave, but now he was nowhere to be found. Wudong quickly looked for a way to contact him. Hello. Is Lai Vi there? Hello. Everyone, stay quiet to hear any updates. VLV anxiously looked toward the cave entrance and asked, did you see any traces of the magical beasts inside? Wudong replied, not all. The traps for the beasts had been set, yet not a single one appeared. At this moment, a girl from VLES team grew worried and asked, this is too dangerous. Lalavi is missing. Should we continue? Facing the concern of his female teammate, Wudong was instead thrilled, determined to uncover the ruins. Wealth is right in front of you, but you do not dare to take it. If you are scared to die, get out now. If you want to make a fortune, stay. After hearing this, his 3 teammates fell silent, both wanting and fearing it. Then Wudong said, if no one is backing out. Vuli's group continued deeper into the cave, followed by Deho and Socha. After a while, Wudong pointed his flashlight to the ground and discovered human footprints. Daiho looked and began to doubt, turning to say, signaling with mouth shapes to Socha. It is not appropriate. Socha exchanged signals in response. That is right. The timing does not match. Hong Vuli said her team had just approached the lake, and it was only within a dozen minutes. Yet they could enter the cave under the lake and find a secret path leading to the ruins. It really feels like opening the map view in a game. It clearly has traps. Should I remind your acquaintances and leave here? But just a few seconds later, Deho broke into a mysterious smile and whispered, I have a trump card. Not long after, Wudong led the group to an area filled with moss. Sharp strands of moss hung down from above. Everyone noticed that these strands of moss were tightly binding ancient remains. Wudong spoke up. This is a ghost core. It has lost its light and seems to have been drained for a long time. No wonder. We did not see many water spirits when we went down. Turns out they have been completely devoured. Right behind, Wooly glanced over and quietly asked, Wudong, where are the ruins? Before Wudong could answer, the other girl in the team gasped. Pointing wordlessly, the whole group looked in the direction she pointed, and a horrifying sight appeared. The body of their teammate was tightly bound by seaweed. His corpse shriveled. Life completely drained away. Both girls in the group screamed in panic. Louis is dead. Wooly's face changed color. She could not believe something like this happened in her team. Her eyes were glued to the corpse, her hands trembling, not knowing what to do. At the same time, Wudong was fixated on the relic. Crouching down, holding his head and yelling, Where's the relic? Why can't I see the relic? Suddenly, lumps appeared on his head. His whole body shook as if he was having a seizure. His face turned purple, and he stuttered, How did Louis die? Vines. I feel it too. Before he finished speaking, Wudong's head suddenly exploded. Long tentacles sprouted from his neck, overflowing and connecting above. Wooly quickly realized the situation and shouted, Everyone run. At that moment, a bright beam of light appeared. Atomic energy emitted strongly, piercing through Wudong's head. Now full of tentacles, Wudong had completely transformed into a monster. But before he fully morphed, Deho quickly acted to contain the situation. Still warm from the mouth, Deho said, I did not expect the beast to be so smart, capturing 2 martial artists and parasitizing to control one as bait. We have been led into its lair. Just then, long tentacles reached out towards Deho, and suddenly a mountain of rock collapsed, blocking the escape route. Everyone panicked. The beast had blocked the exit. It was not going to let them escape. So Cha stared directly at the monster, seriously shouting above the crowd, This is a demon beast. A second-level beast king. Wooly is confused. Cold sweat drenches her, and she stutters. The Vidri. What is the second level? The Vidri peep can't be assessed by regular ranks. He is not a match for our first-level martial artists. Daiho remains confident, smiling. Whatever level he is, watch me crush him. Suddenly, a loud explosion occurs. Rocks and dust fly everywhere, revealing a tall, muscular man, the one who observed Daiho earlier, appearing just as Daiho faces Vyokthie at the second level. As soon as he appears, this man strides forward with great confidence and says, Daiho, I am here to take your life. Everyone is shocked by his appearance and can't believe it, collectively shouting in disbelief. He is a martial artist at the 8th segment. Deho unexpectedly turns around, her expression cold as she asks nonchalantly, Still others want to target me. The large man begins recounting every detail of how he has been tracking Daiho. I heard someone used radioactive energy against the beast tied at Kong the Sen, and figured it was you. Just following the radiation trail led me right to you. I held my breath, tracking you all the way to this cave, not expecting to be discovered. And a big rock was used to block my way in. I completely stopped my heartbeat and faked my death. Yet you still recognized me. No wonder you managed to corner the Hauch clan. Seeing this man put in so much effort to find me, Deho looks at him in confusion and then speaks. Who is your uncle? Suddenly barging in and saying a bunch of strange things. Do we know each other? The unexpected question makes the man unable to contain his anger. Charge in and attack. Stop playing dumb. Just die. His punch was powerful, gathering a massive amount of energy to strike at the strange fire. But before he could act, suddenly a few tentacles of the beast blocked the way. That guy just stood there, frustrated and unable to do anything, shouting, This is the lair of the demon beast. How dare you lure me in here and use beasts against me? He was so angry he lost all reason, unable to control his emotions. Damn it. Is this your plan? Deho looked at him without answering, just standing there with his arms crossed. This guy was struggling hard with the beast, continuously being attacked and beaten to the point of gasping for breath. You dare to deceive me? He shouted in a fit of rage. Daiho still did not move, calmly watching. He was really creative. Meeting for the first time and already like this, Daiha thought to himself. The beast's vines kept wrapping around him, making him so uncomfortable that he burst out with strength, channeling all his energy to break free from the annoying vines. Enough already. My target is you, not these vines. The scene around him became increasingly chaotic as that guy fought fiercely, shaking the entire cave, which could collapse at any moment. Vuli stood behind, worried, yelling, "This is bad. The cave is about to collapse." She turned around to see Daiho standing there continuing to activate his malap form. He began to gather nuclear energy, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. As he pushed the energy, a bright sphere formed, enough to shatter stone, and water began to flood in. Daiho pointed to the side, quickly saying, "Sister Vul, everyone go ahead." The team quickly left, but that troublemaker refused to let up, continuing to charge in and attack Deha. At this moment, Socha had also arrived, swinging his sword to block his path. As for me here, do not even think about touching Daiho. That guy was not scared at all. Sneering,
Good.
"I am an 8th level martial artist. What can these ice blocks do to me?" But before he could do anything, Daiho charged in with a powerful punch, decisively hitting him in the face.
Wait.
"You nosy uncle. What are you looking at?" He looked up just in time to see Daiho's punch coming right at him, unable to react. As a result, just one punch from Daiho crushed him to the ground, the light from the punch illuminating the cave. Daiho did not want Socha to get hurt because of him, so he turned to Socha and said, "You go ahead. That guy is too strong. You can't handle him." Then, the young man turned back, his expression completely serious. "Let me handle him. After taking a hit from me, he is already worn out and staggering." The group followed the direction Daiho pointed and swam back to shore. Vuli's group was safe, while the ghost demon was completely insane, shaking the bottom of the pit. A moment later, when Socha swam to shore, Vuli anxiously asked, "Where's Daiho?" Socha sadly did not answer, just turned his head to look back at the cave underwater, implying it was over there. Turning back to the cave, the shockwave from Daiho was wreaking havoc, releasing an incredibly powerful nuclear energy. He was straining to activate a new form. Daiho waited until everyone had left before daring to use the newly updated Titan form in the system. As soon as he activated it, the young man quickly used a gigantic Titan hand to crush the stranger. In no time, that big guy surfaced, his entire body purple and badly injured. The shockwave from the aberration also made everyone above feel unsteady. So Chu saw the giant shadow of the aberration and widened his eyes, trying to look through it all. Feeling confused, a moment later, Diahata returned to normal and swam closer to the shore. He propped himself up on the grass, his body bare. So Chu saw him and ran over to call Dfa. At that moment, Diha did not dare to come ashore and said, "So Chiu, lend me some clothes." A little later, the young man got dressed and sat down. Facing everyone's questioning, So Chiu immediately asked, "What was that explosion just now?" Ditha, tired, sat down to rest and answered that it was from an unknown martial artist. He brought a suicide plasma bomb along with the demon spirit. So Chiu was astonished. "Isn't he the plasma bomb a military item? How did he get it?" "I think the explosion was even stronger than a plasma bomb." However, So Chiju still felt doubtful. He bluntly said that there seemed to be a giant figure in the smoke. Ditha, afraid of being discovered, turned pale, sweated, and hurriedly denied it. "No way. It is just an illusion." Ditha sighed in relief, thinking to himself how lucky he was to get away with it. If they knew his monstrous template ability, it would be bad. He had acted a bit too harshly, crushing that martial artist to obtain the demon core. Everything was done, and now it was time to say goodbye to the VI group. She waved goodbye. "Daiho, we are leaving now. Sorry for making you help us for free. Once we get out of this dimension, we will compensate you." Daiho politely and enthusiastically waved back. "Don't be so formal, Sister Vul. Consider it a repayment for the last time you helped me. If you compensate me, I will just end up in debt." Now only Daiho and Socha were left, both wearing serious expressions as they looked at each other and said in unison, "It is time to have some fun hunting monsters." 3 days later, at the entrance to the dimension of Kongthu Sun, Daiho and Socha had finally broken through this dimension. Both jumped out, and as soon as they touched the ground, they looked up. No way. The small pig mountain that had been there 3 days ago had turned into a small town. Above them, a large aircraft flew by. Both were astonished. It had only been a few days, and they had already built a small town, complete with cargo planes. The construction capability of a quack is truly frightening. Rushing to the exchange counter, Daiho slammed her bag of spirit stones onto the table. The staff reminded her, "Please be gentle. If things get damaged, it won't be good for you either." Daiho scratched her head awkwardly. "Sorry, but I have too much stuff, and if I do not take it out quickly, I won't finish checking in time." The woman at the counter replied enthusiastically, "Don't worry. We are experts." Daiho sighed in relief, took off the spatial ring from her hand, and gently released the 2 words, "All right." At that moment, many large bags of spirit stone, like the one from earlier, were taken out. She counted each bag until the last one was out, sighing in relief, the final bag. But looking around, the exchange staff also turned pale. The bags of spirit stones were piled so high that she was astonished. The girl asked in a trembling voice, "Have you taken everything?" Diho looked straight at her and gave a dangerous smile, his sharp gaze seeming to force her to hurry up. "It is, but you girls need to be quick. We have more elixirs to get." In the transaction room, the atmosphere was lively, the sounds of people bustling around. A group gathered around a table. Tramchaw praised the elixirs that Daiho brought back. "Oh my. This is a 7-star leaf at least 300 years old. This type of elixir is extremely hard to find, even for those who specialize in herbal picking. What kind of luck does this kid have?" He found the 6-fold fire, the main ingredient for crafting sea spirit pills. Just this batch of elixirs, even if of poor quality, is worth at least 30 million. The rarer types are even more expensive. This warrior is so lucky, in one night, he became a millionaire. Old Hara looked around and suddenly spoke up. "Are you out of your mind? Finding this many elixirs is not just luck. Someone like him should definitely not be offended." Diho stood in a distant corner, observing their attitudes, mumbling, "Now these white and green cores are useless to me. Better to trade them all for cash." He smiled, his voice dark and dangerous. 5 green demon cores from 3rd-tier demon beasts in the beast tide and the demon core of a 2nd-tier royal type with golden veins are the rarest. A moment later, an announcement from the bank rang out. "Beep beep. Bank card credited 27.57 thousand. Diho leisurely slipped his hand into his pocket, stepped out of the transaction room, mumbling calculations for his next move. Finished with the demon cores. Now to find someone to buy the elixirs. And it is all good. Suddenly, an expensive car pulled up right in front of him. Dihong looked around, unsure whose car it was. An older man stepped out of the car, confidently approached, and said, "Hello, Daiho. I am Lehodin, the owner of Binho Pharmacy. I heard you have a lot of elixirs from Kongthu Sun. I will pay 1% above market price." Daiho narrowed his eyes, smirking, not very interested in the man's offer, but quickly calculating in his head, "Those old men in the center dare to smuggle my information. It does not matter, since I need to sell. It is convenient for someone to come to me. Just agree to sell after I finish buying." He turned to remind, "Next time you have elixirs, remember to find me." Daiho watched him leave while holding the beeping phone, with the bank account now totaling 7,050,640. Looking at the money added to his account, he muttered, "This much money is not worth increasing my strength by 10%. Personal strength is the truth. The white or blue genetic materials on the market are useless now." Then Daiho sighed tiredly and complained, "My model is even more selective than its owner. High-end things like blood jade or high-quality genetic medicines are not even within my reach." An idea suddenly popped into Daihong's mind. He looked up with sparkling eyes. "There is this way." He recalled how he completely crushed Luthan Truck in the competition, thanks to the power of the crazy model. Didimalap. But in terms of martial arts, I am far behind those specialized in martial arts. What I need to do now is to acquire some extremely powerful martial techniques. Just as I said, Diho rushed in like a mad horse, shouting, "Old man, I am here to ask for some gold." The scene shifts to Anthan High School, the principal's office. A steaming cup of tea is poured on the table, and Diho heads straight to the principal's tea table. The principal treats him like a precious egg, personally massaging Daiho's shoulders and saying, "Daiho, I did not expect you to remember your old school." Daiho happily turns and smiles. "No need to be polite." "Principal." The principal nods. "That is right. You are the valedictorian, a role model for all of Anthan. But this champion is here for a scheme to make more money." Daiho pulls out a large ginseng liquor bottle, presents it to the principal, and says gently, "Sir, this herbal liquor from Binho is not a bribe, just a token of respect for my elders." Upon seeing the fragrant bottle, the principal's eyes light up like car headlights. Smiling widely, "Daiho, you are indeed a good student, knowing how to respect your teachers." After gifting the liquor, Daiho does not forget to ask, "Principal, I want to learn some strong martial arts. Do you have any connections?" The principal hugs the liquor bottle and replies, "You have not entered college yet. You can only ask the martial clans for help. You got into Hodu, so why are you rushing to get into school?" Diho looked at the principal, his expression passionate. "Principal, I want to improve faster." The principal nodded in agreement. "All right, I can introduce you a bit. After all, you are a special talent, and we educators must teach students according to their abilities. We can't just stick to the same old paths." Daiho leaned in close and whispered a few words into the principal's ear, making him burst into laughter. "The principal is right. Rules are fixed but people have to live. The education sector is fortunate to have teachers who understand change. That old teacher is exaggerating. Too much praise. Too much praise. Ha! The next day, Daiho was bathing in the room, her body wet and glistening when she heard the phone. Daiho. It is. You can go right away, the principal announced. Daiho replied. Thank you. Teacher, which martial arts clan is it? Daiho's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, "Ah!" The Liu family from Anthan agreed to pass on the secret techniques to her. The scene shifts outside. Anthan, a man, was waiting for a blonde girl riding a motorcycle at high speed, the girl behind, her hair flying like a horse's tail. Slightly scared, said, "Kayat, you are driving too fast. It is too scary." The man smirked. Looking cool. It is going to get even crazier. While enjoying a relaxing moment, suddenly a familiar voice rang out from behind. Hey bo, if you are driving fast, focus. Reckless driving can hurt people. Her reminder startled the two young men and women in front, who turned back with confused expressions. The man in front interrupted, angrily shouted, "You idiot. Are you crazy? What the hell? You think you can keep up with me on that old bicycle?" Just after finishing his words, he yanked his hand away and sped off like a rocket, leaving Daiho and the insults behind. The couple sped down the main road, leaving the taunts behind, while their excited cheers echoed. Big brother. So cool. So impressive. Daiho looked at them disdainfully, feeling uncomfortable inside. She glared after them, unable to tolerate that tone. Suddenly, a powerful burst of energy made the couple in front jump, their hearts pounding like they were about to burst out. Who said bikes are normal? Daiho here uses nuclear energy with just one strong pedal, and the bike zooms past those two effortlessly, even through in. Get lost. You jerk. Daiho shot off like a rocket, leaving a trail of dust behind, and in just a few seconds, he was out of sight. The couple was so scared that cold sweat poured down them like a shower, unable to believe their eyes. Are bikes really that fast now? The girl behind stuttered, trembling. It is like flying past planes. In less than 5 minutes, Daiho arrived, stopped the bike, looked up, and in front of him was the gate of a large mansion, exuding a sense of wealthy heritage. He stood alone in front of the big gate, his expression thoughtful. So this is a martial clan. He mumbled and used his power to scan the energy around. Even the gravitational field had some terrifying auras. Just then, the main gate opened, and Liu Thantrek stepped out and waved to Daiho. She smiled warmly but did not dare to smile too broadly, feeling a bit shy. You made it? Daiho looked at her, gave a slight smile, and teased. Aren't you happy to see me? Then Trektree blushed and quickly denied it. It is not that this Daiho is attacking again, so I must be very happy to see you. Right. She quickly looked down, preparing to lead the way. My mom told me to come pick you up. Now let us go meet her. Daiho followed Thantrek inside, and just stepping through the main gate was enough to show off the incredible wealth. Thantrek looked up and called. Daiho is here. On the high steps, a woman in high heels, walking gracefully, was Tanlet, the head of the Liu family. She had wavy platinum hair, plump lips, and a captivating beauty that spoke. Welcome, Daiho. As soon as Daiho saw her, his face turned bright red, and he exhaled like a boiling kettle. At this sight, he was holding back a lot. His mind involuntarily craved. Sir, I have realized it now. After losing the match, Liu Thantrek returned home, facing her mother who always had high hopes for her. The space between them was unusually silent. No one spoke for a long time. Thantrek was the first to speak. Her eyes sat as if she were about to cry. However, contrary to Thantrek's worries, her mother just gently waved her hand, not showing much concern, and said, Thantrek, there is no need to worry. On the TV screen, she continued speaking frankly. I watched the live match between you and that kid named Daiho. You performed very well. Daiho's abilities, even in the Hodu exam, are a dark horse. You should not blame yourself. Thantrek was surprised that her mother acknowledged her. No pressure at all. She stood there, her hands trembling, feeling weak and blaming herself. Just then, her mother stood up, her expression becoming serious as she spoke about the future of the Liu family. Your younger brother has limited ability and cannot take over the Liu family. The Liu family has reached a point where only you can bear this responsibility. She moved closer to Thantrek's, caressing her beautiful face, and continued. But you are a girl, and on top of that, you were born this way. She continued to express the harsh truth about the Liu family. Currently, your father passed away early, and the Liu family no longer has any masters to support us. The family's power has declined to the point where we have to stay in this small and thin. If a major family requests to marry you, we cannot refuse. This means the Liu family will be devoured by others, and 100 years of hard work will be given to someone else. I want you two to be together. What do you think? Vantri was truly surprised. She had never thought about this. Her cheeks turned red, and her heart raced. Liu Than Trucky's mother seriously expressed her views on Di-ho as a potential partner. Di-ho is not bad at all, with exceptional talent, a simple family background, and limitless prospects. From what I have observed, he is not a malicious person. You do not have to answer right away. Just live together with him and see how it goes. Back in the present, Di-ho has arrived at Liu Than Trek's house. He is standing before her beautiful mother, who looks like a queen. As soon as she saw him, Bia Lin Niam stepped forward to welcome Di-ho to the Liu family. Di-ho felt a bit shy and bowed respectfully. Hello, madam. I brought a little gift. Everything seemed very thoughtful. Di-ho even prepared a gift to bring to Liu Than Trucky's house, surely wanting to flatter her mother without beating around the bush. Liu Than Trucky's mother looked up and asked directly. I heard Principal Not Trung say, you want to learn some advanced martial arts? Right. Di-ho obediently replied. Yep. Madam. She then told her daughter to take Di-ho along. This surprised Di-ho. He secretly looked up, thinking, why did she agree so quickly? Then Liu Than Trucky's mother appeared completely natural, moving closer to Di-ho, creating a private space for the two of them. Than Trikik will take you to the Liu family's martial arts repository, which contains forbidden martial arts that can't be taken outside. Therefore, you only have 1 day to learn. Deep within the martial arts repository, there are 3 sets of profound martial skills. Whether you can learn them depends on your ability. With her permission, Di-ho respectfully thanked her and bowed to the head of the Liu family. Yep. Thank you, Liu family. She glanced at Di-ho with a mysterious look and pondered, thanking the Liu family instead of Tun Lam himself. It seems he has made promises to the Liu family already. Very good. Di-ho. In the future, the Liu family will fulfill your promise. Liu Than Trucky's mother smiled, looking at Di-ho, a very smart child. The more she looked, the more pleasing he became. While Di-ho did not understand why she was looking at him with such a strange gaze. He just felt there was something special about her eyes. Than Truck also noticed her mother's attitude but dared not say anything. After a while, she led Di-ho to the martial arts repository, a path leading to a dark tunnel. Then Trucky walked ahead, leading the way, while Di-ho followed her small figure. Suddenly, he stopped and curiously asked his classmate Than Trucks, why do I always feel like you are avoiding looking at me? Than Truck shivered, not daring to look back. Stammering, I did not mean that, but Di-ho, with a mischievous smile, moved closer and teased. Oh really? Than Truck's face turned bright red, embarrassed and speechless, trying to create distance from Di-ho. She shouted, what the hell are you doing getting so close? Di-ho laughed heartily, swaying back and forth. After a moment, Than Truck led Ho to a large, sturdy stone door, and they both looked up at it. Than Truck turned to explain. This is the stone gate made from power stone, a special type of rock mined from the secret realm. It can absorb the attack strength of a mystic martial master without breaking. Di-ho hesitated. Can I hit it with a punch? Than Truck squinted. Go ahead. But you are saying that while your heart is full of doubt. Di-ho's thoughts are really strange. He should be amazed by the miracle of this stone. Right. With Than Truck's approval, Di-ho began to gather atomic energy in his palm. The familiar blue light emitted. He clenched his fist and exerted great force. She could not help but remember the terrifying blows he had displayed in the arena. Just as he began the motion, the blue light from his technique made her widen her eyes, terrifying memories flooding back in her mind. Not daring to look, she turned away and closed her eyes, fearing that this scene would frighten her once again. At this moment, the energy was fully gathered, and Di-ho punched hard at the solid gate in front of him. A powerful surge of energy from his punch radiated out, causing the entire tunnel to shake. You think that punch will destroy everything, causing a massive explosion. But when it hits the door, the energy suddenly dissipates, the air becomes quiet, and everything is strangely silent. Suddenly, Liu Than Trek can't help but laugh, covering her mouth as she giggles. Meanwhile, Di-ho stands there, confused as to why there is no response from the door. Feels like that punch was just a light tap against a stone wall, like punching the ocean. The force completely absorbed, leaving no impact at all. Than Tree can't help but laugh out loud. Come on, I will take you inside. There will definitely be some interesting martial arts for you tonight. She smiles to herself, thinking, Di-ho, you have finally met your match. The door opens, and the host personally lets Dithaya into a large secret chamber filled with many materials and resources about martial arts. Then Tree begins to introduce. The martial arts here include body techniques, defense, combat training, and swordsmanship. She then gently asks, which one do you want to learn? It is simple. Just use this personal card to unlock the privileges. Dithaya immediately asks, where's the Heinhong martial technique? She leads him to an area with modern card scanning equipment and says, the Heinhong martial technique is in the deepest part of the small secret chamber, and you also need to scan your card there. But you won't be able to grasp it right away. You might learn just a little bit. I feel like letting you take charge might not be a good idea. I can help you choose a few martial arts books that suit your abilities. Diaha did not stop, jumped closer to Thantrex, and teased with a smile. Are you worried about me? Thantrex, annoyed and blushing, thought to herself, I do not want to talk to this guy anymore. Diafa continued, you do not need to worry about me. I know what is in my heart. If you want to learn, you have to learn the strongest. Hong martial arts is here. I would not dare not learn, so I will just obediently go home. You curiously ask, is this door the black stone of transformation? Then Trekkie slowly entered the password and replied, it must be strictly guarded for the secret room of Hong martial arts. This type of black stone of transformation is extremely rare. It is not something easily obtained. Then Tree continued to remind, saying that to collect this type of stone, the Liu family started since our great-grandfather's time. Inside, there are many very high safes, and the outside is tightly guarded. Definitely. And there is the phrase flesh body prison on each safe, she proactively explained before Daiha could ask. Learning Hong martial arts is not just about watching. It is about feeling the author's intent conveyed through the martial arts. If you can feel it, or if the martial artist has a conflict with its meaning, then you can cultivate it. Hong martial arts is a living thing. It is not the martial artist who chooses, but the martial arts that choose the practitioner. The more Daiha listened, the more excited he became, his mouth breaking into a wide smile. Then, the flesh body prison. I am indeed the chosen one of this martial art. Then a flesh body prison safe was opened. At this moment, Daiha's figure was even more terrifying than the object inside the safe. You stand firm, hands in your pockets, eyes bright with anticipation. Suddenly, your expression changes, and worry is clearly visible. Oh right. Is the Heinhong VK not a book but a statue? In front of you is a statue of a twisted evil monster, sitting on a corpse, trampling on the heads of those it has killed. Daiha looks back cautiously, wondering, is this what they call the martial arts sense? Have I really entered the world of martial arts now? He recalls the past, when Daiha exclaimed in amazement, the Heinhong martial arts is not a book but a carved statue. Liu Thantrak approaches to explain, not just a statue. It can also be a painting or an object. Anything can become a vessel for martial energy. This is the extraordinary point of a master. She explains solemnly. Only a master can condense martial energy and imbue it into items to pass down to future generations. Then Liu Thantrexi turns coldly and walks away. From now on, it relies on you. Ditha, confused, turns back to ask, rely on sister. You still have not told me how to learn this thing. Her eyes are full of implications. The corners of her mouth slightly lifted, sensing martial energy. Those with a connection will naturally be able to sense it. You are clueless. Just standing there blankly. Ditha, frustrated, lies back down and says casually, having a connection is enough. Right, then I will take a nap. Liu Thantri talk in the monitoring room has seen every action of you. And she trembles with anger, clenching her fists and scolding. Ditha, you really are something. Back to reality. Ditha, feeling dejected, talks to himself. So this martial energy world is like the spiritual world. Right now, I do not have any weapons at all. Not even Demora model's nuclear response can be activated. It seems I have returned to being a weak ordinary person. Suddenly, the sound of machinery echoed, and the system immediately displayed a notification, checking that the host's consciousness is in a special space to prevent the host from dying unexpectedly. The control panel will maintain the host's spiritual body. You sighed. But luckily, the monster prototype is still here. Suddenly, a man appeared on the broken arm of the statue, laughing loudly and saying, only real men can inherit my martial arts. Otherwise I would let it rot in the ground. Daiho turned around in shock. Lu Chengyu looked down from above, laughing fiercely and challenging. Kid, prove to me that you are a real man. You were left speechless, thinking to yourself, you look just like that statue. A lightning bolt flashed across, and he still stood proudly atop, saying, wait until the storm with thunder and lightning comes. There will be 100 ghostly spirits. At that time, You guard this shabby temple for me. Do not let this bodhisattva be defiled by evil spirits. If successful, I can reluctantly pass on to you the skill of home defense. If you fail, you will go mad from being torn apart by 100 ghosts. And you will never achieve martial arts mastery again. If you are a weak little brat, then you better run away fast. Drops of water gradually dripped from the ceiling, falling onto the tip of Daiho's nose. You wondered, is it rain? It looks like the test has begun. Liu Chengyu disappeared, and the raindrops started to fall more heavily. You slowly tightened the sword in your hand. Immediately, Daiho was surrounded by the ghosts. You show no fear at all and boldly open your eyes wide to glare at them. The demons, like a pack of hungry wolves, charge at you. Daiho gets into a fighting stance, swinging the sword with determination to eliminate the demons. His eyes blaze as he strikes fiercely. Suddenly, you break into a fierce smile. Indeed, this trial can't leave a martial artist unarmed to face 100 demons. There must be hidden tools. With that, you rush in to attack the whole swarm of demons. Thunder and lightning roaring across the sky. Daiho swings his sword wildly as if dancing among the demons. Liu Cheng, sitting on the roof, has been observing and smirks sarcastically. The 100 demons in this martial arts trial carry the stench of death. A tiny martial artist dares to step out from the shelter of the collapsed temple, truly asking for death. It seems this time, the one coming for the trial is just a fool. Martial artists nowadays are indeed worse than those before. Every time, I have to go collect their corpses myself. These demons continuously attack Daiho. Suddenly, one takes advantage of your unguarded moment to strike from behind. But what is Chen to judge anyone? You manage to dodge that surprise attack. Even that guy can't comprehend Daiho's skill and has to exclaim. In the midst of demons, he can't even get close to him, while the demon is confused. Daiho also looks at his hand in disbelief and murmurs. It seems that in the spiritual world, the control panel automatically protects the owner, putting him in a state where he can't be attacked. Isn't this like being invulnerable? Liu Chenghu watches Daiho. With just a few moves, he has nearly wiped out all the demons. That guy's eyes are twitching. How can this kid not be affected by martial arts? How did he do it? Daiho Chu teased again. Nothing but hard work and training. The demons were a bit frightened and began to retreat. Liu Chengyu spoke up. What a diligent practitioner. If you can subdue 100 demons, then of course I won't go back on my word and will pass this legacy to you. But let us see if you can handle it. He just stood there, stunned in the pouring rain. The statue suddenly shattered, revealing a well inside, which contained mysterious glowing spots. Daiho placed a foot on the edge of the well and looked down, continuing to explain. This well contains the essence of killing intent that I condensed when I was alive. And the physical training technique is also down there. If you can refine it. Before Liu Chenghu could finish his sentence, Daiho jumped into the well without hesitation. He was speechless at Liu Chenghu's awkward attitude, and had to compliment him a bit to ease the embarrassment. Good. Good. I have never seen a junior with such a personality before. In Liu Chenghu's memory, he was once the top player on the server at his peak. A heroic figure who had ventured through SSSrank secret realms. The demonic energy was also due to physical training. He died because of the physical training. As he aged, his vitality began to weaken, and the vengeful spirits that Liu Chenghu suppressed in his body began to counterattack, causing him to lose control and even kill those around him to avoid further mistakes. He could only end his own life, and before he died, Liu Chenghu combined the vengeful spirits, killing intent with martial arts into this statue as a vessel. Although a century apart, the murderous intent in the martial arts space has dissipated significantly. But it is still something that a small martial artist can endure. If Daiho can conquer this murderous intent, he can surely surpass himself on the path from demon to physical body. In the monitoring room, Lu Qingju and Tan Lam were also present. She suddenly opened her eyes wide in shock and quickly asked Tan Lam, "What is going on?" On the screen, they saw Daiho writhing in apparent pain. In the observation room, Lu Qingju and Tan Lam continued to monitor Daiho through the screen. She stared unblinkingly, nervously saying, "Just a moment ago, Daiho was sleeping soundly, a smug smile on his lips, as if dreaming of something very joyful. And now he was suddenly convulsing, covered in blood." Tan Lam calmly smoked a cigarette and explained, "This third mystical martial art is something your grandfather stumbled upon in his old age. He had once tried to cultivate it, but unexpectedly, with his master-level cultivation, he was directly repelled by the martial intent in this statue and suffered internal injuries. Since then, no one in the Liu family has been able to successfully cultivate this martial art. If it is indeed extraordinary power, then the means to acquire that power must also be something that ordinary people cannot endure. To wear the crown, one must first bear its weight. If Daiho has chosen to accept the power of this martial art, then he must have awakened in the secret chamber and stretched while yawning a few times." This action was captured by the two people in the monitoring room. Liu then chuckled and said, "The cultivation of the unusual flame is not as hot as you say." Tan Lam was left speechless. In the secret chamber, the unusual flame bowed respectfully before the statue and said, "Thank you, Elder, for passing on your teachings." The true form within the statue also responded, "Good. You are the most talented one I have ever met. You might just uncover the truth of this secret realm, something none of us elders have been able to do. Now it is in the hands of younger folks like you. Who would have thought that behind him?" He would turn around and say with a smile, "Elder, you must be mistaken. I am just showing off." The unusual flame grinned with satisfaction, surrounded by an aura of limitless power, and said, "Blood and flesh prison, body like a demon. Although my attributes on the status board have not increased at all, with the martial arts I have mastered, my combat power is at least double what it was before." Outside, Liu then Truck and her mother rushed in, and Tan Lam asked, "Unusual flame, have you mastered it?" He posed confidently, waved his hand, and smiled. "That is right. I have mastered it." She could not believe her eyes and exclaimed, "How is that possible? Even with Than Trucka's talent, it should take at least a week in the space of martial arts to grasp a high-level technique." Unusual flame, "How long have you been at it?" "Just an hour." "Really? Can you learn it just by taking a nap?" Liu Than Truck stood observing the relaxed demeanor of the unusual flame, secretly admiring him, thinking that everyone calls her a genius. But the real genius is right here. "You are so confident. Ah, you do not believe me? Then let me show you too." The unusual flame just needed to flex a bit, and a powerful force enveloped the entire space. "This is the energy I have comprehended from within the world of martial arts. If I had to explain, it is like a side effect of magic in a game. It can enhance your weapon, making its damage increase significantly." Saying that, Diho swung his fist, his powerful arm carrying destructive force, even sparking a few bolts of lightning. Lu Qingshu seemed enchanted, standing there lost in thought. The waves of energy were so intense that it felt like there were screams inside, like from a demon. Perhaps this is the killing intent that the strange fire mentioned. Witnessing such terrifying power, Tan Lam seemed revitalized, her hand on her cheek as she seductively said, "Ditha Hao. You really are Dia Hao." Seeing her so lewd, she thought to herself, "Lady, your daughter is still standing here. Can you tone it down a bit? I do not want to be labeled as the Prime Minister." Liu Than Trek spoke up, "Classmate Du Ho. If you have already mastered one profound martial art, would you like to learn the other too? You still have a day to learn." She blushed and smiled shyly. At this moment, Tan Lam stood aside, holding her face in disappointment, thinking, "Oh my. Is my daughter pretending to be stupid or really stupid? She says she does not want to be with Ditha Ho, but then turns around and hands her family's business over to him." Although investing in Dava Ho was something she had mentally prepared for, she could not just give him everything right away. She straightforwardly refused. "No need. Classmate Thentrex. One profound martial art is enough for me to digest for a long time. I won't be learning any more martial arts. I'm a bit tired, and I have a few things to handle at home. Let me stroke my chin." "All right. Call my daughter. Then Truck, see her off home." "Okay." I heard the steward say, "You ride a public bike. Do you know how to drive?" "Zagara. Pick one and go. It is convenient for you anyway." Hearing this, he remembered meeting a street boy on a motorcycle who teased him for being poor when he first arrived. Daiho thought angrily. A motorcycle. Speaking of which, he just remembered seeing a pretty cool guy on a motorcycle earlier. Stylish and everything. He naturally asked, "Aunt, do you have a motorcycle?" Tanlam replied, "Diho likes motorcycles. Just like that boy who can't stop worrying others. Aunt, give him the one you cherish the most." "Okay." Outside Tanlam's house, Kite was wandering around mumbling to himself. "I heard Steward Hongdi say that Mom invited another son-in-law. Let us see who this character is. My sister is both talented and beautiful, a rare genius beauty in Anthan. Not just anyone is worthy." Suddenly, he thought of Daiho and angrily cursed. "That kid on the public bike earlier is so annoying. He scared my sister away after just one date. I hope I do not run into him again." Just then, a motorcycle zoomed past Kiet, and his face turned pale, eyes wide with shock. Wasn't that the guy on the bike earlier? Moreover, the motorcycle he is riding is mine. Diho finally got home at night and left the motorcycle outside. Diho quickly prepared dinner. There was only a bowl of ma hench and a cup of dipping sauce on the table. Last time, eating ma hench raw was so bland. Daiho confidently picked up the chopsticks, eager to say, "This time, add a bit more dipping sauce to enhance the flavor." Daiho scooped up a piece of the jelly-like snack soaked in the sauce and popped it into his mouth. Starting with a green one, the mechanical sound echoed again. The system appeared. Host. Daiho. Synthetic Physique 23.8. Compatibility with the monster type of Furious Tidal Demon, 21%. Compatibility with Super Colossal Transformation, Monster Type 85%. Points available for distribution. His body was now brimming with energy. Diho sat reading the system panel. Muttering. Attribute panel is up. Points can be distributed now. Last time in the secret realm of the Sacred Tree Mountain. He used the Super Colossal Transformation, monster sample. Standing about 50 meters tall. Although it could be considered gigantic compared to ordinary beasts, it was still too small compared to the mystical beasts in the Sacred Tree Mountain, which were as big as entire mountain ranges. He still was not satisfied. Pressed a button. And said, "It needs to be even bigger." Put all the points into the colossal monster sample. Then he scooped another jelly-like snack soaked in sauce and said, "Add a golden demon core from the second level demon too." Diho's entire body was engulfed in a surge of immense power, even radiating outward. The system panel displayed the furious tidal demon monster type, absorbing the gene sequence of a special plant organism, resulting in distinctive mutations. May I ask if the host wants to stop the mutation process? His eyes widened in surprise. Mutation. Diho returned to his normal state, stroking his chin and mumbling. Mutation means it will become a monster with different attributes. If it becomes an advantageous attribute, then that is great. But if it is a disadvantageous one, that would be a backward evolution. After thinking for a moment, he decided to say, "But having too much is still the same. Let us take a risk, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle." And press the Y button. The display system board congratulates the host. Unlocking this level monster template, a huge ghost monster instantly appears. He is startled, eyes wide and mouth agape. Looking up at the massive ghost in front of him, the system board shows a notification that when the Berserk Demon template reaches 100%, there is a 2% chance to transform into a star pillar. Demon template. The demon template looks extremely fierce. He reads the information on the system and happily laughs to himself, clenching his fist and talking nonsense. From star pillar to demon template. Just hearing it sounds powerful. But he needs the current template to reach 100%. So he should upgrade quickly. Suddenly, a loud explosion is heard from outside, and he curiously looks out the window. He furrows his brows and wonders. What the hell is this? A terrorist attack? Outside, police and special vehicles are sounding alarms and blocking all exits in the area, not letting them escape. Find them for me. Do not miss a single corner. Inside, he can also hear the commotion outside. He cautiously glances behind, saying, "The original host has a weird personality. No close friends will visit at this time. I did not order food or packages. So who is it outside?" A woman appears and jumps onto the window of his house. She is Diu May. He sharpens his gaze and asks, "Do you know who it is?" "Sister." Diu May looks down on him and replies, "It seems this boy is not an ordinary martial artist." Through her mask, she looks at him with a meaningful gaze. Diu May says, "Initially, I just intended to hide something here and conveniently modify your memories. But since you have discovered it, you will have to endure a bit, and remember not to run away." Diu Ho, bored, does not even bother to look down at the nonsense. Forget it. Anyway, with this much savings, buying another house is fine. She did not understand what he was saying, so she asked, "What are you talking about?" Diha, transformed into Bruce Lee, pointed his finger at her and declared, "I am saying you are already dead." Outside, a man was fighting with the police. Several officers were trying to subdue him, but he exposed a weakness, allowing them to catch him. Chuana smiled slyly and said, "Diinume, you must take the Golden Fury outside." "Chuung A, I will draw their fire for you." Suddenly he shouted, "Come here. I will trade my life for yours." Blood of the Forbidden technique. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange force surged from Chuana's body. Just then, a burst of green light shot down towards him. Pretending to be cool did not last long, as Chuana was startled and quickly dodged the green force. "Are there more enemies?" As the dust began to clear, it turned out to be Diu Naime. She crawled up. Chuana asked in surprise, "Diinume, your nano armor was white, but why is it now as black as coal?" "Little sister, I risked my life to gather this, hoping you could take something away. What happened to you?" She quickly signaled to him with her eyes. "Chuung A, I have hidden the stuff. Let us retreat first." The two of them created a smoke screen to cover their escape from the police and vanished. The manhole cover nearby shook slightly, and in an abandoned old building, the two had escaped here. Diinume, exhausted, finally broke free from the group of police. Chuana exclaimed, "It is no wonder the nano armor can recover so quickly after such a strong impact." There is a pair of legs slowly approaching those two, even teasingly saying, "Hey beautiful, you still have not explained why you barged into my house. Turns out it is Deef Ho, like a ghost chasing them here. You must have realized a very serious problem by now. At first, I intended to randomly choose a lucky neighbor, but I ended up picking this big shot. If you barge into someone's home, you should be rewarded accordingly. Let me give you all a proper game. Chuan was furious and bluntly interrogated. How did you find us? His eyes were even flickering with a hint of rage. Dia Ho could sense that Di Donarmai was contaminated with nuclear radiation. He looked at them defiantly. If you can fight, then stop talking. He gathered strength into his arm and charged forward, ready to teach him a lesson. Div Ho provocatively said. Just the right time to test how durable a body can be. Chuang A, scared, raised both hands in front of him to block. Feeling uneasy, thinking to himself that this is not good, Div Ho lunged and using Lan Sen fist to directly attack him. With just one move, Chuana's eyes widened as he spat blood. Di Ho aimed precisely, delivering a straight punch to his stomach, and with just a flick of his hand, Chuang A's face was knocked to the side and he flew away. Di Win Mei had to widen her eyes in surprise and stuttered. Your martial arts are too strong. Little brother, who did you learn from? Chu Nia fainted right on the spot, while you remained unbothered, smiling innocently as you replied. I learned from Dima Lap. Di Win Mei felt unfamiliar with that name, thinking to herself, Dima? I have never heard of it. I did not expect a small town like Athan to hide so many masters. At this moment, Chu Mina woke up. Indeed, he had not shed tears until he saw the coffin. He arrogantly said, Don't get too cocky. Kid. Diholik looked at Chunya with cold eyes, and he suddenly transformed into his true beast form. It turns out Chunyugia also possessed a magical creature. Behind him was a gigantic rhinoceros roaring fiercely. Chunya proudly declared, I am a level 6 martial artist. Not someone a little brat like you can control. His true form was that of a rhinoceros, and when its feet stomped down, the ground cracked in two. At this point, Chungia had completely mutated, his body covered in sharp spikes, charging to attack Daiho with the martial technique of 5 elements. Diho was thrilled by his transformed appearance, smiling broadly, his mouth stretching from ear to ear as he said, Now this is more like it. Behind him, Diuin Mai had also activated her cloaking ability to prepare for a sneak attack on Diho. She smugly thought to herself, the kid did not expect my nano armor could be invisible. Did he? I am the real attacker here. Just when it seemed she was about to succeed, Diho only had to raise his hand, and a surge of power shot out, knocking Diuin Mai out. He said in a deep voice, Stop getting in the way. Daiho slammed her straight into the wall behind, leaving one opponent out of the fight. Chuana saw that you only needed one arm to defeat Daiuundu Mei, and he was so furious that he yelled, You useless Divu and Mei. You even failed at a sneak attack. Chuana regained his confidence, clenched his fist, and charged to attack, saying, You have to rely on me. Dithava remained calm, smirking as he said, Come here. Your eyes shining like you are waiting for prey. You blocked his attack with just one arm, your strength radiating powerfully. Ditha widened his eyes in shock, realizing that your defense had increased so much. Chuana smugly said, Kid. The true form of my iron horn beast can withstand even a tank's fire easily. What are you planning to use to break through this? Not only was the defensive power strong, but the attack power was even stronger. He thrust the rhinoceros horn like he wanted to pierce through you, and you tried to dodge the strike. A loud explosion sounded, and Chuana shouted, Go to hell. In the abandoned building, there were several dents from their battle. Chuan arrogantly said, Little brat, no matter how arrogant you are, you won't be able to take a hit from me. Chuang A. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked around and could not see you anywhere, panicking and asking, Where did he go? Chuana turned back to continue searching for you, not believing that you could escape after that punch. Just then, your true form appeared, towering over Chuana 1,000 times. Just standing up made the ground around shake. Chuana exclaimed in panic. What the hell is this? Chuana started to fear, his mouth agape in disbelief. Is this a monster? Where did he come from? Could it be that little brat transformed into this? A gigantic hand shot towards Chuana at rocket speed. That hand slammed down onto the ground, causing it to shatter. However, Chuana managed to jump up in time, escaping a disaster. But he was just an ant. Diehevja continued preparing to bring down his other hand for another strike. His devastating attack immediately sent dust flying everywhere. Diehar raised one hand high, gathering energy to prepare for a shockwave. He aimed directly at Chuan and unleashed a flurry of punches. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. Host state is supergiant transformation. Physical stats 23.8 to 294. At that moment, Di1 Mei woke up, clutching her injured body, and witnessing Di Hazaz's form. She trembled and stammered, I really am foolish. Why did I want to provoke this monster? Di1 Mei surveyed the surroundings, calculating the best solution, and said, If this continues, Chuana will be beaten to death. There is no way to escape. We can only take the risk. She jumped onto the roof of a nearby building. Holding a glowing red rope in her mouth before diving down, she used the rope to bind Ithaza. De-1 shouted. This is the particle rope from the nano armor. Its strength is enough to cut through high-grade alloys. She flew around him to wrap the rope tightly. And De-1 yelled again, although he transformed into a giant through some technique. No matter how strong, the weaknesses of his body could not change. Yet that rope could sever De-Ha's head from his body. And she gently descended. The head fell right in front of De-1 and she quickly reeled in the rope, thinking she had taken down Asa. She let out a sigh of relief. Is it really successful? Life is not a dream. That head is still functioning. Daiho opens his mouth. Is a power sphere preparing to attack? De-1 trembles in fear. Stuttering. Monster. Only a massive force can be felt piercing through the entire building. The last image in De-Mai's memory is an endless blue light. Smoke and dust swirl everywhere before finally settling down. Daiho returns to his normal form. Still emitting smoke, he leisurely takes each step. Daiho approaches Chua, who is lying there gasping, his eyes full of disdain. He looks at him and says, "It is your turn now." Chuang, drenched in blood, struggles to whisper, "That monster." Daiho looks at him with the glowing eyes of a demon. "You kill people, which means you are prepared to be killed. That is very fair." Chuan bows his head before him. Suddenly there is the light and sound of police cars outside. He knows he can't escape. He says, "If I have to die early like this, then I will take you down with me." De-Mai is the woman you just killed, who hid something in your room called golden genes. His face now looks incredibly distorted. Grotesque. And he screams in madness. "Now it belongs to you. You will have to face endless pursuit. Hiding everywhere. I will be waiting for you in hell." Daiho, full of disdain, does not care to listen to his nonsense. He kicks Chuan hard, sending him flying. Daiho added, "You are talking too much." He also noticed the police nearby. Muttering, "The police are here. We need to deal with the body quickly." Looking at the wreckage he caused, Daiho said, "This time it is a bit too much." When he got back to his apartment, it was already midnight. He sat on his bed and texted, "Aunt Tan, how did the police questioning go?" The person on the phone replied, "Nothing much. But Daiho, things have not been peaceful lately. You should just wait and then go study at Hodu University." He immediately replied, "Don't worry, Aunt Tan. I understand you. You are very well behaved." The person replied, "That is good." He stood up and tossed his phone aside, sighing in relief. Luckily, he had checked in with Aunt Tan first. Otherwise, with his nuclear energy outburst, the police would definitely trace it back later. Indeed, just as Chunia said, De-May really hid the canister in his room. Daiho held it in his hand and examined it. Is this the golden canister those two mentioned? The canister had the symbol of a large animal on it. He realized he had seen this symbol in the Prometheus files that someone from Hodu had given him. This is the symbol of Thunderhawk, a big player in the biotechnology field. Daiho thought about the two earlier and figured out the reason. It seems those two stole this from Thunderhawk, and while fleeing, they encountered all sorts of pursuers. Thinking of his despicable expression, he guessed that from his hints. This thing must have been tossed to him. Daiho looked out the window, which had a large hole made by him. He put his hands in his pockets, calculating that he needed to move. Tonight he would find a hotel to stay in temporarily. In the B-level secret realm, deep within the Swan Lake secret realm, the girl stood on top of a wolf and asked, "How's your harvest?" The man replied, "It is. I have managed to get a little." Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, catching everyone's attention. The girl shouted in surprise, "This is bad. Captain, look over there." They looked into the distance and saw a giant beast appear. Following it was a pack of terrifying beasts rushing in, swarming in like a storm. Among them was an extremely large monster, a 5th-level blood-colored black beast. Everyone panicked and urged each other to quickly report to the military, with a high-level monster leading a large beast tied. They were anxious and hurried. And Than could not hold on, and had to let the country send a master-level, or grand master-level martial artist for support. Damn it. High-level monsters rarely leave their territory to come into areas where low-level monsters roam. Why is this happening? The beast with a terrifying face stared ahead. Its eyes suddenly turned blood red, and it released an immense energy. Large stones continuously fell, and people panicked as they fled and called for help. In this emergency situation, high-level monsters appeared in the Swan Lake secret realm, spreading chaos. A man shouted in fear, requesting assistance. When a large stone fell on him, the man was crushed by the stone, and the mechanical voice responded that the master had been breached. "Answer me. Answer me." The beast rose up, looking enormous. Its roar echoed loudly, and a huge black hole appeared in the sky, inside the city. Everyone was afraid as the announcement blared. The large beast in the B-grade hidden realm of Swan Lake in Anthan was about to attack, and the citizens trembled in fear. The army quickly gathered, responding to the loudspeaker. It is expected to break through to Anthan in 20 minutes. The army is now deployed to the front line against the tidal beasts. The loudspeaker blared, and I called for all the fighters in Anthan to come to aid. All fighters, please come to aid. In the train station, the loud shouts of people could be heard. Please do not push. Maintain order. A small child was lifted high amidst loud cries, as the tidal beasts attacked. Right now, the train is only allowing children and students to board. The children are the hope for the future. If Anthan falls, we must ensure the future of Anthan gets out. In the mayor's office, two people sat in front of a computer talking. I told her to seek aid from other cities. Which cities have agreed to send troops here? The woman replied. Mayor, this time it is not just Anthan that is being attacked by large tidal beasts. Many areas across the country are reporting tidal beasts incursion warnings. Right now, they are still trying to take care of themselves. The woman pointed at the iPad in her hand and said, the cities that have not faced the beast tide are all saying they need to build defensive fortifications in case the beast tide occurs. The worried mayor asked, has the Hodu side confirmed if the master-level warriors we requested for support can come? Even one would be enough. He leaned back in his chair and continued, the city of Kwangsun near Madu has encountered an S-level secret realm. All the warriors of the empire must go to Kwangsun City to prevent the expansion of this level secret realm. The mayor frowned and said, we do not have time to waste. The battle to protect Anthan has already begun. We just have to rely on ourselves. The scene shifted to the office, where two men were practicing in the yard, with Daiho executing a punch towards his opponent. The other man was knocked back a bit. Daiho looked at him and praised. Not bad. You managed to block one of my strikes. So Cha, wiping the sweat off, asked, how long have you been learning Hon Hong martial arts? Daiho stretched and replied, it has been a month. It is, but you are the one who is behind. Why do I feel like in just a month you have fallen behind so much? So Cha explained, it is not that I have fallen behind too much. It is that you are so strong it is ridiculous. Suddenly, a commotion was heard from afar. So Cha looked and shouted, something's happened in Anthan. This is a warning of the beast tide invasion. A voice from the phone announced that the preparatory university students of Anthan have priority to leave. Students, please head to Anthan Airport and take flights B521 and B753, or go to the Anthan high-speed train for train of 42,317 to leave quickly. So Cha announced the evacuation message. Daiho asked him, you are not planning to go? Are you? So Cha looked down and replied, do you want to stay too? I think with your talent, you should leave. Daiho quickly rubbed her hands together, beaming, and said, you talk a lot. How come I never noticed you were so nagging before? If you do not go, then it is just one word. Death. The scene shifted back inside the mansion, where Liu Than Truck excitedly told her mother, I want to go support the fight against the beast tide. Tan Lam asked her daughter, what are the odds you can make it back alive? She added, there are about 30,000 martial artists in the city, plus some older retired martial artists and volunteers. That brings it to about 50,000 people. This many people facing the beast tide is like a small boat against a tsunami. Once it hit, it will be buried in the sea of beasts. Tan Lam raised an eyebrow at Liu Than Truck and continued, and the overlord-level monsters are not something in city can currently face. They are beings that only masters can barely contend with. Than Truck, your life is not just your own but also belongs to the entire family. Liu Than Truck fell silent, turned, and walked away, not forgetting to reply to her mother. The Marshall family cannot resist the beasts. Perhaps they have lost their value to exist. After saying that, Liu Than Truck left, slamming the door shut. Tan Lam lit a cigarette and said to the person behind her, Dai Hong, we are leaving in city. Di Hong asked, what about that boy named Dai Ho? Tan Lam raised her eyebrows, speaking in a flat tone, sending a message to him. It is up to him to decide. The scene shifts to the secret realm of Swan Lake, where people are gathering in large numbers, and the sound of chatter fills the air. Old Tran, you are already 60 years old. Why are you still here having fun? Aren't you going to take your granddaughter? If old Truong can make it here with his ailments, then I, with my healthy limbs, should be able to come too, said Truong, leaning heavily in the back. I never expected that after 30 years. We would stand together on the same front line, fighting against the tide of monsters invading. Old Tran, standing tall with his spear, replied, that is right. It has been 30 years. You lost that leg during that monster invasion, old Truong. Once we managed to fend off this wave of monsters. Are you still planning to go live with your son in retirement? Your son lives in the bustling Kim-dun. And being a country bumpkin. Won't you be laughed at? He replied. Not going anymore. I will stay in Anthan and play chess with this now terrible player here. I was born in this city, so I must die here. After saying that, they all charged forward together. At the entrance of the secret realm of Swan Lake, hundreds of cannons were lined up. Everything was well prepared, and the sound of urging echoed continuously. We are the last line of defense for Anthan. We must guard it strictly, and not let any monsters slip into the city. The resonant voice echoed in unison. The mayor stood at the front and announced. 60% of Anthan's army along with high-level martial artists from the rank of master, and above have all entered the secret realm. They are called the Vanguard, and they have one sole mission. To gather basic information about the monster wave, and try to assess the strength of the Lord level, and even Overlord level monsters within. Then survive and bring the information back. Suddenly, he was startled to see a man covered in wounds struggling to approach. The mayor hurriedly ran over. Calling out, "Emergency medical staff." The man collapsed, struggling to call out to the mayor. "Mayor." He trembled, using all his strength to hold up a USP and said with difficulty, "This USP contains all the spoils the advance team has gathered." The mayor anxiously shouted, "Where are the others?" He looked up and said two words that left him speechless. "They are dead." The man screamed in pain, crying as he said, "They are all dead, crushed by the beasts. Not even bodies to bring back. Covered in blood." Shouted that we must be careful of that bloodthirsty black jade. It is plotting against us. Otherwise, at least a few thousand of us could have made it out alive. From the dark lake, sharp rocks came crashing down. Something pierced through the building accompanied by loud, dangerous screams. Some strange things appeared on the ground. The mayor suddenly thought that its target was the landmines set under the building. Continuous large explosions occurred along with his gasps. Its target is to detonate the landmines to destroy the defensive structure being built. The artillery also attacked. The mayor's loud shout mixed in with it all. Damn it. It is an attack from the secret realm, the tank company. Without hesitation, aimed straight at the crack of the secret realm and fired. In front of him, a terrifying explosion occurred. The mayor frowned, clenched his fist, and spoke. They are not unleashing the beasts, but using long-range attacks first to wear us down. There is no way monsters know how to use military tactics like humans. Right. He angrily shouted. Damn it. You filthy beast. From the black hole, another wave of rocks continued to fall. A loud scream marked the second attack. This time, the number of monsters suddenly increased. A machine charged forward, and a few soldiers cautiously moved ahead. A beast appeared, and the cautious soldier shouted, "Watch out." Just then, it took his head off. Then, one after another, more of them showed up. Everyone tried to fend them off. The mayor reached out while trying to shout. The monsters were being used as a launching pad for the beasts. They flew out of the crack in the secret realm through those beams, and were dropped directly into the rear lines of the battlefield to cause destruction. Damn it. We can't let those stones fall. Stop those stones for me. The beast reared back. Another one spoke up. Almost enough. Humanity has no more strength to resist. It roared loudly and charged forward. Warriors, crush that ground for me. A horde of monsters charged toward the cannon. Multiple explosions rang out in rapid succession, creating complete chaos. A foot stomped down on the ground. Deho slipped his hand into his pocket, speaking nonchalantly. After today, I wonder what Anthan will turn into. Although I have only been here for a few months, I have grown a bit fond of Anthan. I can't let these beasts ruin the peaceful days I have worked so hard to achieve. So I have to... He quickly rushed down and revealed a suit of armor, excitedly saying, "Time for a bloodbath." In the city, several columns of smoke rose, and a boy praised the one next to him. "You really are something, having taken down 5 beasts already." The one being praised felt proud. Too much praise. Too much praise. They Thielin stepped on a monster and spoke up. "You just killed a few low-level beasts, and you are already bragging. Lahine. Is that all you have got?" The title of number 1 in Anthan Tamtrung is really a bit exaggerated. The guy clenched his fist in anger. They Thielin. At this moment, footsteps were heard. Sasutsu appeared holding a spirit stone. Someone questioned. "Asafichu, did you personally take down a 3rd-level beast with that green crystal in your hand?" Sachu did not stop, casually replying, "Didn't he expect to see you all here? Did not everyone choose to retreat?" He raised his eyebrow and continued. "Our parents are all martial artists, fighting against the beast tide here, as their children. How could we run away alone?" Suddenly, Lahoin pointed up and shouted, Be careful. Behind them was the silhouette of a tank rushing towards them at breakneck speed. The scene was extremely chaotic. A tank was thrown down accompanied by curses. Damn it. Who threw a tank? A hand unsheathed a sword, and Sufchu drew his sword and struck a few times, causing the tank to be split in two. Lin exclaimed in shock, looking at this figure. It was supposed to be the first Lord-level beast to emerge from the secret realm, so how had it charged all the way to the rear lines? Facing the massive monster, they tried to reassure each other. Stay calm. It is not a Lord-level beast. Its form and aura are different. The monster's hand swung down, and Juozhou gritted his teeth, thinking it was dangerous. A large beam of light shone down, devastating everything. Attacked by something, the monster fell down, reaching out to grab something. Diho stood boldly on its mouth, raising his hand. You bent down, pried its mouth open, and grinned sinisterly. It is time to take care of its mouth. The beast let out a growl. Diaho held its fangs with his hands. You pried its mouth open to look inside, exclaiming, so dirty. How many people has it eaten? Daiho raised his hand, creating a water balloon. He said, I have to wash you really well. Daiho let the water balloon pass through the beast's mouth. Lahoin stood behind Juozhou and said, while the monster is fighting itself, we should retreat quickly. Zuozhou reassured. Don't panic. That is a special fire. He stammered. A special fire. That little beast was a special fire. Zuozhou looked at you standing in front and spoke. That is right. With him here, maybe our Nthan can get through this ordeal. Diho bared his teeth and smiled, turning back to say, Zuozhou, I leave this to you guys. I am going to help elsewhere. Saying that, he gained momentum and jumped away. Standing high, he looked down, observing for a while, closing his eyes. Daiho focused on thinking about where the monsters gathered the most. You suddenly think you have found it. Underneath, a massive elephant is rampaging. The soldier throws down his gun and screams. Guns are useless against this beast. Hurry up and load. The others quickly put away their guns and grabbed some armor. A group of people all brandishing swords rushed forward. Surprisingly, they all met their end on its sharp spikes. Its feet walk without knowing how many people they trample to death. The soldiers, looking worried, shouted, Captain, let us get out of here. We can't hold this position. We are just ordinary soldiers. We can't fight these monsters. Some people still refuse to give up. He swung his sword and knocked away a wild beast in front of him, his eyes determined as he shouted, we are soldiers. Even if we die, we will hold out until the warriors arrive. Suddenly, bright red flames appeared around them. Someone wondered, what the hell is this? Could this mean that the warriors have arrived? In the distance, the elephant approached, surrounded by a fiery aura. Suddenly, something green shot through its head decisively. With a loud crash, it fell to the ground. Lying still, the other beasts, seeing this, began to raise their heads and let out a loud roar. The Hachnovo Batkai swiftly descended from above. A beam of light shone down through the clouds. The other 9 districts were also struggling. The man looked questioningly at the stampede of beasts fleeing. The beasts are running away. It seems like they want to run to another place. The woman standing behind spoke up. The Dihua top scholar and Than Dihua has already joined the battlefield. The monsters everywhere seem to be surrounding the top student for a sweep. The man turned his head, determined to say, we can't let the anomaly like Liu Wushi's group be killed by these beasts. We need to go help him. He is still just a kid. The hope of our Nthan. Then he walked away, his voice booming. Let us ambush the monsters and protect the top student. The moment the monster showed its teeth, its skull was blown apart. The battlefield was brutal. With the remains of monsters scattered everywhere, a powerful beam of light shot down, destroying the surrounding area. The man with the stylish hair immediately shouted a warning. A leader-level monster had set its sights on the anomaly, and everyone fought with all their might to protect it. Damn it. They want to kill the top student of our Nthan city. You will have to step over my dead body first. Someone shouted to kill. We are saved. While the whole city erupted, the cheers echoed. Humanity triumphing. You bastards. Go back to hell and hold your ground for me. Our top student will arrive immediately. There is no need to wait for him. Seeing our stronghold being destroyed, drive all these monsters out. Do not let a single one escape. You old-timers are worse than a high school student. Don't let the juniors mock us. At that moment, a monster resembling a dinosaur stepped out, its eyes glowing ominously. The dinosaur charged fiercely at the barrier in front of it. That barrier was the divine electric wall erected right in the heart of the city. The mayor hovers in the air, raising his hand to chant a spell. This divine barrier can only surround a part of the monsters. To completely deal with this beast tide, the leader must be eliminated. However, the barrier still can't stop a few monsters from slipping through. An ugly monster with thick fur soared up. The mayor said little, clasped his hands, and formed a seal. A blinding golden light emanated from the seal. Here, one could see the length of the monster's arm, an uneven confrontation in terms of size. His gaze turned behind him, narrowly avoiding a melon rind only to encounter a coconut shell, revealing a monster even more terrifying. The mayor's face was cold, showing no fear as he thought to himself, a Tromsen giant, level 4 Lord Beast. Suddenly he understood. This was the mount of the blood copper black sphere. The mount of the leader had made a move. It seemed that the monkey could not sit still anymore. After thinking, the mayor gently descended onto the divine barrier. He channeled energy, creating a rock-shattering technique. The tremors distorted the space, bending everything. The monster's body was covered in countless glowing eyes. The creature, resembling a centipede, looked up at the dazzling vortex created by the mayor. As it slowly climbed higher, he asked, "Do you know why I have to use the earth attack that you are most familiar with?" The monster, fearful, seemed to understand its fate. Bright streams of liquid flowed around the mayor. He continued to approach you. Mysterious martial arts. The monstrous centipede had no way to retreat after the attack. The giant creature screamed in pain from the blow. All the glass windows of the building shattered from the loud sound, countless shards flying everywhere, and the ground trembled as well. The monster's rage made the earth scream. The monster kept wailing tragically. At this point, the city no longer resembled its former self. The mayor felt a sense of relief. Luckily, he had received intel about the Tromsen Jue early, just in time to distance himself from the group of martial artists. Otherwise, he would not know how many would die. As he rushed forward, he revealed, "If all your main body entered in city, I might be 3 times weaker than you, but you only exposed a part. Just a goat waiting to be slaughtered." Dozens of arms sprouted from behind the mayor. The monster stood tall, taking advantage of its large appearance. Each of its eyes watched the mayor's every move. He used his arms to weave through the monster's spikes to climb up. The monster's back loomed like a towering mountain. The mayor had lost all his strength, so he had to fly up to observe. No wonder he was the ruler of the earth attribute. He could even grow stone spikes on his own body. A fierce gaze was quietly watching him from behind. The mayor immediately realized there was an ambush. Blood copper black abyss extended its massive arm to grab the mayor like a toy. This guy was exuding a questioning aura. "Little human, what are you doing with my mount?" In the eyes of the mayor, this moment is filled with regret, mixed with astonishment. As the blood brother Black Pearl, how could I be hiding inside the stone Chewy? The blood brother Black Pearl's eyes widened brightly, looking extremely eerie. "Now, let me crush your head, so you can see how insignificant humanity is in front of me." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the mayor to the ground with force, causing a loud noise. In the city, the buildings were scarred by the encroachment of sharp thorns. The blood brother Black Pearl shouted loudly while his hands were still smoking. "Although I could avoid the explosion in an instant, I confirm that there are no stronger martial artists in your city, so I can kill without worry." The mayor crawled out from the wreckage, looking utterly tragic. The mayor fell silent, then raised one hand to the sky. Instantly, the mayor regained his composure, a stream of light swirling around his body. His strength summoned a dragon-shaped spirit beast, a shadow protector. With the fierce face of the blood brother Black Pearl and sharp teeth, he disdainfully thought that human resistance was meaningless, just prolonging the time until death. In the blood brother Black Pearl's mind, the image of humanity living in fear appeared. This battlefield had no heavenly enemies left and had turned into a game that instills fear and despair in humanity. I look forward to seeing the desperate and fearful expression of this strongest human. The opponent's psychological attacks were met with physical responses from the mayor. Even though he was hit by shards of light, the blood brother Black Pearl was completely unaffected. That guy bluntly critiques, "The speed is not bad, but the power is too weak." The mayor is not discouraged and continues to attack. This time, Blood Colossus is pleased to note that the power is not bad, but the speed is way too slow. He quickly moves through the ruins, heading towards the mayor. Blood Colossus presses his grimy face close to the mayor and yells, "I do not like lesser beings looking me in the eye." The mayor is only slightly taken aback, and seeing that expression, Blood Colossus angrily throws a punch. At this moment, he is utterly confused. The ground bears the marks of their fight, yet the mayor remains unscathed, and that impact sharpens his gaze. Blood Colossus is momentarily frightened by the power, asking, "Why are not you scared at all?" Now it is the mayor's turn to act, as he places his hand on the ground. "Beast, you think you are smart, but you have miscalculated. You are just an arrogant beast." The stream of light the mayor uses instantly transforms into ropes, wrapping around Blood Colossus. sealing his blood magic. At this point, he regrets it too late, asking, "Did you intentionally lead me into your trap?" The formation is called the Earthvene Seal. The previously clear sky is replaced by an endless whirlwind, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Blood Colossus is being pulled into that vortex. He questions, "Is this really your trump card? You want to seal me underground?" Too naive. Humans. Blood Colossus shifts to threatening mode. "You can't keep me imprisoned forever. Just let your guard down for a moment, and I will rush out and tear apart everyone here." What a pity. The mayor has played his trump card. This is not a trump card. It is a him. He lifts his shirt to reveal the 5-point star scar. The mayor's clear voice rises. It is the hymn of humanity, the epic of courage. Just as he finishes speaking, he punches the scar on his chest. Blood Diamond Black Abyss is in despair. There is a hint of tremor in his voice. "What do you want to do?" Though he is battered and broken, the mayor explains. "From the very start of the war, I buried Nthan's only tactical nuclear bomb under Swan Lake. The detonator has been implanted in my heart. If my heart stops beating, the bomb will be activated." Hearing this, Blood Diamond Black Abyss is in despair. "Damn it. Are you threatening me? Who would use their life as a condition? You think that can scare me?" While blood continues to stream from the corner of his mouth, the mayor admits, "From the beginning, I never intended to go back. After all, I am the mayor of Nthan. My name is Hong Kin." In a public speech, he declared, "I am Hong Kin. I vow to dedicate everything to Nthan and its people, even my life." The mayor begins to close his eyes. "Now, I guess I have done it. Right." The blinding light mixes with the screams of Blood Diamond Black Abyss. He has been sealed. That light simultaneously swallowed the mayor's whole body. The light of hope enveloped the entire city, causing a massive explosion like a nuclear bomb. Seeing the mayor's message left behind, the soldier was moved to tears, issuing an urgent notification. All soldiers and fighters immediately withdrew from the entrance of the Swan Lake secret realm. The nuclear tactic is about to be triggered. Retreat immediately. The soldier could not contain his emotions. He must have been very touched. The soldiers saluted one by one as a farewell to the mayor. So Chu and Thigulin also took a moment of silence. Everyone stood at a distance, watching the heroic scene. A gigantic mushroom cloud suddenly rose into the sky like a tombstone. The fighters who received the warning and withdrew from the nuclear blast zone felt deep reverence. It could be said that this was a grand funeral. The explosion shook the entire affected area. The blood-red black jade was burned to ashes, leaving behind a massive skeleton. From the void, a fireball emerged. The fireball somehow transmitted energy to him. Each cell of the blood-red black jade was being regenerated from scratch. Every muscle and fiber wrapped around his skeleton. Thus, the mayor's efforts went down the drain. The blood-eye black sphere widened its red eyes, staring deep into the very essence of humanity. It slowly stood up, murmuring, not realizing it had almost been outsmarted by that lowly human. Ignoring his incomplete recovery, the blood-eye black sphere shouted, "I want to kill all the humans in this city. I want them to die the most brutal death." His body was partially disabled. But first, he turned to the abyss, waiting for his energy to recover before flattening this place. It is known that the abyss is a term for the secret realm of the demon beasts. A voice broke the illusion of the blood-eye black sphere. "Where do you want to go?" At that moment, humanity stood on the edge of the abyss, Diho appearing like a deity. The blood-eye black sphere gaping in shock. "This human, I remember, is one of the biggest obstacles of this invasion by the beast tide. A terrifying human genius. Diho only regretted not arriving at the right time. Finally finding you. It is a pity to be a step late." You rushed forward, reaching out ahead. The core energy impact punch. Unexpectedly, the blood-eye black sphere dodged, and even awakened some kind of power in him. The calm gaze looked towards that guy, carrying some confusion and panic. Blood-tongue black sphere had the upper hand. A foolish human genius. In such an important battle, you did not hide behind, but instead had the nerve to stand right in front of me. This is the best opportunity to eliminate you. There is one thing that guy did not expect. Daiho smiled and replied, "If you want to run, my little nuclear giant may not even hit you. Now, let us have you receive another one." Blood-tongue black sphere was cornered, and could only helplessly sigh. Humans really are. Waves of shock surged in, and the blue electricity surrounded him with no escape in sight. A sphere appeared in the chest of blood-tongue black sphere, and it was about to explode out of him. Another large explosion was witnessed by the entire city. Looking at the scene before them, everyone was panicked. "Look, why is there another nuclear explosion? What is happening over there?" Could it be the contingency plan that Mayor Hong Ken left behind? They mistook it for the great Mayor Hong Ken. The pitiful appearance of Blood-tongue black sphere emerged from the smoke, and even he was in despair. Blood-tongue black sphere groaned as the bizarre Daiho transformed into the form of a monster, showcasing the Emperor's giant. Blood-tongue black sphere indignantly questioned, "Hey, how come you look more like a monster than I do, normally?" Even a lord-level beast would not have the presence you do. Di-ho had completed the transformation and disdainfully replied. I am not like that hairless monkey you are, at this point. The size of the mutant is 1,000 times that of the blood copper black stone. You can easily crush him with just a flick of your hand. The blood copper black stone was tortured into a deformed shape. The mutant teased. Don't run. Little prince. While you unleash your moves. The land mountain fist black lightning. The blood copper black stone is using its last bit of strength to fight back. Don't underestimate the overlord. The two fists are clearly mismatched. A current is generated between them. And the explosion sends shockwaves through the sky. The mutant showed a bit of admiration. After all, it is a level overlord beast. Even though it is heavily injured. Looking as skinny as a monkey. It was originally a monkey. Despite being an opponent, he still expressed a respectful attitude in the form of a giant demon lord. My composite physique has surpassed 30 points. Yet I still can't overpower you in strength. I even got my arm injured by you. But it is still not enough for me to take you seriously. The blood copper black stone lay on the ground, as if wanting to give up everything. My full force attack caused injuries. Yet you are recovering so quickly. Suddenly, he seemed to awaken. The blood copper black stone muttered. I can't beat this genius. He turned tail and ran. Continuously chanting, can't beat him. Can't beat him. Can't escape. How can I get away? The mutant, right behind him, decided not to give him a chance to escape. You transformed back into human form and muttered. How could you vile creature, deserve the life of the mayor? You did not say much. Just attacked. And your blood-red body shattered amidst curses. You detestable genius of humanity. At that moment, in a place full of ruins, Dimalap stood there and spoke. That monkey has buried itself underground pretending to be dead. The creature inside Dimalap's body spoke seriously. But pretending to be dead also meant it was scared. Afraid of being discovered. It had been injured like never before. This is the best chance to kill it. It seems that a beast of the supreme level can conceal its aura, making it undetectable by others. Then the creature's expression suddenly changed. You worriedly said that if you could find it sooner, the mayor would no longer be around. Suddenly, Dimalap's foot lit up, and the ground cracked as the creature continued talking. But now it was seriously injured. Even if it had the ability to hide, it would still be affected. After all, as long as there was a faint signal of life, I could sense it. The situation was tense. The creature inside Dimalap quickly spoke upon seeing something. Found you. You damn monkey. Dimalap immediately shot out a beam of light. The beam moved in a straight line. Throwing that monkey up, that monkey was furious. Its eyes filled with resentment. I almost sensed the entrance to the abyss nearby, if it were not for that damned human mayor setting a trap for me. Right after that, he received another punch from Dimalap. It continued to open its mouth, spitting out a blinding light. A beam shooting straight down to the ground. Hitting that monkey just right. Di-ho coldly said. This is the price you pay for daring to slander the mayor. I will make your life worse than death. Blood copper black ape, though beaten to the point of barely standing, still struggled to resist. The guy still held a mace in his hand. You filthy pests. You are in over your head. As he spoke, the mace in his hand was continuously surrounded by power. I will drain the last bit of energy from the demon core to pull you down to hell. Immediately, the right arm of blood copper black ape grew larger, with purple energy crackling around it. He leaped high, angrily targeting Dimalap. Go die. Di-ho would not just stand there and let him hit. So he controlled Dimalap to counterattack. Land Sun Quan Black Flesh. The two attacks collided, creating shockwaves in the air. But unexpectedly, Dimalap's arm cracked open. Blood gushed out from the wound in his arm. The condition of blood copper black ape was no better. He was knocked far away. That blow also injured Di-ho. But he felt exhilarated after the reckless strike. He immediately had Demon King Lep deliver a finishing blow. You have no way out now. But at that moment, a wave of sound hit him, causing him to clutch his head in pain. His head hurt so much that all his thoughts were a mess. This is a mental attack. Di-hong suspect. Are there still masters left? At this moment, beneath Demon King Lep, countless hands were reaching up. Blood Twin Black Abyss was not dead yet, and still managed to whisper. Don't think about running. Di-ho looked at the large white masses at the joints of Demon King Lep, where hands were sprouting from the joints of the giant form. He could not control himself anymore. Those hands had jammed his joints, and his body could not move. But in his eyes, there was a glint of madness. And then he was surrounded by blue flames. Don't think you can keep me trapped like this. Immediately after, the flames spread all over him to Lep. Those hands were burned to ashes. At this moment, he was like a blazing fire in the sky, feeling this fierce, dry heat, while the hands were holding him down. Blood Twin Black Abyss was still trying to move toward the gate. We are almost there. At the entrance now. But the guy suddenly stopped, as Dimalap, like a demon. Closed in. Hai Donghak Vian panicked and shouted. Hurry up. That giant is chasing us. He's on fire. Come on, run. The arms that heard the command stretched higher, then lifted ahead along with some eerie cries. Di-Ho paused when he saw it. What in the world is that monster? Could it also be a spirit beast? A bizarre creature appearing before him left him in shock. Such terrifying power. Could it also be a ruler? If his true form were to manifest, I fear I would have to kneel down right away. The whole city has sunk into black smoke. Everything has been destroyed. No sign of life remains. The monster advanced quickly upon seeing this. The monster opened its eyes wide with its hands to activate its power. Its power grew stronger, bursting forth from its eyes and mouth. Surrounding it were the arms lifting it up. Di-Ho was stunned and dizzy from the monster's sound. Clearly, he had blocked the super-colossal personification of hearing. Yet that eerie sound still pierced directly into his brain. At that moment, he unleashed all his strength, becoming tall and muscular, with white smoke rising around him. Di-Ho shouted angrily. I must avenge this grudge. How many people have you killed? And you plan to just leave Anthan like this? Out of hatred, he widened his eyes and shouted. Mung Tong Vian Vong. His hands activated their power, and rays of light began to burst forth. Suddenly, a glowing monster rushed towards him. The monster was furious and used all its strength. He quickly placed the core but was thrown far away. He stuck out his tongue in triumph with his move. This is a special core from our homeland. Hope you like it? You jerk. The monster's body began to show rays of light through the cracks, as if it was about to explode. The monster screamed in pain. It could not react in time. The monster exploded. Thick black clouds suddenly had a strong beam of light shining down. Everyone was puzzled and confused. Everyone. Look at that secret rift. It seems to have exploded. Does not that seem unusual? Why are these beasts suddenly going wild? Could it be that Mayor Hong Kun succeeded? Everyone regained their spirits. We should not waste Mayor Hong Kun's sacrifice. Anthan has been saved. Finally, good has triumphed over evil. Anthan has regained its peace, no longer disturbed by the beasts. Perhaps the remnants of the blood copper black abyss have finally been destroyed by the giant core. The horde of beasts that continuously surged through the secret rift into Anthan began to decrease. It seems that the world on the other side has stopped invading Anthan. The warriors of Anthan began to hunt down the remaining monsters in the city. This hunt lasted for a full day and night. Only when all the monsters that could be found were eliminated did the exhausted warriors finally stop. So Cha, covered in injuries, still tightly gripped his sword. His head bowed. The defense battle of Anthan finally achieved victory. Although the cost was nearly 80% of the warriors and soldiers either sacrificed or seriously injured, the Swan Lake had now also turned black, desolate, and heavily damaged. Di-Ho lay motionless on the ground. But fortunately, he woke up later. Di-Ho struggled to sit up, his body feeling paralyzed and exhausted. How long had he been asleep? Although he had poured all the nuclear energy in his body into the super giant transformation to trigger the explosion, this place was already filled with nuclear radiation and remnants of atomic fission energy. So it was like recharging directly on the spot once the battery ran out. Di-Ho's eyes gazed into the distance, reflecting on what he had just experienced. This battle was truly too arduous. Mayor Hong Kun threw himself into the fray to lure the black blood beast to the explosion point, injuring it badly. Only then could I take advantage of the terrain in the nuclear blast area that was continuously self-destructing, ultimately blowing it up before that woman could save the black blood beast. Although victorious, I still blamed myself, bowing my head in regret. Even though my infinite monster model is very strong, it still could not match the master-level beasts. This time I won thanks to timing, location, and a bit of luck. But then I steadied my spirit, standing up with determination. As long as I have enough time, sooner or later I will stand at the peak of the fighting power of the lower kingdom. But this time, with the secret realm riot, there is no more time to grow. I do not know when the next model will be drawn, and even if I do draw it, it is not guaranteed to be a high-level one. Merging with the Demon Pillar model is the fastest way for me to become a top-tier powerhouse. So I can only speed up gathering plant-type magic cores that are highly compatible with its model. I reflected on everyone's martial abilities and the mysterious martial arts. If the infinite monster model can help me cheat in the realm of martial arts, then I must definitely grasp the extraordinary martial arts system. Although the development time for mysterious martial arts is slower than the abilities from the model, the potential is significant. After all, this is the cultivation system of the high martial world. Heaven rejoices in the victory, keeping peace intact. The dawn has risen as if tomorrow will be different and better. Di-Ho looked up at the distant sky, thinking that his arrival in this world might be to fulfill a mission of his own. The atmosphere in Anthan, after being renovated, now had a beautiful, harmonious appearance. Everything seemed to return to its proper course after the days of turmoil. A month had passed since the disaster in Anthan. Diho sat on a bench in the park, casually tapping on his phone. He was focused on reviewing the news reports about the recent battle. This time, a total of 18 cities in the Lower Kingdom were attacked by the beast tide, with 12 cities completely fallen. Among them, the city of Kwangsun encountered an S-level mysterious realm, completely shrouded in an impenetrable gray fog. The National Martial Artist Organization of Daehalong TD sent 30 mystic martial artists along with 5 master experts, led by Grand Master Sachin, to conduct an investigation. This battle was assessed to be extremely difficult. This invasion by the beast tide was anything but ordinary. Even a 5th-level mysterious realm had appeared. The strongest martial artist of the Lower Kingdom, Vaisun, waited at the edge of the mysterious realm, but after a long time without seeing the martial artists break through, he decided to enter Kwangsun himself. It was not until 8 hours later that Vice Hong Sign returned with 2 surviving masters. Since then, the Lower Kingdom has classified Kwangsun as the 11th life crisis zone globally, confirming that 180,000 people in the entire city had lost their lives. After hearing about the danger and urgency facing humanity, Diho felt worried. Could it really be that even the martial artists of the Tran Kukfar were facing such a critical survival situation on Lam Tine? He could not wait any longer. Seeing that, you immediately called Tan Lam. Aunt Tan. What do you need my help with? Tan Lam, in her lavish villa, calmly listened to the call from Diho. She asked you, do you want to learn the last 2 secret martial arts from old Liu? Tan Lam misunderstood Diho's intention and burst out laughing upon hearing that. Am I the kind of person in Aunt Tan's eyes? It is not something else. I want your help to buy some high-quality plant attribute magic cores, preferably blue ones or even purple ones at the Lord level. Tan Lam saw you wanting a lot and started bargaining with Diho. Plant-type magical beasts are already rare, and Lord-level magic cores are even more precious. Your appetite is quite big. If you want so much, what can you offer? You smiled smugly as if you had grasped the most important thing. Every year, Hodu University holds a secret exam for new students. You could team up with Liu Than Truck to help her secure first place. It hit Tan Lam right in the sore spot, and she looked at you with sharp, suspicious eyes. You really underestimate the genius students coming from other provinces. I can only tell you that Than Truck's strength was only above average in the previous years at Didu University, and has not reached the top elite group. Although you dominated Than Truck in the previous match, compared to real prodigies, you are still a bit lacking. Diho smiled smugly. But Aunt Tan, is not it now just about betting the revival of the Liu family on me? I can write a Neo if I do not get first place in the newcomer competition. Later, I will come work for the Liu family as a servant, taking care of the elderly. Right. After hearing that, Tan Lam stood on her toes and laughed. Working as a servant. In the end, Tan Lam agreed, standing proudly by the window. All right. I will help you one more time for now. After that conversation, the scene shifts to Anthan Central Hospital, in the inpatient area. Diho came here to visit someone, but unfortunately, he was recognized by fans. They excitedly surrounded him. Look, is Diho. I heard that in this secret realm, he killed a lot of monsters. Can Diho make friends through Ku rules? As expected of the champion. Even though we all got hurt like this, he did not get hurt at all. I am a fan of yours. Diho, can you sign for me? To avoid being surrounded by everyone. He could only decline. Thank you. I can't believe I am being welcomed like this. After escaping from the fans, he went to room 6. The 2-person room for Sochao and Lahayan. As soon as he entered, instead of asking about Socha, he burst out laughing. On the bed was no longer Socha's handsome figure. He was completely bandaged up, looking like a mummy. Diho said teasingly, isn't this Socha, the most handsome guy in Anthan? You are having a day like this too. Although I know you came to visit. What is with the stuff in your hands that Fan gave you on the way? Lahoyan in the next bed also raised his hand to greet Diho. This is Diho. Right, maybe it is because we have not met in a long time, so Diho seems a bit unfamiliar. Who are you? Lahoyan is reminding me of the past. I am Allah, your first opponent in the promotion match. How could you forget me so quickly? After hearing this, Diho broke into a sweat and frowned. Seeing that Diho looked tense, Lahoyan teased him to help him relax a bit. Don't look at me like that. My leg still is not healed. Why are you looking at me like I am about to die? I can perform surgery to restore the limb. And if that does not work, I can get the latest combat prosthetics that Loix Adiu just released. In contrast, Diho was rather unimpressed with this young Lahoyan. To protect Anthan, he lost a leg at such a young age. Lahoyan is truly admirable. Suddenly, a phone rang and interrupted his thoughts. Diho took his phone out of his pocket, declined the call. There have been too many nuisance calls lately. It is so annoying. He jumped when a loud voice from the phone shouted, "If you do not stop, pick up the phone now." It turned out to be the principal calling. His voice was so loud that you could hear it even from a distance. Daiho could only sigh and cover one ear. "Daiho, why did you block the big shot from Hodu? Unblock him right now." "Got it, old man. I mean, principal." A woman's voice then came from the phone. "Hello. You freak. I am Vua, the enrollment officer of DE University. I am here to inform you that Ho'odo University will start classes over a month early. In 3 days. A special train will come to pick you up. Do you have any other requests?" Sachu also received a phone call from a man. "Hello Sachu. I am teacher Lu from Hova University." Both listened and acknowledged their tasks, leaving only Lahoyan sitting on the bed nearby. He thought everyone else was skilled, all following the organization's arrangements. "Got it. I will definitely be there on time. Thank you." Teacher Lu. An award with 3 people. Apart from himself, everyone else was talented. It seemed he should not stay in bed. Perhaps he should be at the bottom of the bed. The freak's face was serious, asking to leave first because he had things to do. Back in the city a few days later, at the site of the Swan Lake nuclear explosion, the giant mushroom cloud created by the nuclear blast had thrown hundreds of tons of dust into the cloud layer. The sky above Swan Lake and dozens of kilometers around was now covered in dense clouds, plunging the world below into eternal darkness. Among the clouds with green light emanating, the freak had transformed into another person. He was large, muscular with claws, and had a cold expression. He unleashed his strength, causing all the thick smoke and fog to surround him. A spark flickered in the freak's eyes. His entire personal information appeared. Infinite monster sample. Freak host. Composite physique 27.4. Demonic body type. Compatibility 38.9%. Supergiant transformation fusion 90%. The freak stood proudly amidst the sea of smoke. He was assessing the situation here. In the battle with the Black Blood Demon, the compatibility with the Crazy Beast model has increased by 1.5%. That is already a very high number. Adding nuclear radiation and residual energy from nuclear fission here. This is truly a sacred training ground. In the past 3 days of training, the compatibility has increased by over 6 points. A significant improvement. The true harmony slammed down onto the ground. But unfortunately, the sudden harmony just became a flash of light that shot away. "I have to go now." Transitioning to the scene at Incheng Station, the announcement goes, "Dear passengers, the G66 train departing from the current station, with the destination at Hodu West Station, will depart in 5 minutes. Please, passengers who have not passed through ticket inspection, quickly proceed to the platform." The figure of Susachu Tai is standing in the middle of the station holding a suitcase. Suddenly, he turned around and noticed something. A flash of light shot down from the sky. The harmony rushed down quickly beside where Sachu was standing. You opened your eyes wide, your face covered in sweat, and said with relief, "I am still in time." The people around saw the harmony and were all excited. "That is the harmony. Oh my. That pressure earlier scared me to death. I thought a high-level beast was appearing again." The aura is truly terrifying. Even a high-level martial artist burning their blood and raising smoke alarms may not have such pressure. No wonder it is the pride of our Incheng. Sachu looked down. Understanding, he is strong again. The harmony felt a bit reluctant to leave this place, and Cheng will soon have to leave here. You look back at the entire city. Where you started. This is the first stop since I traveled to this world. And it is also my beginning. After this, the train is moving in. Goodbye and then. Diho happily begins a new journey in another city. To Ho. The train sped along quickly, taking both of them to Hova. On the train, Sachu wanted to ask Dia something. Ditha ha. Can you be a bit more honest with me? Sachu said seriously, crossing his arms. Are all the students on this train from other provinces? Not only that, but even the train cars are made with the most advanced structure and materials, able to withstand impacts of up to thousands of tons. But even so, there are definitely no less than 5 hidden or open martial artists escorting the Ho Ia train, including at least one master-level expert from To Tron. Anyway, the people on this train are the most outstanding elite talents from the entire student body of H. Quof. Diahar felt pleased with his thoughts. As he used his life force to sense and detect, there are indeed a few experts. But there are no more than 5 who can withstand 3 moves from Diahar. Suddenly, the train issued a danger alert, causing everyone to feel extremely anxious. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. The Hojue train is under attack by an unidentified enemy. The train is still broadcasting emergency signals. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. The Hojue train is under attack by an unidentified enemy. The professors and teachers are investigating the situation and advising the remaining students to quickly leave the train cars, and absolutely not to engage with the enemy. Everyone felt uneasy, and everyone was confused and worried. No way. Who would dare to attack Jose? Is this some kind of drill? To test the capabilities of our new students? I'm not so sure. Right now is the weakest moment for the Xia Kingdom. And the national-level martial artists are injured and in closed-door training. One of the 3 great national protectors, Grandmaster Dukan Min, has gone missing. And many masters and martial artists from the Hyanvo sect have died in the Beast Tide ambush at Kwansan City and other cities. It is quite normal for the countries and forces that were once suppressed by the Xia Kingdom to start rising again. So should we leave the train or what? Contrary to everyone else's anxious mood, Diho leaned back and closed his eyes to rest comfortably. So Chao asked in confusion, "What are you thinking?" Dahao replied, "It is annoying. I have been overtraining these past few days. I was just about to take a quick nap to recover a bit." Daiho stood up again, the sound of his shoes hitting the floor loudly, and he smirked. "Let us go see what is happening." The train was still speeding along the track. Daiho opened the carriage door, and suddenly a bloodied person appeared. You asked worriedly, "Classmate, hang in there. What happened up ahead?" The new student Chu Kim Hien, with a bloodied face, said in panic, "The enemy has taken the first 3 carriages. They possess a special field that can pull people into a separate space, preventing the aftermath of the battle from affecting the outside. There are also terrifying enemies chasing everyone. Most of the teachers, who are martial artists from the Hoyenvo sect, have nearly all sacrificed themselves to escort us. They worked together to get me out of that field and told me to quickly inform everyone to escape. This is not a drill." After hearing this, everyone broke out in sweat, worried. But the person behind Daiho did not believe it. The guy pressed, "Where's the proof? If you say there is danger up ahead, you need to provide evidence, the token that the teachers gave you or the other injured people. Why is it only you who managed to get out? I have a friend in the front car. His skills are strong enough to compete for the freshman valedictorian. I can't believe you could get out while he could not." Everyone behind also seems convinced to follow along. That makes sense. This lion-headed guy is right. Step aside. I want to move to the front. Even though he was warned by Chu Kim Hein, he still wants to risk it. He only knows how to stand back and hold everyone back from going. But Diem Travan Hung ignores him and rushes forward. "Wait a minute. I am telling the truth. It is really dangerous up ahead. Why won't you listen to me? Don't go looking for death." At this point, Chu Kim Hiren took notice. He asked, "Are you Daya?" Diaha was surprised, sensing that this classmate felt very unusual. "Then you replied, 'Me. How did you know me?" Chu Kim Hien explained how he knew Daya. "There is a girl named Liu Than Trucks. She asked me to show you her picture, and warned you 1,000 times not to go up ahead." You were surprised to hear him mention Liu Than Trucks. "She asked you to tell me." Chu Kim Hien owes her a debt. "That is right. She got seriously injured while protecting me." As he spoke, he cried, "If they want to seek death, I can't advise them anymore. But I must fulfill that girl's wish for you to survive." Hearing that, Dieha got furious and punched him hard in the head. "You are still alive. Do not curse for death." Sapshu behind asked, "Do you still want to go?" Daiho helplessly replied, "It is useless. I have already talked to their parents." But Daiho, Chu Kim Hien is stubbornly blocking my way, saying I can't go. "No way. I absolutely can't let you pass." Daiho immediately scolded, "With your damn attitude, how could you even receive a recruitment notice from Hodu?" Daiho, furious, called Soko. He drew his sword, threatening Chu Kim Hien. But he still wanted to keep him in place. "I am saving you guys. Why are you being so unreasonable? Just because I do not agree, you want to resort to violence." Classmate Than Truck is such a gentle person. How could he be friends with these 2 losers? Chu Kim Hien has crossed the line with Daiho, so he gave him a straight punch to the gut. "Stop the nonsense." Chu Kim Hien could only hold his aching stomach, his face pale, stammering, "You are really strong. Definitely not on my level." Daiho still had a bit of compassion, saying, "Sorry. I will leave this blood keep hell for you. We are in a hurry." They quickly ran off. "So Cha, do not. It is dangerous." They have arrived at gate 3. In front of Daiho was the door with a purple swirl. This must be the entrance to the independent space that the new student mentioned. To verify, you throw the suitcase over. Throw stones to test the path. Diho threw hard, and the suitcase went straight through that passage. But nothing happened. You started to connect the events, reasoning your predictions. There was no reaction. You could not even hear any sound. Not even the life force could reveal the energy inside. Just now, many newcomers came in here. It seems they have all entered. This sparked interest. Daiho and Socha jumped right in. It is interesting to dive in directly. After entering, something made you frown and sigh. In front of you was a winding path that seemed endless. Really a headache. What the hell is this? Daiho could not see Socha anymore. You wondered strangely. Clearly you entered at the same time. Why suddenly you could not see So-Chow anymore? You dismissed the thought and quickly rushed down the path. There was light ahead, moving forward and continuing to speak. At the end of the road led to a city that was being destroyed. Di-ho was astonished. What kind of hell is this? Di-ho also lost power. You raised your hand to look at the Life Master without any response. Could it be that this place is cut off? Suddenly you jumped up, still using the old method. The most effective. Di-ho climbed onto the roof of a building. You held a large light sphere and roared. Don't act like a god or a ghost. Di-ho raised high and exploded into white smoke. You shouted loudly. Blow up for me. The explosion echoed across the sky, shaking the entire city. Anyone who saw it had to look up. Such a big explosion. What the hell is going on? Who is that expert? Making an appearance so grand. Cha held a sword, running quickly down the city street. Witnessing the explosion of the strange fire, Luthen Truck leaned against the wall. Completely taken by surprise, she sat alone, looking into the distance. Luthen Truck felt helpless. She was weak, her body covered in injuries. Di-ho warned me. Do not let him come. Di-ho stood on the rooftop, looking down at Oe Fong. It seems my move did not just attract classmates and teammates. He smirked in satisfaction, realizing that the enemies were also here. The pig-headed monster aimed to kill the strange fire. He just needed one move to take down the monster. The anomaly just took it down while criticizing its looks for having a pig's head. You can tell it is not anything good. Just a nuisance. Let me take off this fake head. The monster rushed at you as you did that. They both charged in. The anomaly delivered a punch that sent the monster flying, but unexpectedly, the monster could quickly heal its wounds. The anomaly did not expect to take my nuclear punch and still be fine. The monster would not back down, using a weapon to stab straight into the anomaly's abdomen. The monster was also surprised by your abilities. The anomaly smiled smugly. Its wound had healed. Did not expect my self-healing ability to be this fast. Just using muscle can tightly grip your goods. Your strength is not strong, but your weapon is very special, seemingly able to pierce through any defense. What on earth are you? Strange. The anomaly opened the monster's jaw. Let me take a look. You opened your mouth, channeling your strength straight into the monster's mouth. Eat my old flank. Not surprising. The monster fell for the trap. The anomaly held the monster's head. I am a decent person. You know, I told you I could take you down right here. And I definitely did. You have noticed something odd. What is going on inside this head? You pull out a necklace with a jade stone. It is a pendant. So this is indeed the trial of Ho-Day. Did the monster drop its path? The hot items from the monster suddenly shattered and vanished. The weapon of this masked guy must have been enhanced by a master, making it incredibly sharp. Once the weapon dissolves, these weapons will become ordinary again. What is this pendant for? Am I supposed to find a lot of masked people and take the pendant from their fake heads? Suddenly, arrows are being aimed straight at Di-ho from behind. This really is a survival game. Di-ho uses his strength to break the arrows flying towards him. The next monster has jumped out. Di-ho sees this and says, so fast. Is it already my turn? He smiles confidently and rushes in. I hate sneak attacks the most. Suddenly, Di-ho is blocked by arrows. He is confused and unable to react in time. The monster uses its power. A bunch of arrows aimed at Di-ho. He gets hit by all the arrows, painfully piercing through him. But Di-ho grins dangerously. Is that all you have to kill me? Too naive. Di-ho transforms into a giant green figure, towering over the monster. Intimidatingly strong, he unleashes his power, leaving the monster looking up, unable to fight back. The whole building starts to shake. Nearly half the city collapses, making those on this side panic and worry. What on earth is happening over there? The whole building has collapsed. Di-ho is angry. I need to see clearly who almost turned me into a skewer. The rabbit monster jumps straight down in front of him. Rabbit head. Could it be the 12 zodiac signs? The monster jumps down into a fighting stance. The monster takes a leap, weapon in hand, charging towards Di-ho. Unfortunately for the monster, Trine is still inexperienced and gets kicked away before he can react. But the monster turns back, delivering a high kick that catches him off guard. Good heavens. It almost touched Di-ho's eye. Just a few millimeters away. Di-ho seems unable to do anything when suddenly, a powerful ice wall from someone saves him from death. After a strong shock, the whole city continues to collapse. The monster is surrounded by a barrier of ice. It turns out that So-Chow has arrived just in time to fight the monster. This is really dangerous. Di-ho. Leave this rabbit to me. As he swings his sword down, the monster jumps high to counter. The monster laughs triumphantly. It unleashes a move that destroys the entire ice barrier of So-Chow. This time, it might be a tough challenge. The monster uses its spear to counter and break through each ice barrier. So-Chow uses his strength to push the monster away. Not giving up, the monster struggles, unleashing its strongest move while standing firm with the spear. A certain force makes the monster hesitate. A powerful energy directed at it makes it tremble in fear. The bigger monster caught that monster in an instant. Finally got you. Yay. A beam of light shot down and blew up a corner of the city. Going back a few minutes. There were voices in the abandoned building. Why is there no movement over there? That guy entering that high-profile battle, can he be dead? Right, he is definitely dead. Those masked guys were surrounded by more than 10 of us, and did not get hurt at all. The weapons in their hands can penetrate any defense. There is no way we can handle them at this stage. It turns out a woman and her accomplices were talking. That guy who just came and shot fireworks into the sky. So arrogant. He is probably just a student from a small place who got into Hode. A frog in a well thinks it is great. Her gaze was distant. She frowned and said, "To be honest, the top students from big cities are basically not on the same level as those from smaller places. I heard that Dian Chan Hung and Aduong Trach and Ma Du, Lam Vutu and Shen, and Tantran and Lilai Island are already hunting the masked people. I really do not understand how they are doing it." A golden plaque appeared. The woman and her accomplices were checking who caused that explosion. Was it really that powerful? So this year's leader of Tan Sun will probably be among them. The leader of Tan Sun every year is a local from Hodu. In front of the rebellious forces of Hodu, students from other regions of Aquak basically can't compare. Since childhood, they have been exposed to different types of martial arts training, a world apart. As soon as it ended, a loud explosion rang out, catching the attention of the two. Both of them fell face down, terrified. What was that bright flash just now? An energy cannon. Don't talk nonsense. How could there be an energy cannon here? Diem Chengya Hung and Zhu Dung Trech stood there, both seeing the strange explosion for the first time. Diem Chion Heng asked him, "A Trech? What do you think?" "You Diem Trech," unfazed, replied, "That type of attack does not match the style of the masked ones. It is likely the technique of some new recruit." Under Udechung Trech's blade, a monster had to die. In his hand were several jade pendants representing the monsters he had slain. New recruits. Besides those from Hovai, who else has such overwhelming power? We definitely need to check it out. After all, we have already collected 4 pendants. For mice, dogs, monkeys, and horses. Lam Vigafu at least has 1 pendant. Yudong Trech coldly said. And Tintran at Ulzuli Island has at least 1 snake. And there is a new recruit named Luth and Tree Tricky, who supposedly took down the head of a tribe and got a pendant. If the masked ones really follow the 12 zodiac signs, then only 5 are left. Pig, rabbit, rooster, tiger, and dragon. Suddenly, his gaze turned serious. As for the dragon, Yudong Trech spoke about the last monster. Terrifying and almost equally powerful. You know that monster. It is the kind that touches you and you die. Capable of fleeing but not fighting back, it is a boss. He seemed to understand the rules of the game here very well. As for the remaining pendants, that new recruit who just shot out the blue light is definitely holding on to a few. Tantran and Lam Vutu are likely to be drawn there too. Avoid Hung. This game has entered the finals already. His eyes suddenly lit up, but his face darkened. If we want to win, we can only steal from others. Returning to Dai Ho, he held out the ring and immediately sat down, explaining what had happened so far. Before you arrived, I had taken down a guy wearing a pig mask and got a pendant with a pig engraving from his hood, if I am not mistaken. This challenge requires us to collect enough pendants from the heads of the beasts. So Cha asked upon hearing this, so we have to actively look for the masked ones. Diho's gaze looked far away. That is right. Just now on the rooftop, there was a guy who shot at me. He must be one of the masked ones. He probably fled in a panic. You have come up with a plan. But his arrow hit us. I can follow that trail to track him down. We moved to the scene of the city where the battle just took place. The two of them have arrived at the fighting spot. Daiho discovered signs of a fight here. Someone has acted before us. He smartly touched the ground and concluded that this burn mark is still warm. The opponent has not gone far, based on the clues, so Cha thinks they are nearby. Feeling something is wrong, he quickly drew his weapon, using his blade to create a thick wall of ice. It turned out to be Lam Vutu. She came out clutching her arm in pain. Her cloaking optics had been detected again. The tall building with a cracked structure leaned over to one side. A dark figure quietly approached, the sword gleaming coldly, drawing a crescent arc that sliced through the air. Hiding at the side with ill intentions. Tantran's gaze immediately darkened. His voice hoarse but firm. Get out of the way. Tan student. Ren technique. Flame demon battle body. His hand suddenly jerked forward. Spiritual energy surged and gathered. A bright red light flared up like fire, burning the air around. Fire flame master. Tantran raised an eyebrow slightly, his expression still calm. He pulled out a cigarette. It seems he had been discovered. Your optical camouflage is pretty lame. Do you need me to worry about it? Aunt Ho slipped her hand into her pocket, casually walking forward. Are the two of them ambushing us? Vutu spoke up, flustered. Little brother. You misunderstood. We just dealt with a masked rooster. Hiding was just to lure out the other masked guys. He touched the tip of the cigarette he was holding lightly, a spark igniting. He squinted, his gaze darkening with menace. Then what does this mean? Daiho rushed forward, one hand gripping her throat, lifting her off the ground. Vutu trembled, frowning. Even the clone has been discovered. Looks like this little brother has some real skills. Tantran casually took a drag from his cigarette, his expression indifferent. He had been hoping she could succeed in the sneak attack. Otherwise, it would be too boring. The cigarette falls to the ground. Still, you have to watch me. As the words ended, his pupils suddenly turned pale. His cheeks puffed up as if gathering immense energy. In an instant, Tantran growled softly, unleashing a stream of black air like poisonous mist, accompanied by a howling wind that ripped through the air. The two of them stepped back. She was startled, covering her mouth with her hand, her voice breathy yet cunning. I want to run. Vutu swung the giant fan, the wind howling. A thick smoke billowed past the two, his hand absorbing the energy. Not done yet. Let me show you my torch. Right after the words, a powerful light burst forth from the palm of his hand, tearing through the black smoke like dawn breaking in the dark night. He raised an arrogant eyebrow, thinking that with real strength, there is no way we could lose. Just as the laughter faded, a voice suddenly rang out in the air. What are you laughing at? Daiho appeared in the dispersing smoke, standing tall, arm raised high, energy exploding. Tantran's eyes widened in horror. Is a simple clap enough to disperse my fire cloud? He muttered. What kind of power is this? Before he could finish his sentence, a fist broke through the smoke, heading straight for Lansun's fist. The punch came down like a meteor, striking Tantran's face directly. Blood splattered everywhere, and his body flew backward. Beside him, she trembled violently, feeling the dark shadow behind her gradually closing in. Right now, we do not have any techniques that can break through to the realm of warriors. We are still stuck at the level of martial artists. Furthermore, the body's strength is still blocked by a layer of ceiling. Even if the freshmen at High have a higher limit in the martial arts stage, they still can break through. But this guy's physical quality is not what you would expect from a first-year college student. Suddenly, from beneath Vutu, a chilling aura spread out, weaving like winter frost wrapping around the limbs. I got too focused on that punch from the guy and forgot there was another guy who was as cold as ice. Her eyes darted quickly, clearly seeing the tall figure standing silently. Even with me and Tantran working together, we could not defeat them. They were truly monsters. Vutu decisively swung the fan, her gaze resolute, continuing to fight even though she could not win. Her heavy legs took off running. She jumped into the air. She had to escape. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her leg, and Vutu's face turned pale. Her body was yanked down hard, crashing straight onto the hard ground. Come down here. Clenching your fist. Stared coldly. Mysterious martial arts. Just as she was about to use her punch, Vutu's body suddenly flickered, transforming into dozens of shadowy images, spreading out all around in an invisible chaotic display. Daiho smiled eerily, her eyes glinting with madness, wanting to escape. From the darkness behind her, a series of shadowy figures slowly emerged. The physical forms of the ghostly beings and their phantom images. The shadows immediately rushed forward, reaching out to grab each of her clones' physical bodies tightly. She could not move. What the hell is this? Daiho laughed excitedly, unable to hit back, unable to escape. Just accept your fate. The two jade pendants made a soft sound, and a heavy voice echoed. I surrender. I surrender. I will give you all the pendants. Daiho raised an eyebrow and calmly said, Isn't it too early to be finished? You should tell me what news you have. Vutu knelt on the ground, his eyes downcast. To win this trial, you must collect all 12 pendants. We are now at the final stage of the trial. Even if you do not actively rob others, others will actively come to rob you. Alduong Trach and Diem Chan Hung from Tadu are fighters in this freshman batch, and I bet they have already stolen quite a few pendants. She immediately looked up, her voice filled with implication. Do you need me to take you to find Alduong Trach and Diem Chan Hung? Since we have no hope of winning anymore, we might as well stir the muddy waters and let the tigers eat the wolves while they fight each other. You grip the pendant tightly, your expression darkening. You do not need to worry about that, but I think your fan is not bad. Outside the crumbling skyscrapers, Dujong Trach zipped through the air like the wind and said calmly. At this point, Tantran and Lam Vutu have probably already arrived there. It is, no matter who wins, we just need to snatch the pendant from them. What they do is only temporarily hold it for us. Suddenly, Ung stopped in his tracks, his expression shocked as he exclaimed. A Trach. Look at that body. In the distance, a figure lay motionless, bloodied and haunting. A terrified voice echoed, That That is Teen Tron. A few minutes ago, Teen Tron had been knocked away by someone, trembling as he walked, holding his head in pain. That guy is definitely a monster. Now, Lamviet is probably done for too. Right. It seems like that guy also left his mark on me. He will definitely come looking for me. Looks like I need to team up with those two shady guys. Zhu Dongtrech and Daizem Chang. He suddenly felt the ominous presence approaching and turned around cautiously. From the dim light in the distance, a Thun Long, cold and ruthless, Dean Kingyam slowly approached, his eyes glowing red, blood trickling from him, and Teen Tron's body trembled violently. Stammering, the street light flickered, emitting electric flashes, then lit up, illuminating the scene. Blood splattering everywhere. Then Long snatched up the necklace, leaving with a chilling aura. Bent down to examine. Why did Teen Tron die here? And what about this sharp cut? Dean Ringtrech stood casually with his hands in his pockets, calmly saying, "It was Then Long who made this decisive and precise strike. A lethal blow showing that the opponent had completely overpowered Tina and Tron in strength. Only the dragon mask among the 12 zodiac masks could achieve this." Felt confused, memories flickering back. But the dragon mask, is not he only supposed to operate in the underground parking lot? At that time, I even led over 20 people down to the lot to find you. Images of countless bodies collapsing before his blades, only to end up facing that dragon. In the end, it was just the two of us who survived and escaped. Bright red blood splattered everywhere. I could not even believe he actually killed someone. Didn't we say this was just a training exercise? The warm blood back then was definitely not fake. Dean Trech's gaze momentarily dropped, his body trembling in fear. He frowned. What do we do now? It seems like Teen Tron's pendant has been taken too. A calm voice spoke up. The fact that Then Long could leave the parking lot might be because our new class has met some condition. For example, all the fake masks have been eliminated. Then the final boss like him can be unbound and move freely, just like normal noble masks will automatically hunt down new students. Then Long will likely actively hunt those of us holding noble pendants. His eyes flashed, and he said seriously, "We can't confront Then Long. We must act before him. Grab the pendant from the others. Absolutely do not let it fall into his hands." The bloodline awakened, and suddenly a pair of golden eagle wings appeared on Dizuna Trech's back. He dashed forward, his eyes wide. Now what we need to do is actively send signals to lure those holding the pendant here. Ready for a fight for survival. The spiritual power from the wings enveloped the space. Somewhere in the Death City, a shadow hidden in the darkness appeared. A heavy voice echoed. Originally supposed to arrive by car to Hode, but he was inexplicably caught up in this so-called Death City. Many newcomers had already been killed by the masked dragon. Then Truck's gaze briefly fell. I and another survivor had met the teacher. The teacher said he could only take one person out. Not me. I still could not leave at such a dangerous time. She focused on looking at the picture on her phone, determined to message that stupid Daiho not to get caught up in this. Then Truck sighed, rubbing her head, tired, wondering if that classmate had made it out and met Daiho. Unfortunately, I am temporarily too weak to go look for him. With his overwhelming strength, as long as he does not run into the dragon mask, he should be fine. She suddenly froze when she saw the bright yellow light spreading throughout the space. Then Truck's eyes widened. Wait, have I been discovered? A figure moved in front of the parking lot, and she silently calculated that given her current condition, she definitely could not escape. The opponent has locked onto my aura. They will definitely come to snatch the pendant from my hand, even though I do not think much of it. I have a feeling that the harmony will definitely need it right now. I can't confront them directly. I can only lure them there. Dizing Trech's expression was pale. It is Liu Thantrex, sensing something. He paused. During the university entrance exam, it was said that the declining Sa clan of the Liu family had a person awakening the bloodline of Yu Min Atites, since both are high-tier beast deity bloodlines. I researched information on Liu Thantrex. It seems she has a pearl pendant, which is indeed an unexpected pleasure. She is moving toward a place. Dizing Trek hovered in midair, smirking. You want to lead me to the Shenlong's parking lot? She is really adorably foolish. The Shenlong has already left with the knife. That underground parking lot has nothing left now. He dashed like the wind, his voice deep. You stay here and wait for me. I am going to catch someone first. In the dilapidated building, explosions rang out, filling the air with thick black smoke. Duong Trech hovered in midair, his voice deep and hoarse. Liu Thruk, you can't escape. At that moment, a strange sound echoed. He froze, his eyes wide. In the pitch-black night, the figure of the divine dragon appeared. How is that possible? He should be out hunting the one with the pendant. Right. A sense of dread enveloped Duong Trech, his eyes stunned. Wait a minute. If Long's target is the ones with the pendants, and I have 4 pendants on me, He will definitely prioritize the place with the most pendants. Truly too arrogant. He is only pushing himself into danger. In the eyes of the divine dragon, a wicked glint flashed. And Duong Trech frowned, his expression changing. The enormous wings on his shoulders radiated a brilliant golden light. Duong Trech carefully observed his surroundings. Is this a domain? I can't believe the divine dragon can unleash such a technique. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down from his forehead. Just looking into the eyes of the one casting it pulls you into this special domain. Only by eliminating the caster can you escape. I did not expect to be pushed to this extent. Elash. The divine dragon lunged forward. It is. Duong Trech quickly used his wings to protect his body, dodging the onslaught of sharp blades. At this moment, the divine dragon's eyes were blazing red, and the roar sounded like a voice from hell. The echo quickly spread throughout the area. Just then, a Tron Heng appeared, using all his spiritual energy in the D-gem to withstand the incoming force. D-Ha raised an eyebrow, his hand still smoking. Did he just turn up the volume to taunt everyone here behind? So Chao tightened his grip on the sword. Dai-Ho, this person is my responsibility. I want to test my own strength a bit. Tran Hung swung his sword and charged forward, his roar filled with rage. You think you have caught me? Ah. So arrogant. The sword glinted. So Cha's gaze was resolute. Icy cold. Tran Hung struck down fiercely, the terrifying force sending smoke billowing. His eyes flashed with a golden light. Grinning. Where do you think you are going? Both sides clashed in a battle with no clear victor. So Cha seemed to sense something. His eyes wide in shock as he observed. He tightened his grip on the sword, parrying the dagger that swept past. So Cha's eyes darkened. He spoke in a low voice. Sword intent harms the soul. Can you unite your sword? A dragon twisted and turned, its shiny black scales charging in from afar, an imposing aura. Behind Tran Hung, the wide-eyed gaze of the spirit tiger lurked in the mist of spiritual energy, staring intently ahead, a murderous intent filling the air. He stood between the two spirits, an overwhelming presence, the killing intent roiling. Di-Ho calmly sat at a distance, his eyes glistening, even shaking his head in frustration. That gaze made Tran Hung hesitate for a moment. The aura of a Thui. He is calling for help. The tip of the sword from the opposite side lunged forward, causing him to stagger back, his heel striking the ground hard. Tran Hung turned his head, his eyes flashing with rage. If it were not for the urgent matter I have this time, I would have at least shattered 8 of your bones. But that cold voice rang out, after speaking such fierce words. You think you are leaving? Did I let you go? He was stunned to see Dai-Ho chasing after him. What the heck? A terrifying punch came down like a hammer. Tran Hung's body was thrown far away like a bag of sand, rolling in the dust and rubble. The guy spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, not believing he just got knocked out. Di-Ha raised his eyebrow, admitting he was the one who sent the guy flying. Tran Hung gritted his teeth, thinking Di-Ha had ambushed him. He sighed and denied it, then criticized the guy for being slow-witted. Tran Hung roared, his face purple with rage. He wanted the kid's life. 3 minutes later, the guy lay sprawled on the ground, his face swollen like a steamed bun. Don't he get too cocky? Lasting 3 minutes under my hands is impressive enough. That guy got knocked away by me with just one punch. You calmly picked up the sword to observe. Your weapon is pretty heavy. I want to borrow it for a bit. You do not mind, do you? The blade suddenly flashed, the aura along the sword's body. But I still need to strengthen it a bit more. Diesana smirked, using his strength to seize the sword. At that moment, Sachu approached, holding a shiny object, his eyes filled with suspicion. Ditha-ha. He did not find the pendant in his space ring, but found this instead. The jade pendant glowed. This pendant kept flashing continuously, as if sending some kind of signal. In the field, a dark place filled with dangers all around. All Duong Trech's body was no longer intact. Blood everywhere. His face covered in blood, his gaze unfocused. Not expecting to get this far. I had used up several relics emitting a sharp aura from the secret ruins. Just needed to stab his heart to seal the weapon and the energy flow. Unfortunately, I had to pay the price of an arm. Yet I still could not stab the long nail into the heart of the divine dragon, missing by 3 fingers. I lost the only chance to kill the divine dragon. Duong Trech's face was sad, not paying any attention to the divine dragon's attack. Surrounding him were old buildings, with a few trees and some creatures below. A sword plunged straight into a Duong Trech's chest. He clawed at the wall in pain. On the stairs, Lu Than Truck was rushing up. She told herself, just a little more perseverance, and she would reach the rooftop immediately. That divine dragon was terrifyingly strong. That guy Su Nu was not even on the same level as him. All Duong Trech could not hold out for long. And the next target of the divine dragon was me. If I want to survive, I can only think of a way to send a signal to leave this place. This is the tallest building here, and I want to fire a signal flare towards the others. Lu Than Truck immediately cast a spell. Her eyes darkened. Bloodline awakening. It's he. When she reached the top, She looked up at the sky, and circles of various sizes appeared, not taking long. Lu then truck quickly fell hard to the floor. It hurt so much. I hope the others can receive it. Suddenly, her pupils became bright. Lu then truck ran to the balcony to look down. This sound can't be right. With her hands braced, she looked down and suddenly saw Shenlong standing there with a sword. Li then truck was stunned and trembling. How quickly did he find me? I have to quickly send a signal so the others can leave here. A dazzling beam of light burst forth from Shenlong's eyes. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted on the balcony of the building. Lu then truck sat in fear watching Shenlong slowly approach. Then he raised his sword high, a smug expression on his face as he looked at her. Lu then truck was extremely scared, tears welling at the corners of her eyes. It was too late now. Suddenly, a previously intact wall cracked open. It was the others, kicking the wall down. Sharp gaze. I made a promise to your family. I say what I can do. Lu then truck's face was full of surprise when she saw the others. Seeing this, Shenlong was furious, gritting his teeth. The others' rage exploded, their eyes like thunder. And who the hell are you? Then you swung the sword down hard. And Then Long could only stare in astonishment. The earthquake was so strong that it split the building in half, and smoke billowed up everywhere. Dia looked at Liu Than Truck with concern. Sufjoju and my little brother are in the small alley to the east. You go ahead. She is worried. What about you? You said you wanted to give this guy a try. Saying that, Dia executed a move and dove down. The building you hit split apart. Then Dia landed below, driving the tip of the sword into the ground. You walked casually without a hint of worry. Dithar tightened his grip on his wrist. Smiling as he looked back, he sighed that he had discovered something shady in this cursed place. Could it be that Thon Long could only shrink back in this area to fight? You suddenly noticed the nail embedded in his body. This nail. Dia's gaze tensed. His mind awakened. Could it be the plan that dying Tryon Hung said could deal with Then En Long? Then Long's face was filled with anger, his body enveloped in a purple light. You smirked slyly, gripping the sword tightly. Your speed was indeed fast. The ground shook. Dust flew everywhere, as if a fierce battle had taken place. Meanwhile, the swords of Then Long and Dithar clashed. You were full of energy. I am really looking forward to this. Suddenly, the building began to shake violently. Then, powerful slashes had split the building into 3 pieces. The massive earthquake destroyed a section, and smoke rose up thickly. There, Then Long and Dia were fighting fiercely, neither willing to back down. He angrily opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs and a twisted tongue. On this side, the battle is just as fierce, and you are gritting your teeth to hold on. Shenlong swings a sword, causing Daiho to fall, smoke rising to cover the area. From above, all you see is a swirl of purple and green smoke mixing together. Shenlong watches intently below. Suddenly a light shines directly at him. From the depths of the ground, a whirlwind emerges, piercing through each apartment and rising into the sky. Diho steps out in an unusual outfit, with sharp and powerful eyes. Finally, after coming to this world, he encounters someone who resembles a worthy opponent. You watch closely, frowning with tension. So you want to be easily defeated, right? Suddenly, a hand rests on a rock. Someone is slowly climbing up. Shenlong's face is heavily damaged, but he still grips the sword tightly. Diho looks at him with a pleased smile. Now that is more like it. If Boss Shenlong, the Invincible, can be defeated so easily, what is the point? Then Shenlong grabs the sword and rushes forward, with thick dark energy behind him, his expression thoughtful as he observes closely. Immediately, he flies up and swings the sword. Diho quickly counters with rapid slashes. Faced with such immense power, you grit your teeth and try to keep up. After the mask is shattered, not only his speed increases, but his strength does too. In Shenlong's eyes, it seems he realizes something. He quickly swings the sword, but Daiho manages to dodge to the side just in time. You startled me. My face went pale. The sword is broken now. Shenlong tightly gripped the sword in his hand, aiming straight at the flustered Daiho. Then he swung the sword forcefully forward. In that situation, you bit down hard on the sword with your teeth. Daiho glanced back, a smug look on his face. Finally caught you. Seizing the opportunity, you clenched your fist tightly. While Shenlong seemed surprised, not understanding what was happening, Diho punched him hard in the face, catching him off guard. The powerful punch split Shenlong's face. His eyes blanked. Then Diho grabbed his sword hand. It is not over yet, customer, and threw a strong punch, eyes full of determination. Technician number 23. At your service. Shenlong's body took a massive hit. Diho smiled wickedly, his face extremely excited. In your head, you analyze the previous attacks. The temple, the throat, the heart, the spleen, and the lower abdomen are all critical weaknesses of the human body. Moreover, you were already stabbed by the green copper nail of a duong trach, causing your meridians to be blocked and your martial arts unable to flow smoothly. The strikes mixed with lethal intent that penetrated these vital points and meridians caused deep internal damage. At this moment, Shenlong seemed to have lost consciousness. His limbs went limp, and he inadvertently dropped the sword. Diho grabbed his hand to pull him back. Then he raised his hand behind him, his face angry. Knowing you would not give up your intentions, Diho pulled out a large fan. The only chance you have to kill me is right when I arrive. Taking advantage of the information gap to play a trick on me. That way you could have a 30% chance. Diho's face was full of resentment as he soared towards me. A dark red whirlwind suddenly erupted, destroying the surrounding area. The god dragon, losing consciousness, was engulfed in the vortex. The talisman enhanced with this sinister energy was much stronger than when it was in Lam Vutu's hands. Diho rose from below, his gaze determined. It is not over yet. Vo. He raised his fist, using all his strength, launching a powerful punch. The first punch created an explosion that shook the entire sky. At this moment, the god dragon fell unconscious, his body smoking. Not stopping there, Diho charged forward. Surrounded by a strong energy with the second punch, he rushed in and struck his face. Lanson's black flash Diho attacked the god dragon from one place to another. Finally he lay smashed on the ground, his body covered in blood. From afar, Diho quietly observed. What kind of dragon is this? I thought it was strong, but it is just a bug. Suddenly, the god dragon opened his eyes, holding the sword in his hand. Kill. Kill him. Seeing this, he rushed in and slashed his face with a sword strike. And then the god dragon's head quickly fell down. Diho focused his gaze on the necklace in front of him, deep in thought. The dragon pendant was now in hand. It was time to end this game. A moment later, Daim Chan Hung looked down intently. Extremely tense. At the gathering place, many people had already arrived. Suddenly, Lu Then Truck's face froze. Mouth agape. You should not go fight that masked dragon alone. So Cha looked up calmly. Unless we have the harmony, going together would only cause more trouble. Hearing this, her eyes turned sorrowful. So Cha was right. I was injured to the point where I could not perform martial arts. It was supposed to be to support the harmony. But actually, it just distracted him from protecting himself. If I could get stronger, I would not have to drag the harmony down anymore. Suddenly, the harmony waved his hands as if he just appeared out of nowhere. What are you thinking? Lu Then Truck looked up in surprise. You spread your hand out, showing the bull pendant. Do you want me to snatch it right away? Lu Then Truck then embarrassedly rummaged through many identical necklaces, with the characters placed on the ground in the order of the 12 zodiac signs. Let us try from rat to pig. So Cha crossed his arms and watched. Is nothing happening? Could it be that the order is not correct? The harmony's face was pensive, resting his chin on his hand. Daim Chan Hung believed that this sacred dragon pendant was the most special. Unlike a person wearing a mask who could be hunted down, but rather a hunter created specifically to hunt those who possess the pendant. So under normal conditions, there should not be a need to attach a dragon-shaped pendant. After that, one of the strings was lifted. Lu Then Truck turned around, suddenly taken aback. Did it succeed? Daim Chan's face was panic-stricken. Has some mechanism been activated? A golden light appeared shining down on the buildings. Daihong looked up, stunned. What is that in the sky? Suddenly, an eye appeared, surrounded by thick smoke in the sky. Diho watched, his eyes wide with shock. What the hell is that? Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky. It was Diho. His face was frantic. He jolted awake, his expression frozen in panic. Back in the present, the train car was noisy and lively. Everyone had just experienced the same dream. An announcement rang out to reassure everyone. Students, please do not panic. Just now, all of you were pulled into an illusion created by the spirit eye. This is the freshman assessment for the Empire this year. Please keep a calm mindset. Especially, this announcement is for this freshman assessment. Daiho from Andan, along with the team from So Chao and Liu Than Truck, collected all 12 zodiac pendants and won first place. Among them, Daiho achieved outstanding results, and a special reward will be given after enrollment. The announcement ended, and everyone discussed who Daiho was. Many wondered about his identity, while some wanted to befriend him. At this moment, Daiho's face suddenly lit up. It was finally happening. It seems that as long as certain conditions are met, you can draw rewards once. A notice appeared, congratulating the host for surpassing all freshmen in the assessment of the Great Eye, receiving the reward for drawing a monster sample once. Daiho read it and was sweating profusely. So Cha handed me a wet towel. I had to wipe my hands thoroughly. This time, do not be reckless. The portal opens along with many mysteries. There, you have to face the terrifying Lake Sedut. The notice board provides information. Sample of a level 3 blood-sucking monster. Lack. Its Bloodline ability includes infection immunity. It controls blood into an immortal body. Compatibility 1%. Evolutionary form laxited. Multi-opening. The high-speed train departing is the Hosea train. Inside the mind of the anomaly, many thoughts swirl. Although the blood-sucking demon is not worth mentioning, the evolutionary form of the monster has a time-stop function. On that fateful day, Alduong Trach suddenly appeared from behind. You are the anomaly. You defeated the dragon god. Dime Tran Hung glanced at Alduong Trach. A Trach. Calm down a bit. If there is a conflict with the anomaly, there won't be any medical support on the train. The anomaly's eyes sharpened, and the voice echoed with authority, clarifying that it was not just about killing, but rather chopping him to death. He was stunned, silently repeating, "Chop to death?" Then, Alduong Trach made a suggestion. "I plan to establish a new association at Hoye. I hope you can join. I will make you the association leader." For many years, the position of valedictorian and student council president has always been held by Hodu students. Dai Ho. Your strength shows me there is a chance to break this Hodai tradition. Join us. The other students excitedly chimed in, surprised that Alduong Trach invited Dai Ho, claiming this was a historic moment. However, Dai Ho did not care at all and declined. "Sorry. I am not interested in competing for power with the student council or starting this organization. I prefer my freedom alone." Everyone felt disappointed after hearing this, thinking it was a real shame. Then Alduong Trach slowly pulled out a card along with some promises. This is my business card. We will always be waiting for a chance to collaborate with you." Time passed, and the sun was about to disappear. Sucha lazily informed him. Dai Ho stared in awe at the scene through the glass, looking at the massive buildings, unable to help but admire. Is this really Hodu? Indeed. It is a big city. The train stopped, and everyone lined up to leave. Hearing the exit announcement, staff were already waiting to guide everyone. "Dear new students of Hodu University, please use this exit. Right ahead is Hodu University." All the students quickly moved forward. Suddenly, something happened that surprised everyone. Before them was a huge device parked here. The sound of the stewardess's voice came through, requesting the students to follow instructions. "Students, please board the plane in order. Please check your seat number against the seat number on the Hodei train. Students, please board the plane in order." Suddenly, Dai Ho started teasing, causing Liu Than Truck to jump. "Little truck." The words of Tan Lam suddenly flashed in her mind. You and Di Ho are engaged in name only, but not married. When you are outside, do not act too close. Do not let that kid take advantage of you. You have to protect yourself. Immediately, she angrily shouted, "What are you doing? And we are still outside." Dai Ho explained with frustration. "What do you mean outside? I want to ask you why we have to fly." Upon hearing the question, Liu Than Truck felt powerless and did not want to answer. "Why would my mom marry me off to a country bumpkin like you?" Even so, she still took some time to explain in detail. Because Hodai is in the sky. It is a city in the sky, and he became even more curious. A moment later, the plane was about to land at that school in the sky, Hodu University. The plane is currently passing through the solid barrier. At the same time, Dai Ho also saw the head of the electronic network and guessed that this was to prevent monsters from invading. Right, once inside, even the life field detection range was not reduced. No wonder it is Hodu University. The staff below continued to remind and guide everyone to carefully keep their student ID cards. Then he pulled out his student ID card, looking it over. Hodu University. Name? Male. First year. The next place students would go is the station. Head to Hoyanfu Station to take the train to the student dormitory. After that, they arrived and were now witnessing the huge buildings. Dai Ho excitedly pointed and laughed. "We have arrived in the highest city in the world." Everyone, yet those around him, only felt disdain. The top people took the elevator to their rooms to rest. Dai Ho's room is on the 42nd floor, Unit 3. And So Cha's is on the 45th floor, Unit 7. So you have to get off first. As soon as he stepped in, Dai Ho flung the door open, eagerly inspecting the interior. The normal room is over 100 square meters. Life must be really good for Hodai students. You excitedly ran to the desk over there. The latest model computer. Fully equipped. Besides, Dai Ho also toured many other rooms, including a mage bathtub. No one can refuse a mage bathtub. You happily lounged on the luxury bed, continuously praising it, feeling like you were in a 5-star hotel. Suddenly, Dai Ho's face showed a mischievous intent, but still had to focus on the main task first. First, he needed to pull the blood-sucking monster lawn. After saying that, you jumped up. Dai Ho understood how to use the student ID, scanned the barcode on the card, and logged into the app, using Hodai's cryptocurrency. Study points. To shop in the exclusive area. He withdrew over 30,000 yuan from the bank and exchanged it all for study points. Reading the notification, Ho-dae reported a deposit of 322,430 study points. Di-ho turned pale, feeling incredibly regretful. 100,000 yuan only converted to 1 study point. What a rip-off, but the goods in the academy shopping area are indeed top-notch, with many items not sold on the market, buying up all the related materials. This should be enough to pull the monster now. Anyway, the monster's initial investment was less than 10,000 yuan, and it has already increased to over 90% compatibility. After thinking it over, Di-ho decided to make the purchase, and within seconds, it was delivered. You learned well. Thank you for your purchase. Wishing you smooth sailing in your training. Remember to give a 5-star rating. You smiled, looking at the stones in the box, and took a sip. Then, the situation became unusual. Your nails were growing fast. Eating this much in one go, your body is starting to struggle. But the effect is definitely noticeable. You observed yourself in the mirror and heard the system reveal. Bloodsucker monster compatibility 100%. Host has a composite physique level 29. You grinned to examine your fangs further. Even your fangs had become sharper. There were even blood grooves appearing behind them. Biting into an enemy's flesh would probably be easier than drinking bubble tea. You raised your hand, and your nails were sharper now. You were planning to do something. You had a rather bold idea. Immediately, you plunged your sharp-nailed hand deep into your neck. In the bathroom, you stood with your head bowed before the mirror, both hands resting on the sink. Feeling tired, there was a horizontal cut under your throat, blood gushing out, staining your collar and slowly trickling down. Surprisingly, the cut began to heal, and the bleeding stopped. You carefully evaluated the process, which happened a bit faster than before. The self-healing ability of the bloodsucker could be observed, but the mutations in the body were all minor. The most important thing was your new strength. You slowly entered the room, astonished, exclaiming that it is truly worthy of being a world that reveres martial arts. Even the university dorm has a training room. You stopped to practice seriously, a fiery aura surrounding you. His eyes suddenly brightened, and he took a deep breath. In front of him, Laksut had appeared. His serious gaze showed no fear. He spoke up, ready to throw a punch. Laksut let out a roar, his dark red muscles bulging, his power surging violently. A white cloak covered his entire body. He appeared completely different. The true essence of Laksut it revealed, and he immediately took the upper hand, launching an attacking punch. Witnessing Laksut's strength, he was very surprised, quickly raising his hand to block the incoming punch. Laksut threw a very strong punch, completely overpowering him. His bones cracked, and his hand shattered completely under Laksut's attack. He was punched straight into the nearby wall, the scene around them in chaos. He sat up, smiling fiercely, then began to check his ability to stop time. A faint green energy radiated from him, causing the surrounding space to almost freeze, momentarily stagnating everything. He softly counted. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The space around him seemed ready to burst. 4 seconds. 5 seconds. The cracks grew larger. He felt tense and almost exhausted. He analyzed. Was 5 seconds already the limit? I have to continue stopping time. 5.1 seconds. His face was covered in blood, his eyes wide open. But he refused to give up, continuing to mumble. 5.2 seconds. 5.3 seconds. 5.4 seconds. Laksut stood still, unable to move. In 5.5 seconds, his original soul suddenly shattered into pieces. Di-ho spoke up. Indeed, 5 seconds was the limit for the original host, but not for him. The next morning, Di-ho and So-cha went for a walk together. Di-ho raised his hand to his forehead, squinting slightly, thinking that the sunlight today was a bit glaring. So-cha was puzzled because he did not see it that way, and Di-ho understood. After merging with the blood-sucking monster, he would come to hate sunlight, although it was not to the extent that seeing light would kill him like a real blood-sucking monster. So-cha asked Di-ho, "Have you seen the academic reform for this year at Ho-do University?" He appeared a bit flustered as he replied briefly, "I have not seen it. I was fighting with the fake gopher all night yesterday. Did not pay attention to other things." So-cha then had to explain. This year Ho-do University has switched to a group system guided by instructors. Basically, each academic year will follow a main instructor, during which you can also apprentice with additional instructors to learn. Di-ho raised his hand to shield from the sun and turned to So-cha to ask, "So do we have to go apprentice then?" So-cha pulled out his phone and held it up. "Not us. I have to go apprentice. But you do not need to." Di-ho was momentarily confused. So-cha brought his phone closer to Di-ho. "Check the announcement on the freshman forum from last night. The school announced that Di-ho had collected all the zodiac pendants, so he had the right to directly choose his instructor." A building appeared, which was the sports hall of area. There were quite a few people in the sports hall. It seemed that 3 people formed a group to enter the room for checks. After that, the instructor would turn on the lights to select people. Daiho Dan stepped out of the gym, waving to So-cha. You go in first. I will take a stroll elsewhere for a bit. Anyway, I can choose my instructor whenever, so it does not matter when I go in. Daiho walked away, sighing in boredom. Choosing an instructor was so tedious. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a faint red smoke drifting by. He quickly sensed something. The smell of blood. Daiho immediately ran quickly to where the scent was coming from. Within this smell of blood lurked a dark, fierce aura, stirring the killing intent within him. He had to find the source. Daiho's face showed great surprise when he witnessed something. Daiho was sweating, feeling confused when he saw that it was a girl. At this moment, Kanka was preparing to enjoy something. On the pedestrian street in the city, the scene was extremely desolate. Daiho was startled as if he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. Is this adorable girl the source of that fierce aura? I must be mistaken. Kanka had a keen instinct and immediately glanced around. She casually mentioned what she perceived. Have you been training your body? He questioned out loud. But internally he was even more contemplative. How does she know? Clearly just a child. Why is she acting so mature? Even calling me a kid. Kanka, while munching on sweet potatoes, revealed that this martial art was something I helped Xiao Hu refine. Immediately, Daiho thought of Liu Chenghu, and his expression turned displeased. Xiao Hu, the one she mentioned, is not the one who puffs up and brags with his hands on his hips. Liu then, over 90 years ago, he was my disciple. Of course you can't believe that. Are you joking with me? The lifespan of a martial artist can really exceed the limits of humanity. A master can still maintain a youthful appearance at 80 or 90. But what about you, kid? With your babyish breath, Dahong solemnly assessed Kanka, thinking that for a martial artist training special techniques to adjust their bone structure to that of a child is not impossible. But this white-haired girl right in front of me, if we use Hai, she looks innocent and pure. Or, she is just plain silly. If it is not Oscar level, she definitely can't act. She replied to you with sharp eyes. What is wrong? You do not believe it. Diho crazy and jokingly said, believing her is like believing I am Kun Shai Huang. Suddenly, the image of you about to be executed appeared. In an instant, the head had separated from the body and fell. Kanka approached, looking cruelly at Daiho's head, half above dry, half below in water. After a series of images, pale-faced, we're trying to piece everything together. Was it an illusion? There is a suggestion with such high purity that it made me hallucinate about being beheaded. Daiho was once again shocked. Suddenly, she put a lollipop in her mouth, leaving you bewildered. Here's a soft strawberry candy. My favorite. Kanka transformed into a whiny girl, in a childish voice explaining. Sorry, kid. It seems I went a bit too far. Don't report me to school. Okay. Right now, I can only go out for a breath of fresh air for 1 or 2 hours a week. So pitiful. Daiho is still savoring the sweetness of the candy while casually investigating. Who are you? She did not hesitate to reveal. Her expression very bright. My name is Kanka, a very powerful master. Let me tell you, the principal of Hozei is the same person as the Kun Vevan. When I was young, I made him cry. As soon as he finished speaking, you trembled and knelt down on the tile floor, surprising Kanka. Daiho thought for a long time before clasping her hands and saying a few boastful words. Having wandered half my life, I have yet to meet the leader. Daiho, am willing to take you, Kanka, as my master, hoping you will accept. Kanka has perfected the mysterious and powerful martial arts, being a grandmaster who specializes in killing. So surely she can help you break through the barrier. Perfectly in tune with the strange fire, she helplessly can only smile politely. In another location, at the gymnasium, at that long table, the Kin Ven and 4 others sat solemnly preparing for today. Unexpectedly, the dean of the large academic institute at Hoei is the advisor for this semester's new students. The students were all sweating profusely, chattering loudly. If one of those deans chose them as disciples, their lives would be set. What are you thinking? That is the 5 deans. These deans surely came for the strange fire. The new students had no idea that the competition for the zodiac sign was being broadcast live. The audience is the entire faculty of Hozei. Since the announcement on the train, the teachers have begun monitoring each student's ability to respond to sudden danger through data capturing facial expressions and scoring each person's coping abilities. Those who believe this is just a trial, rushing into the zodiac city unprepared, will score low after arriving in the brawl with the masked zodiac figures. Combatic, practical skills, and organizational abilities are all important evaluation criteria. Then there is the scene where they frantically complete their missions, no matter what. Even if the freshmen fail to take down the masked zodiac figure, as long as they excel in one of the aspects, They will earn high scores, and Di-ho is the only student who consistently received the highest evaluations from start to finish. But that alone is not enough to impress the 5 deans. What amazed them about Di-ho was that he killed the boss Shenlong, which was not even a target in the trial. A teacher mentioned many things about Di-ho, and the dean also heard about it. Perhaps Di-ho himself does not even know which deity Shenlong he killed. That was a model trained by the female supercomputer of a Quack, based on data left by the national-level martial artist Fu Hongxing when he enrolled at Hodei. Even a supercomputer cannot replicate the divine abilities of the dual gods in the fantasy realm. But Fu Hongxing is the strongest martial artist in the history of Hoquok and even in the world. The record he left at Hodai has not been surpassed in the past 100 years. Di-ho can kill the training model of the divine being. Even if he can't replicate the original owner's full power, it is enough to prove his extraordinary talent. As long as he does not cause trouble on his path to growth, he can at least become a master of a generation, or even rise straight to the level of a grand master. What we need to do now is to control our emotions and continue to wait for Di-ho to come to pay respect to his master. Suddenly, a staff member rushed in to announce, "This is not good." Director. The news from him left all 5 teachers dumbfounded, as if they could not believe it. Di-ho is becoming a disciple of Gong Ka, who was once a great professor and is now a special staff member, back on the path where Di-ho was standing. Gong Ka, being held tightly, began to resist. "You want to be my disciple?" He gritted his teeth and answered firmly despite the pain. "That is right. I have made up my mind. Master. This girl Loli seems to be over 100 years old. Otherwise, kneeling before her in broad daylight would surely get me sentenced to 3 years. She pouted to give Di-ho a hard time. "But it seems I have been dismissed from the great professor position." He anxiously set the terms. "Miss, you said I can only go out to stretch my legs for 1 or 2 hours a week. If you accept me as your disciple, within 2 years, I will find a way to help you gain your freedom." Hearing this, Gong Ka's eyes lit up, and she agreed immediately. "Really? Then I agree." Di-ho grinned wickedly. Having successfully seduced her, he was suddenly interrupted by a powerful voice. "Wait! The directors with different auras are coming. She is fed up. A bunch of people meddling in things." The tallest one skillfully spoke. "Senior Kunka, did not we agree that we would not interact with students while we are out for fresh air? Moreover, your current mental state is not suitable for teaching students." The black-haired elder next to him chimed in. "That is right. Senior Kunka, you should go home." A Kunka repeated and then turned to ask him. "Go home, all right. What is your name?" Di-ho politely replied. "Master. Aing?" Then the two, one big and one small, moved on, and she ordered, "All right. Di-ho, come home with me." In the early morning, at Hodei Research Institute, Kunga skipped ahead. Meanwhile, Di-ho walked while observing, then naturally entered the elevator. When inside, he wondered aloud. "Teacher, do you live in such a remote place?" Kunga detailed everything. "That is right. Mainly decades ago I had a bit of an episode, frequently injuring others. Then Hodei arranged for me to stay in this research institute. In recent years, I have been able to control myself. And finally, I have the chance to go out for fresh air. Thanks to that." Did Di-ho guess that you are her first student in decades? She found it hard to understand and looked up for an answer. "You really have a strange way of thinking. Do not you feel scared? You are being so imaginative that you are starting to sweat. Are you afraid I will chop you?" The elevator panel showed strange numbers. Looking at the way, Di-ho developed a nitpicky attitude. "Why is such a big research institute built with such a narrow hallway?" Konga casually replied. "Because it can only fit me." Then, he curiously mentioned the big number. "Is there a countdown on that door too?" That made her panic, and she ran away really fast. "Oh no. It is too late. Hurry up and rush in." The brain froze in place. "Wait. What is that countdown clock?" Konga widened his eyes and explained hurriedly. "Every time I go out, the electronic clock starts counting down. If I do not return in time, the alarm will go off in Principal Hodai's office, and then I will be hunted down by the whole Hodai." Finally, both of them successfully dashed to the end of the road. Just as the clock hit 0, the iron door behind them immediately closed tightly, also setting up a solid barrier. Really dangerous. Coincidentally, he noticed something unusual. "It seems like there is a special field here. My weapons can't gather outside my body. In other words, when performing martial arts here, the effectiveness will be greatly reduced." She finally relaxed in her room. "Of course. Because this is my holding cell. To keep me from going outside, the kids from the Kun van built me a 3-story house." Ka led Di-ho deeper into the living room. Then she threw her clothes onto the battlefield of food and drinks, and then settled comfortably on the entertainment sofa, practicing martial arts. Everything was there. But at the same time, she also set up a high-power field to limit the weapons of martial artists, preventing me from breaking the door and running outside out of boredom. Returning to the area for the new students at Hodu University. All information is being gathered. Report to Principal Thi Kunvan of Hodu University that Dai Ho has already taken Kai as a teacher. Nevertheless, he remained calm, not needing to worry about him. Remember, our current reform goal at Ho University is not to train a bunch of mid-level pillars, but to nurture a top-notch powerhouse who can shoulder the burden of the Ha Kwuk nation and the fate of humanity, given sufficient resources for the genius. Let the genius develop freely. Just let Dai Ho follow Kai's teachings first. The new student batch at Hodu is about to finish their special training at the summer camp. At that time, let Dai Ho hone this skill. Test out the new blades that are taking shape. The assistant immediately complied. I got Principal. Then he shifted his gaze back to the computer screen. Principal Thi, the new student Dai Ho has entered the detention room with Ka. Everything is fine for now, but according to the calculations of large data, the special level combat power of Ka, when living in the same room with others for a long time, still has about a 5% chance of losing control. Students with special harmony have an 89.7% chance of not being able to hold out until reinforcements from the capital arrive. And even after being rescued, they have a 95.3% chance of not surviving. The old man left his seat and walked over to the transparent glass, saying, the so-called special level combat power. One is the strong martial artists who are under a suspended death sentence, and the other is the strong martial artists who cannot control their own strength for various reasons. Normally, the country will restrict their freedom, and when the lower nation faces a serious crisis, they will send them to the front lines as a national defense force. Faced with this terrifying existence, I think the students with special harmony are already mentally prepared. If they are not mentally prepared to be killed, how can they go far on the path of slaughter? Time for the lower nation is running out. The foolish ones in the Northern White Federation, and the crazy cultists in the divine descendant of the heavenly nation, superstitious about the hidden civilization, are all eager to act. Suddenly, he dropped his voice earnestly. Young generation, grow up quickly. On Ka's side, she took the special harmony to a place within her territory, which was the third training area of the prison. I have not taught anyone in decades. Let us have a trial match first to see what your strength is like. You slowly asked. Are you going to suppress your cultivation to the martial artist level to fight me? Too lazy to face you. Continued walking while saying she almost forgot about the need to suppress her cultivation. Special harmony stretched and turned to see she was also warming up. You announced. Irony. Just as you thought special harmony was determined to get into a steady stance. You really did not want to remember that guillotine from earlier. Ka rushed forward without a word. Seeing her hand about to touch his neck, he momentarily felt fear and struck, aiming straight for a vulnerable spot. Wasn't it just a test? The pupils reflected Ka's image with a look that wanted to take his life. I had already simulated dodging in at least 5 different directions. Yet every strike from Ka landed accurately. The only option left was to confront her directly, and in an instant, he unleashed his highest power. The energy from his hand coalesced into a deadly attack. She quickly anticipated his movements. Smirking mockingly. Did she plan to rely on her awakened bloodline to speed up, defending against my attack while countering me at the same time? Ka moved in a flash, her hands glowing with energy. Good. Too bad I am faster than you. Then she twisted his arm behind his back, catching him off guard. He felt a bone-deep pain and cried out loudly. After his body was soaked in blood, Ka finally threw him a distance away. Covered in blood, he struggled to raise his face in mockery. You are really not holding back at all. Are you? Teacher. The awakened bloodline was forced back to its original form. She felt no remorse, excitedly licking the blood from her face. Having not savored the taste of fresh blood in a long time, he laughed coldly, politely declaring war. Master, in terms of technique, I am no match for you. Next, I will unleash some forbidden skills. Please enlighten me. Immediately, a different source of energy erupted as he summoned it. Elemental personification. Dai Ho kept feeling grateful for yesterday's action, her eyes sharp as a blade. Luckily, last night I had infused power into the monstrous model, but in a different way. Ka silently admired. Such powerful martial arts must really be from an exceptional martial artist. Right. It seems I have got a terrifying monster as my student now. She was incredibly excited, ready to take a defensive stance. If that is the case, then she should show a bit of skill too. With that, Ka slashed down onto the floor, a flurry of cuts advancing forward. The Heavenly Destruction Blade. Both variants were about to collide fiercely. On your side, the source of power was stirring. Immediately, Diho took on another gigantic form that jumped out from the cloud of dust. The elemental split form. Personified. The position became personified. Her pupils widened and contracted violently. Next, you gathered strength to throw a punch down at Ka. She raised her hand and took a deep breath. Then Ka delivered a powerful blow with one hand. In an instant, the steel parts created by Diho cracked and were about to fall off, relying on the outer layer of the Demon Emperor's armor, creating a personified armor in the form of flesh and blood, capable of defending at least dozens of times stronger than the gigantic personified form. You struggled to control the inside while gritting your teeth, refusing to be easily subdued. Is she really going to tear me apart that easily? Diho's mind reflected small beams of light, so she jumped right into your spot and called out, Diho, is your little buddy hiding in this armor? This made Diho shiver in fear. Her perception is terrifying. Clearly, I had stopped all signs of life from my entity. Akanka continued to gather her attack, loudly calling, get out here now. May they? Before she could punch, you quickly set up a defensive layer, a split form, and a tactile persona. Kanka had to pull away, using her hands to counter. From above, Diho, feeling smug, could not help but taunt her. Teacher, these slashes of yours are so powerful. I wonder if you can break this. You definitely won't be easily melted by the earth energy. Right, but how are you planning to defend against it? Suddenly, the illusion appeared once again. The chains were dropped one after another, wrapping around Diho. He looked up in horror at the object on the stand. This place really can't escape the guillotine. Can it? As ordered, the merciless guillotine was descending. Diho, though scared, shouted to unlock his power, breaking through the multi-layered barrier. In an instant, he transformed into a distorted figure. Diho stopped that metal piece from falling. Everything seemed to freeze. The teacher was pushed to the limit and pulled the student into her lethal intention. This place is not a real space, but an illusion created from murderous intent. To escape this illusion, you must use your mental strength to resist. After thinking, you created countless giant fists. Then, Diho controlled those fists to smash straight into the guillotine. Instantly, the guillotine shattered like broken glass, escaping the illusion. You tiredly opened your eyes slightly. She leisurely sucked on a candy, and when she saw Diho move, she spoke up. You are awake now. The turtle shell beside you is really hard. You managed to sit up despite feeling bored. And then you silently guessed. Looking at this scene, it seems that I was dragged out by a very violent teacher from the mouth of personification. And the hardened crystallization I condensed around myself to protect my true form has been shattered by the brutal force. But this is definitely not something a martial artist could achieve. Suddenly, you felt unwilling and twisted to Kanka. Teacher, you cheated. Right. She raised her face proudly and replied directly. What do you mean cheated? Kwang Min Chivlia. Defeated you? Where did I cheat? Diho. Are you really asking that? Kanka stood still for a moment and then explained. I just used a bit too much strength, you know. The teacher is very strong, so it is definitely hard to control the power accurately in 1 or 2 strikes. You felt disappointed and speechless, which made her quite uncomfortable as well. But soon after, Akanka flipped his attitude faster than a pancake, crying and whining to appease Diha. Wait. Next time I won't cheat anymore. Do not be mad. Okay, please do not leave. I have not played with anyone for decades. In that large room filled with modern equipment, Dithar was helplessly waving his hands. Come on. Do not. Akanka sat on the floor, continuously whining. She turned with tearful eyes and looked up. You are not going. His face brightened, smiling happily. I had a hard time catching the teacher. What do you mean going? Then Kanka stood up with hands on hips, looking very serious. I was not crying just now. His gaze was dazed and calm. Then they went to the vending machine. Kanka opened the door to get a drink. Now I basically understand your strength. Although you are still quite a bit weaker than I was before, compared to others, you are already quite talented. We can start studying. What do you want to learn? Dithar Ho suddenly remembered, her expression serious, the martial arts techniques, and how she could cut through thunder with her transformed arm. How does she open a can of soda with that? It is really hard to teach. You have to slash a lot of things to get the feel for it. Suddenly, Kanka's expression became very serious. No matter if it is the human body, monsters, or other objects, there exists an ideal cutting point, along with a line that can be easily sliced through. You can call it the line of slaughter. Hearing that, Dithar Ho looked up in surprise. The line of slaughter from the master is not like Then Long, who is also skilled in killing techniques. You remember Kanka's fight. If Then Long slashes pursued extreme power, dominance, and sharpness, then the teacher was like Dean Ji Unju, pursuing precision and skill. They sat down. She drank her soda, her eyes on him, saying that learning this would be quite troublesome. I advise you to first break through to become a martial artist. If your martial arts cultivation does not improve, then you won't be qualified to learn many of my techniques. After drinking, Kanka closed her eyes and asked, "Do you know the difference between a martial artist and a martial novice?" Diho wondered, "What is that?" She then analyzed that it is not about physical advancement, but mental. A martial artist has an important ability that a martial novice lacks. Inner insight. After gaining inner insight, a martial artist can transition from macro-level martial arts cultivation to micro-level cultivation. Through inner insight, a martial artist can see the meridians, organs, and internal structures of their body and use martial techniques to enhance and expand their physical limits. In other words, mental strength comes first, followed by physical strength. After hearing this, Dahong's face lit up. She did not expect Kanka's teaching level to be so high. Indeed, she was worthy of being a professor at the Imperial University. Even if she had become a bit dull, her foundational knowledge had not diminished. But when it comes to mental strength, after merging with the blood-sucking monster and awakening the power of Gi Lze, Kanka turned to her and said she felt her mental stats had greatly increased. This could provide a significant boost for herself at the martial artist stage. She immediately wondered if the techniques for ascending to a martial artist were any different. Suddenly, her expression became serious. The techniques for breaking through and martial skills are divided into 4 levels: heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and worthless. Kanka then related this to Daiho as a freshman, a student at the Evolution University, and martial novices at other universities or regular schools. When advancing to a martial artist, the school can only offer worthless breakthrough techniques. By the time the strange fire becomes a robust youth, college students of the formless technique have the advantage of breaking through quickly, with almost no requirements. As long as the energy in martial arts are sufficiently accumulated, it is over 80% clearly use the formless technique to break through the common realm. Gonka continued. As for our students at Ho University, their technique for breaking through starts from the Xuan Huang level. Upon hearing this, the boy looked thoughtful, resting his chin on his hand. What about the 2 levels of Qian Sidong and DSS? Her gaze was fully focused. The techniques and martial skills at the Tian Sidong level are almost all unique classics brought from secret ruins. Looking at the whole world, there might not even be 10 copies left. Then, Gongka lowered her head. Even if our empire has a copy stored, with your current abilities and authority, you definitely can't access it. Suddenly, she looked up with an amused smile. But you can learn the technique for breaking through at the Diasat level. Gongkai gave a slight glance with her bright red eyes towards the strange fire. She suddenly mentioned a book about the Body-Heart Sutra. The technique for breaking through that I possess. The physical body of Little Tiger was inspired by this technique of mine to create it. Hearing this, the strange fire was full of excitement, her eyes shining brightly. I want to learn. Gongkai immediately tossed the can down into the trash and agreed. Then let us start now. Feel the killing intent realm that I create for you very carefully. His eyes widened in shock, sweat dripping down. No way. Again, at this moment, the scene around the strange fire was different. He stood there in astonishment. Akanka licked his lips, his face excited. I really like blood the most. In a city one night, a place was shrouded in thick smoke. A few people were walking on the road after school, when suddenly a gray-haired boy noticed the person in front. It turned out to be Sifa Chu. His eyes filled with concern. Hadiya, how was your first day at school? I heard you were initiated. Before he could finish his sentence, a blade was pressed against Cho's neck. He quickly drew his sword, his sharp gaze ready to fight. Deefer in front remained silent, exuding a killing intent. Then he turned back with a surprised look. Sorry, Sachu. I got a little worked up. Sachu could not help but be stunned, frowning in disbelief. Ditha Ha, in his eyes at that moment, appeared extremely cold and grim. What on earth happened today? Yeah,